Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, raz, dwa, trzy, cztery.
Дамы и господа, здравствуйте, всем добрый день. Мы начинаем...
Good morning and welcome everybody. We are starting the third forum of Free Nations of Russia. Allow me to remind you that the first of such forums was held last summer. The second of these was held at Prague, and today we are talking about the self-determination of the countries of the Baltic and Scandinavian regions of the Russian Federation, of the PostRussia, as we term it. This venue is a truly historical place. This is where 42 years ago Solidarity, the trade union, was formed, from which later the Solidarity Party was born, which freed Poland from the imperialist United Soviet Socialist Republics, and Poland became a leader of bringing freedom to the countries of Central and Eastern Europe. Independence from the USSR, Ukraine, however, didn't truly understand how to self-determine until the latest invasion of Ukraine. Now, Ukraine waves the banner of liberating itself from the Russian Empire, and it's a symbol and the beacon of there being a chance that other Russian nations also gain freedom and become republics. The third forum has been actively supported by the European conservatives and reformists of the European Parliament, and it is my honor and pleasure to invite a member of European Parliament of that faction, the former Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Poland, a great friend of all free democratic countries, Madam Anna Fotyga. Hello and welcome.
Добрый день. Позвольте, что я в моем родимогдайске буду говорить на своем родном языке, хотя повседневно я привыкла говорить на иностранных языках, но это особенное место. Сердечно приветствую в Гданьске, приветствую во время третьего форума, и я очень рада, что вы захотели приехать и свое заседание проводить именно в этом отличном зале, где мы чувствуем духа свободы. Это действительно историческое место, место, вокруг которого 1980 года, а даже и потом, в 81-м и в следующие годы, тяжелое время с военного положения, потом возврата когда мы, поляки, имели суверенитет, поляки, жители Гданьска, жители Поморья, но тоже приезжие из всей страны
to support those
организовались здесь, чтобы
who
поддерживать тех,
championed
которые
Polish freedom.
боролись за польскую свободу.
Allow me to first and
Позвольте, чтобы я
foremost extend my welcome to
приветствовать
all of you
вас, приветствовать главного
and the chief
организатора и в
organizer
действительности
and the
spiritus
spiritus
movens
movens of the
форума
forum that brings together
представителей
representatives of the free
свободных
nations of Russia.
народов
In the
России.
title we have
Мы на
PostRussia,
заглавии пишет «Пост-Россия». То, что потом
i.e.
будет,
something
я
that will be
надеюсь, что
brought about
после
by the let's hope victorious
войны
war
в Украине,
in
которая
Ukraine,
победит.
victorious for
Я
Ukraine.
думаю, что
I
мы
believe
все
all of
этого
us who've
желаем,
convened
чтобы
here
Украина победила. И
wish
главной
very
мыслью,
strongly
главной идеей
that
нашего
this
заседания – это
to
поддержка
this
для
meeting
героического
is the support
народа,
of the brave
украинского
Ukrainian
народа,
nation
который борется с
currently
ужасной
fighting the heinous
российским
onslaught,
нападением, с инвазией,
a
полной
full-scale
инвазией
invasion
в Украине. Я хочу сказать, что
I want to take this
мои
opportunity to say
товарищи, а
that my
здесь в
colleagues,
зале, я бы хотела, чтобы
and I
вы
would just like you to be
знали,
aware that
что
we've been
здесь
joined here
находятся
at this venue by
представители,
the
скромные
very
представители,
modest
сидящие,
representatives,
но подали
also those who
подальше,
sit a bit
но
further
герои
at the back.
нашей
Those are
борьбы за
the heroes and
свободу,
heroines
они
of our struggle for freedom.
сосредоточены
Now
теперь
they're members of Dignity, an
ассоциации
association
достоинства, которая сосредоточивает
which
польских
brings together Polish
политических
political prisoners
узников, которые боролись за
who
польскую
struggled for Polish
свободу
freedom
во время до
pre-solidarity
солидарности,
times
во время
at the time of the
солидарности
solidarity
и
movement,
борьбы за
in our struggle
этот
for
наш
sovereignty and
суверенитет,
freedom,
особенно во
especially
время
during the time of martial law.
военноположения.
Mr.
Чеслав Новак – это председатель
the chair
ассоциации достоинства,
Governors of
который
Dignity
представляет
Association
именно эту
represents
ассоциацию,
that
это
movement.
общество. Это, представляет группу.
I
Я
hope
надеюсь, что вы захотите во
that
время
you
вашего
will
заседания предоставить
give the
ему
floor
слово.
to
Это
Mr.
человек,
Novak, as he
который
is the person who
красивее,
will
лучше
definitely
всех скажет об этом
have the most to
месте,
say
о
about this
действиях
venue and
его,
about
его
his
товарищей.
and
Я имею
comrades' activism. It is my pleasure to be
членом этого общества уже многие годы. Ее члены, они очень близки моему сердцу. Я хочу, чтобы этот дух как будто был в нашем заседании. Хотя вы знаете, что предупреждение по отношению всего свободного мира, что опасности, которые есть в неоимпериальной политике Российской Федерации, прежде всего под влаством Владимира Путина и его компании, потому что действительно, что происходит за последние годы, особенно последние уже более 200 дней нападения, точно нападения России на Украину, это вообще уже превышает возможности осознавать и понимания.
The free societies who've been a bit lazy about living in the free world and not fully realizing the dangers around. The representatives of the free nations and also of the states which neighbor Ukraine and the Russian Federation or Belarus, like Poland and us Poles, the Lithuanians who've joined us here in a large group, the representatives of such important for us and supported by us, Georgia. We are perfectly aware of the danger of imperialism and neo-imperialism, and ever more do we talk about colonial methods, as perhaps such case studies hit harder in the free world, because there's no doubt that entire freedom in that region can only be secured when the resolution of the current war in Ukraine is a strong victory by Ukraine and entire driving away of the armed forces of Russia from internationally recognized territory of Ukraine. Speaking of the internationally recognized territory of Ukraine, I mean the entirety of Ukraine, including the annexed Crimea. And this is the statement which, on international fora, and one of these is definitely the European Parliament, which I have the honor of being a member of, representing Poland, elected here in Pomerania, but representing the entirety of my homeland. Such debates, I believe, very often upon the initiative of Lithuanian, Latvian, Estonian, Romanian friends. Such debates are held at the European Parliament. I haven't named here other states or nations because, to be honest, the leading nations are definitely Poland and the Baltic states. But I wouldn't like to minimize the contribution by the representatives of other states. We still need ever more solidarity in this matter. I wish you all a truly productive time throughout the forum, and I would just like to remind you of a major authority or role model for myself and many of the Poles, the late President Lech Kaczyński, a victim with so many comrades of his and eminent representatives of the elites of Poland and authorities on a number of levels, who would all represent a variety of regions. They all fell at the catastrophe at Smolensk. He was a true advocate of cooperation across our region. From his early youth, an active champion of freedom in Poland and in this entire region. Please do remember it was solidarity during the first Congress sent out the message to the nations of Eastern Europe, and that address is still valid. This is the beacon of any of our activity. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, let's get the forum started, and I invite the participants of the first panel, Maxim Kuzakmatov, Mike Ingram, please join us up stage. I do apologize about reading out your names from the sheet of paper, and Andrew Stuchkus, please join us on stage. I also invite everyone to join us on the stage, and we are going to get the proceedings underway. We're going to speak about Ingram and Karelia, the debate on the future of Ingram, Karelia, and the three national republics. We're going to get it rolling by Maxim Kuzakmatov, who used to work for Echo of Moscow, but now you work on your own, don't you? Good morning again. Allow me to stand up because I found it more convenient. My name is Maxim Kuzakmatov. I'm from St. Petersburg, and I represent, or I do dream of representing the international Ingram and Inkaverlandia with capital at St. Petersburg. But I would like to spend some time speaking on another topic, not only about the future of my beloved country, but what will happen with post-Russia. As the defeat of Russia in the war of Ukraine looms large. Russia will have to capitulate and will lose. We have no idea how it's going to be organized. Perhaps Russia is going to be demilitarized. It is possible that Russia will have to grant some territorial concessions that could be in the far east of Russia. But if there's no external administration, it will be like Germany in the 1980s when the Weimar Republic was actually established. The rise of Poland deprived Germany of the eastern lands, and Germany lost all of the colonies. Germany was demilitarized, had to pay significant contributions. Monarchy was abolished. There was a fully democratic government, and free elections were held. And 20 years later, everything lost impact. We're not going to comment on historical events again here. It's perfectly aware there was the Gdańsk Isthmus, and we knew we were all divided artificially, and we were betrayed, and the victory was so close. And it's going to be the same in Russia after a defeat, which looms large. In about 10 years, and the same persons who remained in Russia, who made it through the war, who lost someone at war, but all those who have very little awareness are going to vote very happily into power someone who bring them this new idea of greatness. Okay, yeah, we might be hungry, but we are going to regain our lands, and they're going to speak in Europe again. Okay, there was a major defeat, and not to repeat all the mistakes of 1918. Perhaps the peaceful West or the United States across the ocean may stomach such decisions, but we've seen all that. I am sorry to be bringing up the historical analogies. I do broadcast or run historical education programs in Russia, so we remember Desert Strike and the invasion of Iraq on Kuwait led to the international community, with the support of Russia, to abolish Saddam Hussein's regime, and internal government was actually convened for 20 years, and no miracles were yielded by this solution. And here in Russia, perhaps an armed invasion, but I believe after the absolute defeat of Russia in the war with Ukraine, there is going to be international administration and a petition of Russia, and ideally it would be a collapse into regions of already existing 83 regional authorities. But if we leave it to its own devices, we're going to lose such terrains. It did happen in 1918 when the Russian Empire, all those fantastic persons from the interim administrations, the white generals voted for the Republic, and they said, how can we possibly lose Finland? It's impossible. But the initiative in the eastern lands were the Polish and the Finns advocated in the 1970s. In 1991, it was the position of the Baltic states, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, which affected the dissolution of the USSR. And in Central Asia, no one planned it. No one had thought there would be 5 independent countries appearing. It was just divided up on those artificial borders that the Bolsheviks had drawn. But this must happen again, perhaps in a more radical form. There are persons who don't fully understand it, who are going to suffer because of that, who are going to flee. There are persons who silently come to military committees so that they are later on deployed 1,000 kilometers away just to kill Ukrainians. They don't think about it at all. They are from an imprisoned nation, and the psychology hasn't really changed. So if we don't accept all those hard and complex decisions, that in Russia, with the first opportunity, there should be international administration introduced with NATO bases, because all the fears in the Russian nation should disappear as soon as possible. So now I'd like to give up the floor to the other speakers on this panel, and if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to take them. Are there any questions? Please don't hold back. The floor is open to any of your questions. Perhaps later then. Perhaps when my colleagues present their point of view, the independent national or non-national regions, but I do have a question actually, as the chair of this panel. You've spoken about this unavoidable solution of Russia falling apart. One would be a peaceful solution and the other one would be terrible and bloody. What would have to be done so that the path is not particularly bloody? I do not believe that any such decisions will be necessary. Even if there are some criminal regions, they will still be locked in within the boundaries. There won't be a global war with millions of victims. I don't think, except for Russia, there won't be any infantry charges. I think the Stalinist traditions are a thing of the past. And we still keep thinking, what if all gets worse? This is truly detrimental, especially here in Western Europe and in Poland. We have the history of those personal tragedies and sacrifices which had to be relived, and the Baltic states, Vilnius, Riga, and Tallinn, and such fears are understood. But further afield, at Paris, London, Berlin, and again, excuse the historical analogies of the 18th and 19th century, the states of the future NATO were active in the Far East, and then they said, it's none of our business, why should we lose our own troops? And after World War I, it was all about why should we lose our own troops? It was capitulation which cost really dear later on. Stalin was a key figure in aiding Hitler into power. Without the USSR, without Stalin and his cooperation, they were allies of Hitler's Germany. Now, actually, it's a miracle and a stroke of luck that Putin hasn't got actual allies, except for some allies in name only. That's a special opportunity for the Western states to force Russia to capitulate and to pay contributions, but also to divide up Russia and to force international administration on it.
I'm sorry, but the interpreters cannot hear the sound from the speakers.
Я могу ответить, и меня будут переводить, будет понятно из ответа. Я понял, да.
Of course, I can answer, and my explanation will explain the sense of the question itself. I would love to answer the question. The ECO of Moscow is a legal entity. I've worked there. I've hosted uncensored programs. Yes, there were many hosts. I'm from Petersburg. There were about 40 media of this type. And even in Russia, this was a unique platform where you could speak your thoughts without censorship. And of course, the Kremlin propaganda came there as well, but there were honest people who were not censored. And this echo of Moscow has been killed because after Russia entered Ukraine, it was said that censorship should be introduced and a new director should be appointed. This is not a precedent. Well, I didn't work in the ECO of Moscow at that time. If somebody said that before, well, this was not the opinion of the whole editorial office. I would like to separate myself as a St. Petersburg-born person, to separate myself from the Moscow narrative, because they kept saying that Moscow was the center of Russia, that it connected everything, that it won the territories in battles and wars. and that the territories were that the original Russians were enslaved by Moscow, and of course there are some free elections and there is democracy. How could Russia fall apart? There will be many autonomies, there will be a lot of freedom. No, this will be the third time, another mistake. If we approach it this well, it is very painful for the inhabitants of Russia. As a St. Petersburg citizen, I will not say that this is a drama. I will not, well, there will be no gas, there will be no Europe, and Russia will be Moscow will be a small autonomy. Well, this is like Austria. If you read a little bit about it, you will see it's the same story. And the world, which has been falling apart for centuries, well, there hasn't always been a fight. There have been autonomies. There was Austria and Hungary, and the number of Vienna's inhabitants diminished by half. Well, now Austria is a modern country, but this could happen because of the economic crisis. But only if we have some external impact. The West has all the opportunities and all the means for that. And one more question, please be brief. With no... well, it will all depend on the moderator. You keep talking about external governance, about Russia falling apart, about the borders of the oblasts. But let's talk about the future. How could we get to this moment? Who could rule Russia from outside, and what could it look like? Well, it's all happened in 1945 when in Bonn, in Western Germany, we had very sad officials, some surnames that don't ring any bells. They were giving out licenses, providing promotions. After 45, well, where could you find a person in Germany, somebody who was not connected to the Nazis? So these sad people, when they took foreign business trips, they, well, apart from the Nuremberg trials, there have been about 10 local trials. So my dream, well, I've been dreaming of, we have some, for example, anti-Semite magazines. This should be done by someone from the outside. There are some leaders from Western Europe gathering, discussing. They get nervous, they get excited about it, but then they take the decision with the help of Ukrainian army. So the Belarus Oblast, these are horrible news, but otherwise we won't be able to do anything. Maybe let's leave this thesis for our future reflections. I'm ready to answer all the questions, but after we finish this round of speeches. Pavlo Mizirin has connected us. He is a political scientist from St. Petersburg. Okay, we'd like to see him on the screen. Good morning. Can you hear me well? Yes. Good morning. Perfect. I would like to give you my best regards from Riga, where I've been living temporarily, and I feel very sorry that I couldn't come to Gdańsk for some reasons which were independent of me. And I'm with you in my thoughts, and I was listening to Maxim, and after me, Mike will speak, and I'm very happy that the three of us can talk about Ingram. Maxim gave us, he gave us the historic background. I wanted to talk about it, but during all conferences and face-to-face meetings, I asked our Western colleagues to stop even thinking about connecting Russia together in a fake way. Well, an external government, external governance, it could protect the world from the horrible things and could bring the post-Russia nations freedom. Only such external administration could solve this problem forever. If we follow this road for the third time, it will be as bad as Maxim has said. I remember very well in the late 80s and early 90s in St. Petersburg, there were so anti-imperialistic attitudes. This regional ideas, they come from Petersburg. Ingria is also Petersburg, like a large Petersburg, but this local awareness has always been pro-European. The imperialist consequences and the heritage, well, all the political forces will try to appeal to that, at least the ones that will be allowed to participate in the future politics. Of course, if there is no intervention from the outside. And Mr. Navalny's or Mr. Hodorowski's plans and the plans of their Western patrons will lead to what Maxim has mentioned, unfortunately. So please don't connect Russia into an artificial whole entity. A Russian is not a nation. This is a person who is subordinate to an empire. The borderlands, the national borderlands, are in a better situation, but do give freedom to the nations which you call Russians. Help them become free, help them become independent regions. And I assure you that just as in 88 or 89, the Petersburg nation will gather over 1 million people at a demonstration outside the palace. Let me remind you that in the late 80s, the Leningrad front was the first Soviet front. Only then the ones from Latvia and Estonia came. But this national front has not disappeared. In 1993, during a poll which was run in St. Petersburg, 76% of the inhabitants voted for St. Petersburg being a republic in the democratic Russia. This made Moscow and Yeltsin very angry, and the results of this poll were not spoken about. This is Moscow's centralist mentality. So they will try not to allow any borderlands, national borderlands to leave Russia. They say, what will we do if they leave us? Well, somehow they will survive, as Maxim said. And this external governance, if the East makes the same mistakes again and allows to stick together the remains of Russia, then, well, yes, we will come back to Ingermanlandia. We will create blocks. As a political scientist from Petersburg, I know that we have quite a lot of fractions, but this will lead to this will push us out of politics in about 10 years, and the imperial complex and the people who appeal to this kind of awareness will not be able to do it. So, so Western governments, Western politicians, please do help Russia's all nations, the ethnical regions of Russia, to become independent, free countries, and only then, just this last week, the world famous Axiom Miron sang, then Ingram will be free. Pavel, thank you very much. Thank you for your participation. We do hope it will happen. Okay, at 12 o'clock, very close to here, in the Second World War Museum, there will be a meeting supporting Ukraine's struggle for the release of war prisoners. So if anyone wants to and can do it, please join this campaign. And now I would like to give the floor over to Mike Ingram, who is the head of the activist project. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to start my speech from telling Maxim, my colleague, one of Ingram's symbols, the flag. Actually, my speech is based on the fact that people are led by signs and symbols in their lives, and this is very important for their identification, for their identity, for changing their format. So the symbolics of in Kremlin often plays an important role in the activity of our activists. If somebody wants to, after the panel finishes, you can come to me and I can show you our symbols and share our experience with you on how how to shape the regional symbols and how they can be incorporated into the image of your identity. As it was said before, music is very important here, and also all the original music, just as visual arts. Well, it all has great significance because in India there are lots of songs. Well, there are no. Well, the return to our previous original name of our region is very important. I would like to support Maxim Kazakmetov and to agree with him. We cannot think about other borders of regions in any other way. No, we cannot think about any unification. All the borders have to be maintained. No new entities can be created because the borders of the regions are a new identification, new identity. The inhabitants of these regions do not want other regional divisions. When I say regional, well, this is in accord with nationalities. You can make use of it for all the people. It could be the base for a peaceful transformation of the space that we are talking about. And I will finish my speech with that. And I would give the floor to the participants so that they can ask me questions. Thank you very much. And well, maybe the questions should follow later if you have nothing against this. We have a call. Well, we have a call with Mike Ingram. Good morning. He is the director of the Institute of World Policy. Thank you very much. I would like to say, to speak about a very important subject, which for many European countries, well, it connects them and it divides them. That's history. And when we talk about the use of history by Putin, we can see that this is a really interesting situation, because on the one hand, in July last year, in last July, Putin wrote a text about the unity of Russia and Ukraine, and on the 24th of February, Russians entered Ukraine. And if we believe Russian media, Ukraine is ruled by nationalists, by Nazis, and Zelensky, who is a Jew by origin, is their leader. You could say that this person could get a Nobel Prize for such stories. No Jew has ruled Nazis before. And I would like to return to another subject, because Russia is using it very actively. It's the principle of a unified Slavic nation. Russia tries to dissolve all the national minorities and to call all of them Russians. So this is what's happening today in the Russian Federation, especially in the last days when they announced the mobilization, which could affect hundreds of thousands of people. This is a historic process. It's a partial mobilization, but this is a geopolitical instrument which had been used in the early 20th century. Do you remember that before the First World War, Russia announced a partial mobilization, and before that, a full one? But right now, Russia will not announce war against Ukraine, because that would be admitting that Ukraine is a separate entity, and Russia will never do it. But let's also see how Russia uses Soviet propaganda. For example, a crucified Slavic boy. This is just like the words of a Russian poet or Russian propaganda. Russian propaganda made use of these words, and Putin does it above all. He doesn't pay any attention to his crimes. He said many times that Russia would never allow for Donbass to become the second Srebrenica. It was connected with the murder of over 10,000 of young people in Ukraine. We all saw the murders, we all saw the burials in Izium. And unfortunately, we can see that such moments will happen again. And Russian army has been killing Ukrainian citizens because they have a good life. This is another Holocaust of some foundation deprived of ideology, and this is horrible itself, killing prisoners. Well, this is terrible. Look at Kadyrov, who is ruling Chechnya. He is criticized for he's been criticized. He doesn't accept the exchange, and he said that there will be no mobilization in Chechnya, and he said, well, so if this is not subordination, then I don't know what we should call it. Russia tries to return to Middle Ages, and now it scares everyone or threatens everyone with nuclear war. there is a special style in Russian literature when people present their fantasies and say and try to predict the future. So the principle of power on the occupied territories is also very significant here. But my good news is that the Russia in its current form will soon fall apart. The Ukrainian war is a catalyst of this process. So I will be very happy if on today's Russia territory there will be tens of separate states which will understand that they will be able to live as European, Western European countries can do. Thank you for your attention.
Коллеги, на связи в режиме онлайн.
Thank you very much. And now we are going to be joined remotely by Janusz Bugański.
Foundation и автор книги Far State, a Guide of Russia.
He's a senior fellow with Jamestown Foundation at Washington, D.C. Author of Failed State, A Guide to Russia's Rupture.
Еще нет, да?
We haven't got a connection established yet.
Андрюс, я попрошу вас подключиться к дискуссии. Андрюс,
So, why don't we have Andrius Tuchkus? I would like you to contribute to this debate because you've been a participant of the resistance against the Soviet occupation regime
Ландсбергиса.
and the chairman of the Council of the Lithuanian Supreme Court and public advisor to Vytautas Landsbergis. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Такая важная конференция по поводу будущего не только России, но
Such a meaningful forum and conference dedicated not only to the future of Russia, but also of the whole of Europe.
почему?
Так лучше в камере видно.
Ну хорошо, хорошо. Спасибо.
Can you possibly be seated when you speak on the panel? Yes.
Эта
Why not?
конференция идет, суть ее не только о будущем России, о будущем
This conference and the clue of this conference is not only the future of Russia, but also the way I understand the future of Europe and the whole world. And we're going to draw on historical lessons. Madam Fotyga has already spoken, rightly so, that the Polish Solidarity,
вождения.
they were the actual beacons of bringing freedom and liberty to Central and Eastern Europe. And I'd like you to just remind us when in 1988,
Стал Войтыла. Это
in
был
1978, Karol Wojtyła was elected Pope.
полной силы.
It was a major ideological, spiritual impulse,
Рейган
which has given us an awful lot of traction, and he was joined by Ronald Reagan, and Solidarity appeared in 1980,
надежды уже и не
and it all raised our spirits because actually there was no hope in Lithuania. 45 persons
меморандум, который осуждали начало
had signed a memorandum
осуществили
which actively criticized the breakout of World War II and Ribbentrop-Molotov
был большой
pact, and
этого нашего меморандума.
then we condemned both Nazi Germany and Soviet Russia, and also Estonians signed the memorandum,
Диссиденты. Это очень, укрепило этот меморандум.
and also some Moscow's dissidents, Sakharov, Korolov,
Диссиденты, что
and the memorandum itself
имеет свое,
became ever stronger because the Russian dissidents understood that nations must be independent. Until then, if any of our senior friends were imprisoned in camps, and they said, yeah, they are actually inmates, be them Ukrainians, Lithuanians, or Estonians, or Latvians, and they would just say,
а там по разным квартирам потом
well, you know, we have to champion democracy, and later on, we are not going to run around door to door. But when Sakharov actually signed the document,
в mozgах у россиян
it was a major step forward. And there was this mental revolution amongst
сейчас в
the
настоящее
dissidents.
идет такая борьба
And I'd just like to say that currently, with this bloody war underway, and the cruel war,
зверством Второй мировой войны,
which is quite comparable to the barbarity of World War II, this mentality and thinking by Russians is truly imperialist in nature. There's this imperialist dragon, and he hasn't disappeared. We keep wondering what's going to happen and how Russia could possibly cajole the world, or if we could divide up Russia, if we could have the Republic of Pskov or Karelia or Novgorod.
Карелия было бы,
I believe
наверное, могут иметь какие-то аспекты.
Karelia and the Finns could also have some aspirations with regard to Karelia in the future.
Советский Союз отторгнул часть финской территории.
Because, as you know, this is also a part of the Finnish territory which was actually claimed by the USSR. So it's a very important question how to alter this mentality and this mode of thinking of the Russian citizens who live in Ola or somewhere in Siberia, how to change their thinking. It's a truly daunting task.
Я помню, вот говорили про
And it will be very hard to achieve that. The Echo of Moscow has been brought up.
репортажи. Валерия Новодворская.
A very good colleague of mine worked there, Valeria Novodvorska, who broadcast her reportages there. And the last time I saw her alive, it was back in 2013. And she was just killed in 2014.
Знаешь, Андрюс, что
And she spoke as if she'd seen the sources of all this. And she would say, Andrews, there's going to be bloodbath within Russia when it is falling apart. She'd seen it before. She didn't claim it was going to be a quick process. It all started with Georgia in Ukraine.
к этому плохому варианту, когда они сделают перестройку.
But now
Потому что мне
we see
большой
this bad variant if we have any perestroikas or perestroika-like actions at the top, because suddenly at Petersburg, Moscow,
начинают,
or other towns or cities,
они начинают
the local authorities
Путина, что он там развалил.
actually openly criticize Putin for bringing the army down and didn't say a word about Ukraine. They never stated a word that it was fratricide in Ukraine. They don't just say Putin is a low-quality leader, and nothing happened to those local authorities representatives, or at least I haven't heard anything about any repercussions.
Нет,
And actually, they should be locked away. So
вариант, я не знаю,
there is a bit of a sign about such perestroika, such transition process in Russia.
он был этот, сын Пескова был,
Journalist who trolled Peskov's son, and the son was really mortified that someone had dared to speak like that. They should be penally called up to the army and sent to the front. So he'd been devastated about there being no repercussions.
вопрос недель.
And it was all presented widely all over Russia, and I think it's a matter of weeks and months
А, кстати, российская
when such perestroika
там и Польша.
does
Сейчас
commence. And I think the Russian propaganda is active all over the show, including Poland. Antoni Macierewicz
памяти Леха Качинского.
had drafted the report of an association of the late Lech Kaczyński, and I've looked
На этого человека
what onslaught he must endure, that highly reputable individual
достойный
who
человек.
used to hold the office of the Minister of Defense, so a respectable individual, and he is being massively criticized for possibly
Данные,
indulging in falsifying facts.
уже ложные данные, так они потом везде
Some have said that
были никудышные.
false data was fed to experts who arrived at some conclusions. Those conclusions were inconclusive. It was clear,
Руководство, весь элит.
abundantly clear, that Russia killed all the elites of a neighboring country. And currently the propaganda in Poland,
Течением,
with such degree of aggression and
что я удивлен.
such crime is being rehabilitated, and I'm truly taken aback.
Это в 90-м году.
And I believe it's all about no verification in the post-1990s of the previous elites. And I believe all the agents of secret services, so Brazauskas in Lithuania was, or in Germany there was like a mid-ranking former Nazi Democrat. So we had a similar president in Mr. Brazauskas. He's just celebrated his 90th birthday, and he was heralded as the one who laid the foundations for the independent sovereign Republic of Lithuania, and everybody applauded. And the school curricula and the teaching faculty in schools or universities, they just joined the chorus and they keep working. Now everyone says they're the champions of sovereignty and independence. And I'm a bit pessimistic, because when I see this switch in mentality in the citizens of Russia, that they give up on such imperialist aspirations, and if there is a type of perestroika or Navalny is released from prison and he storms to the Kremlin on the white horse, claiming the Kremlin is ours and the Crimea is ours, he's never said that it's Ukraine, that it's occupation. He has spoken of Georgians, those are not Georgians as such, but Gryzumy, or rodents actually, and he's never apologized. So Georgians or rodents, so it's his specific mode of thinking which really puts us on high alert. And we do believe that Russia's fate is similar to Nazi Germany's in 1949, with all tribunals, contributions, assessments, verification committees, and that they are justly punished and justly assessed by the contemporary and the future historians. Thank you very much. I've just received word that Janusz Bogajski has joined us.
Yes, I can hear. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello, good to see you. Do you want me to start?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for inviting me to speak again. This, what I consider a very important international initiative, which is clearly gaining traction by the fact that it's now regularly attacked by Russia's regime. So hopefully this will continue and it will gain even more traction and even more attacks by the Russian regime. I'm sorry I cannot be in Gdańsk on the Baltic, but I'm actually in Montenegro on the Adriatic. And there's some parallels here, because Montenegro is a small country with a proud history that emerged from a collapsing Yugoslavia, as you know, despite all the Western warnings that it was not a viable, that it would not be a viable state. And it continues to combat state subversion from Moscow, which is conducted through its nationalist Serb allies in the region, particularly focusing on Montenegro. So maybe a future Free Post-Russia Nations Forum should hold a gathering in Montenegro. The country has had first-hand experience of freeing itself and defending itself from imperial domination, both local imperialism, but also greater Russian imperialism over, you know, not just over the past few years, but over many years. So anyway, in my short remarks today, I want to focus on Western policy towards Russia and some of the ungrounded fears about Russia's future. I would say this, that Western approach exhibits persistent fear about Russia's state failure and dissolution. And I think this is going to increase, quite frankly, as Putin increasingly fails in his war against Ukraine. And I think this is reminiscent of the profound anxieties displayed by several governments during the disintegration of the Soviet Union in the early 1990s. And such fears actually prevent crafting an effective strategy, and they encourage Moscow to pursue its ambitions. Basing any policy, any Western policy, around the avoidance of particular consequences is counterproductive. It empowers the Kremlin to try and maintain the status quo and exploit Western fears. And, paradoxically, I've written about this actual Russophobia, or fear of Russia, which is what the term means, which Kremlin propaganda attributes to Westerners seeking to destroy the country. I would say that more accurately describes a policy to preserve the Moscow-centered state. True Russophobes believe that the country will become uncontrollably dangerous during an internal crisis. And if the hyper-centralized state starts to unravel, Moscow will supposedly attack its neighbors, fire nuclear weapons against Western targets, and draw the US into outright war. I think this is mistaken. I think a much more credible assessment is that the Kremlin's foreign offensives will actually recede as the regime turns inwards to try and ensure its own survival and all the current political struggles, power struggles that we will witness. Russia will be less capable of projecting its imperial agenda when its military capabilities are reduced, when its economic resources are diminished, when elite power struggles are intensified and citizens become less acquiescent to the state. In the late 1980s and early 90s, I remember this very well, most Western policymakers were very apprehensive about the collapse of the Soviet bloc, the collapse of the Soviet Union. They calculated that this imperial fracture would lead to civil war, would lead to mass bloodshed, unstable borders, and so forth. For instance, such fears were transmitted directly to national leaders in Ukraine, as well as other states extracting themselves from Moscow's grip. But the government in Kiev and the majority of the population did not heed the advice. And just a few weeks later, after President Bush's famous Chicken Kiev speech, they voted for independence. And it was an enormous majority for independence. Disquiet again about state fracture was then projected onto the survival of the Russian Federation, especially during the two Russo-Chechen wars in the 1990s, when Chechnya and Ichkeria declared its independence. Washington, unfortunately, supported both the Yeltsin and the Putin administrations, or they looked the other way, because they thought this would preserve domestic stability, European security, even while we witnessed a mass slaughter of civilians in Chechnya by Russian army, Russian security forces. So although Western governments do not want, of course, Russia to be as strong as the USSR, they also remain wary of Russia's failure. Policymakers seemingly fear that moves towards a decentralized federation or outright multinational self-determination would be too destabilizing. Such an approach, I think, is also based on a very condescending and patronizing view of Russia's citizens, of all Russian citizens, that somehow they are incapable of establishing stable states because of their alleged slave mentality, their deeply ingrained support for a strong leader. I mean, these are prejudices, these are negative stereotypes that the Kremlin itself, I would say, pushes because it bolsters its assertions that a status quo is preferable to disruptive change. An overarching, and this is a very important point, an overarching Western fear of Russia's rupture is also based on its position as the second largest nuclear power. The supposition, and we've heard this again in the last few days, is that Russia's leaders would be willing to commit national suicide rather than to calculate how to salvage their political futures and their economic assets, regardless of the state structure. Even in the eventuality that some states emerging from a failed Russian Federation acquire control of such weapons and the means to deploy and fire them, they will have absolutely no reason to target any countries from which they will seek political backing, diplomatic recognition, and economic assistance. On the contrary, I would say they will likely to favor nuclear disarmament to help gain international support. If you remember when the Soviet Union collapsed, Ukraine, Belarus, and Kazakhstan all gave up their nuclear capabilities. So I would say Moscow's expansionist failures, if you look at where Moscow has failed, they are direct consequences of Western assertiveness, not appeasement, the opposite. Russia's glaring defeats under the Putin presidency have included NATO membership for Central European, Balkan, Baltic, and Scandinavian states, which protects them from military attack, a buildup of NATO's rotational forces along the alliance's eastern flank, Now we're witnessing massive military assistance to Ukraine in its defense against Russia's invasion, which will make Ukraine actually much more NATO compatible, if not a primary, let's say, contender for membership in the next few years because of its combat experience. Also, development of alternative energy supplies. You know, Russia's energy assault, energy offensive against Europe is actually backfiring. And lastly, of course, exposure of Kremlin disinformation campaigns, which have been, I think, very ineffective throughout this war, extremely ineffective, not just on the mainstream media level, but also on the social media level. So to fully undermine the Kremlin's imperial agenda, I think Western policymakers must also benefit from Russia's internal vulnerabilities. The war in Ukraine highlights that Moscow's current state is not as strong as the Kremlin wants the West to believe. In the midst of its offensive against Ukraine, Russia faces deepening economic, demographic, social, regional, ethnic, and political problems, as I detail in my new book, Failed State, which, by the way, next week is being printed in hard copy, and there will be a Ukrainian version available next month, and hopefully a Russian version available soon also. Russia's failure has been exacerbated by an inability to ensure economic growth, stark socio-economic inequalities, demographic decline in key demographic sectors, widening disparities between Moscow and its diverse republics and regions, a precarious political pyramid based on personalism and clientelism, deepening distrust of government institutions, and increasing public alienation from a corrupt and self-serving ruling elite. And I think Western governments have the opportunity to capitalize on Russia's vulnerabilities by planning for the emergence of new political entities. Political pluralism, regional devolution, genuine federalism must be openly encouraged. You know, the Kremlin keeps charging the West with wanting to break up Russia. Let's be upfront and say, we don't want to break up Russia. We want the people in Russia to decide on their own future. So these conspiracy myths can be better neutralized by openly declaring support for federalism, as well as the rights of republics and regions to determine their sovereignty, self-determination, and potential statehood. This, I think, will also help embolden citizens in Russia and demonstrate that they are not isolated on the world stage, even though the regime is being isolated. So the formation of new states, by the way, from failed empires is nothing new. It's a process visible throughout history when loyalty to the existing state dissipates and new forms of sovereignty are widely supported. Now, you know, some national republics with the number of ethnic Russians is shrinking can seek full emancipation and statehood, including North Caucasus, the Middle Volga regions. In addition, several predominantly Russian ethnic regions in the Northwest, in Siberia, in the Urals, in the Far East, will also benefit from sovereignty and control over their local resources that Moscow now exploits like a colonial empire. The regions do not benefit sufficiently for what's in their territory, for what they should be controlling. So the US, I believe, must work closely with its NATO allies in trying to pursue a more unified approach to Russia's rupture. Any hesitation, I think, any doubt will not prevent these disintegrative developments, but they will not prepare Europe for post-imperial conditions. I do believe that you are in Poland now, I think that several Central European and Scandinavian allies and Baltic states, of course, together with the United Kingdom and Russia's other immediate neighbors, are likely to support a much bolder Western strategy in which NATO and the EU prepare contingencies and opportunities that Russia's fragmentation will present. To begin with, of course, the European neighbors must be provided with all the military wherewithal they will need in case Russia stages provocations against their territory. However, the more that Russia's defensive capabilities or offensive capabilities are crippled in Ukraine, the more the deterioration in their capabilities to attack other countries in the region, the more that will diminish. So Western countries must, I think, also conduct an informational offensive. This is, I think, key, because Problem is that the grievances that the Russians are exposed to are against the West. We need to, let's say, mount an offensive disseminating a narrative of real grievances that Russia's citizens have against the state. You know, it's a very extensive list, as you all know: regime corruption, economic stagnation, potential collapse, international isolation, military incompetence, deception over war casualties, environmental disasters, resource theft in the rich regions, suppression of ethnic and regional identities, and the list goes on and on and on. In addition, I think an anti-grievance narrative should also be encouraged. Rather than simply enabling the regime to inculcate this victimhood complex, which is what the state does in Russia, citizens need to reclaim their individual and social rights to build and think about building a much more positive future. So an extensive information campaign using all available channels to break through state censorship can be pursued, especially as I have noticed, the war in Ukraine has mobilized a global anti-Kremlin army on the social media networks. That can be utilized, can be used for the benefit of the free nations and free regions in Russia. And it is worth remembering, I'm going to finish on this, it is worth remembering that only a few years before its collapse, the Soviet Union was much stronger than Russia. It was engaged in numerous foreign military escapades. It controlled half of Europe. It trumpeted its economic superiority over the West, which was believed by a greater part of the third world, while at the same time it was disguising its growing existential crisis. So we have a similar situation now. Exploiting Russia's structural weaknesses and policy failures will undermine Moscow's ability to wage imperialist wars, whereas neglecting Russia's escalating domestic problems will prove more damaging to Western interests than preparing to manage the international repercussions. The collapse of the Eastern Bloc and the Soviet Union should serve as a poignant lesson that geopolitical revolutions occur regardless of Kremlin disinformation or the West's belief in a permanent status quo. And I would say this as a last point: instead of fearing the future, Western policymakers should be exhilarated, excited by the prospect of new historical challenges that will herald a new era of geopolitics and welcome new nations and new states into the democratic family, into the Western or global and even Pacific family, I would say, of nations. So let me stop there, and I just want to wish you all a successful forum, and hopefully see you all next time.
Thank you. Спасибо огромное, Янушу. И у нас на связи на онлайnie
Dziękujemy. W tej chwili łączy się z nami Aleksander Sotnik. Right now, Alexander Sotnik is connecting us. He is the creator of the YouTube channel Sotnik TV. Has Alexander connected us yet? Hello? Good morning. You're already with us. Hello, I'm very happy that I can see the participants of the forum and to speak today. It is especially nice that the forum is taking place in Gdańsk, the place where the Solidarity movement started. Unfortunately, nothing of this kind was possible in Russia, as I presume the recent years Russia has immersed Russia in fascist thoughtlessness and Nazi tendencies of Putin started back in Munich, where he spoke of the great tragedy, geopolitical tragedy, and the collapse of Soviet Union. Then I understood that the ultimate goal of this geopolitics was to recreate the empire of evil and to revive the same Soviet Union. And Putin thinks that he has taken into account the mistakes, the potential mistakes, the factors, contrary to his not very successful predecessors like Mussolini. He thought that he would not make these mistakes, but we know that he cannot not take it into account. History always gives us new challenges, new opportunities. History never repeats itself in a literal way. So this well, and now his system is more dangerous than ever. In at the moment, the issue of Russia in Europe and in the USA, well, they are searching their agents. There are some legends. It is said that they are journalists or human rights activists or some opposition activists. I recently turned to the Ministry of Justice of Lithuania in an open letter, and I drew their attention of MPK whose members are in the first country which considered Russia a terrorist country, and they said that they took part in the Nazi election or events, and participation in such events is, well, you as a citizen can do it and you believe that it's legal, you believe that it's right, but the regime cannot be tolerated from the very first moment when this special operation started. And my open letter was well, the opposition was so outraged about my letter, and all sorts of journalists attacked me. I must have hit the sore point. A whole campaign was organized to discredit what I've said. They said that I wrote an open letter, but nobody thought about the possibility to discuss with me in a civilized way. This was just a smear campaign. And now the new magazines, newspapers, some former employees of Moscow's administration, they create centers of soft propaganda influence in the political offices. And an agenda was created to call them agents, so like external foreign agents, and they were pushed out of the country. They were forced to emigrate, and the creators of this phenomena believed that this should make these people trustworthy in Germany. A very experienced agent, Benediktov, who was sent there as this agent, opened a publishing house, and he tried to incorporate various people into organization. And I said who Vinkova was. Well, it was nobody like Alexei Gromov. He was the first deputy of the president's administration. He was the curator of this campaign of introducing Selnikova into Deutsche Welle, and they managed to exclude her from the publishing house. There were some protests, but she managed to get Václav Havel's prize. And this says a lot about the naive Europeans who accept this honesty of the previous propaganda activists. And right now, in Deutsche Welle, there are two agents, Tatiana Felgenkrau and Alexander Piushchin. Tatiana has worked in propaganda publishing houses for 20 years, and now Europeans accept her, and she makes a show of her return So do you really believe that she has changed her views, that the previous member of the parliament, Alexander Zorov, well, that he suddenly opened his eyes and now he can see and change his opinion? I don't believe it. Such people do not change. They are the children of the system. They have their tasks to complete in the West. This is similar with the Mark Zilder lawyer. His YouTube channel is very popular now. In the 90s, he fought in Bosnia under Radko Mladic. Then he came back to Russia, and then what? He's climbing up the career path. He is a member of the parliament. He was 22 and he was a deputy of the parliament. He cannot suddenly change his views and move into the opposition fraction. So I am very supportive of the decision of Poland and Finland to limit, due to national security, to limit Russians' access to Western Europe. But I would like those Russians who are already in the West and who are already active there, and different cover-up stories. For example, Vladimir Osiecki, like somebody who is an activist for human rights. And he has some people from the special services surrounding him, but this doesn't help him develop his schemes and lies in the West. This is a criminal system of special services, and they don't want to die. This system is very active, and one of its parts is pushing towards struggling with Ukraine. The other ones are trying to kill off the remains of the Russians with common sense. And the third group fights for the minds of the Europeans, introducing their agents into the media. Why is it so important? Because if the war is not successful, if there is a failure, the system will be very willing to reset itself, and then they will put on this human mask. It has already happened in 1991. They had this innocent face. They were hiding their fangs. They were saying that they were so humane, so fantastic. Europe should remember these lessons. And it should remember that this is an inhumane system, Russian system, which will lead to even more bloody struggle and inhumane struggle. They will always want to want revenge for what has happened to them. There will be no peaceful transformation of Russia into several or tens of countries. This is the place where people live, and they are very aggressive towards one another. This is a multinational post-Russian nation. They hate one another and they hate themselves. And if if such things are said, for example, that Moscow should be for the citizens of Moscow and Caucasus should be for its inhabitants, well, Moscow Oblast hates the places outside the borders of Moscow. So the level of hatred towards one another is incredible. We see all sorts of people there. This is the multicultural society, but this is the imperial mentality. The multicultural imperial mentality, which we can see exploding right now. It used to be, Chechnya used to be a well, when Navalny in 2008 called Georgians rodents, and he was supporting this war, and now Ukrainians are called names, and the chaotic civil wars are being conducted. To end my speech, I would like to ask you to leave the thoughts that this system can be dealt with, that you could make agreements to minimize the losses. Leave these ideas behind. The system is not able to conduct any kind of dialogue. They are extending to overcome the whole system and to die together with it. Unfortunately, this is pure evil. Please don't hope that you will be able to live with it in any way. Even if we allow this system to survive in some small form, it will regenerate and the red wheel will roll along another road. Only the internal government from the previous imperial areas, but we must control the situation with the agents who are spreading around the whole world. They are dangerous. They will make it easier for the system to be reborn. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alexander. Dear colleagues, we are moving on to another point of our discussion, of our forum. I would like to welcome on stage Andrzej Triller, Loftina Saudatova. Czy jest z nami Loftina? Jest. Dimitr Kuznicow. The second part of our discussion is devoted to the Baltic Republic of Eastern Prussia and Karelia. Andrzej Triller will open the discussion. He's head of the social committee called Repatria. Not to let any chaos slide into our discussion. I will read my speech to avoid any chaos. I would like to welcome all the participants of the third forum. It's been over 30 years that I've been working on German Russians. I know them very well from the inside. I know this weak, feeble political kitchen from the inside, and that's why I was really moved by what was said by Mr. Patrushev. He announced it on the 21st of June. He said that that they've managed to stop German autonomy. But this is a social movement which should be supported in the region, and we should ask the question, where are these people, the ones who were trying to create this autonomy? Where are they? They've never been any attempts to create such an autonomy. But Mr. Patrushev threatened all of us through his speech on what would happen if such ideas come to our minds. We understand it perfectly well. the solution of this problem of 400,000 people of Germans live in Russia because they were deported, and now they cannot return to Germany, and in Russia there is no place where they could live, so this means that they have to blend in. So actually this is like utilizing an ethnic group, and we cannot agree to this, and that's why I'm here at this forum, and I would like to ensure you that without opening to such international platforms, we will never be able to solving small Russia's nation's problems or ethnic groups like ours. But the subject of our forum today is western and northern areas of Russia, and I would like to continue this subject. I would like to remind you that the region of Eastern Prussia was divided from Germany, and the pretext was not to allow the Prussian militarism be reborn. So now we have a lot of different weapons which are capable of carrying nuclear weapons, and we have come back to 1934 from a different side. And this question comes to mind. If on the one hand we have been separated from a country to demilitarize it, but then then what should we do with the threats of the country that has got this region? And all attempts to build the relations with post-Russia or post-war Russia, we should start by demilitarizing this region. Its inhabitants should have a safety guarantee. They should be able to see the perspective of their future in close collaboration with Europe. Without it, there should be no attempt to create new relations. When I hear well, this is the second most important issue. This region is a monument to history, to Middle Ages European architecture. This is the heritage of all European nations whose history has been connected with this region. We have to protect it. When I hear the words of the former general who decides on the Kaliningrad Oblast, he talks about cultural heritage. This is like a Taliban in Kaliningrad. Yes, this is just like the Taliban who have built their Buddha because this was from another epoch that they didn't understand. So now here the situation is the same, and heritage is demolished to build some warehouses, for example. There is only one exception, the tourist route, and the inhabitants of Kaliningrad fight this ideology because for them this is their own heritage, their own history, and their own culture. And such people are suspected by these structures of local authorities that they are not loyal to Russia. And that's why Kaliningrad citizens are trying, well, they're trying to dissolve it by a wave of new inhabitants. For example, when we talk about architectural heritage, we can see churches from the Teutonic knights' castles, and they're trying to rebuild them to make the traditional values work again. But we need people who live there, who have something to do with their with the place's culture, with the religion. So what is it like in the Kaliningrad Oblast? Historically, this is the so-called small Lithuania. It's the homeland of Lithuanian literature and ideology. We have 90% of Lithuanian inhabitants, 0.7 of Germans, and 0.4 of Poles. So the minorities are about 2%. There are thousands of Germans, of Poles, the victims of deportation. They've been scattered around this whole Siberian part of Russia or the Asian republics. If there are 20 or 15%, then it's realistic. So they should be supported in this return to this area. And the historic homeland, the connection with their families, which will allow them to keep this material heritage. We don't need a separate autonomy in Kaliningrad. The Kaliningrad Oblast should receive the Hansa model, and should be a place where the nations which have been historically connected with the region of the Baltic Sea, when they could live and develop their shared future and develop their cultures. Thank you very much for this very interesting and broad position, and especially that you've mentioned the Hanseatic Union as a future model of the Baltic region collaboration. And now we should be connecting with Maria Hook. Maria Hook. Hello. Maria has a PhD in history, and she is responsible for creating a historic platform, the Republic's Chronicle. Thank you very much for having me, for participating in this conference. As a historian, I would like to speak about the city of Königsberg and of the Hanseatic Union, of how they were connected. But first, this historic background on what Hansa is. The union started as an association of merchants of the Baltic Sea. It was developing around the 11th or 12th century. In the 14th century, it became an association of Hanseatic cities. And it was existing for 500 years, and at its peak point, it connected 200 towns of Germany and the eastern countries on the Baltic Sea. So it was from Thuringia to the north of the Baltic Sea and to the southern border of the Baltic Sea. And it was the most important goal was to develop commerce, and so that the West could be supplied with Eastern goods, and in return, Eastern Europe received some textiles and salt from the West. But this was not a political alliance. The cities that were parts of it maintained their religious convictions. They were still faithful to their governments. But Königsberg or Torun had they had special locations, and they were governed by the Teutonic Knights Order. And since the 13th century, this order conducted a lot of commercial activity, and the cities which were governed by the Teutonic Order were also members of Hansa, and the cities under this military, under their military supervision, well, they made sure they controlled the representatives of the cities as they went abroad, and commerce was also controlled, and the towns or cities. Well, the influence was reduced after the Battle of Grunwald. Their capital city was moved from Marburg to Königsberg, and that's where this small principality was established, and Königsberg was the capital of it. And when it comes to the history of the city itself, it was founded in 1285, and the Teutonic Knights built a castle there, and the city was built based on 3 cities. In one of them, the Teutonic Knights lived there, and this is where also the bishop had his residence. And there was also a zone for merchants, and then the places were combined. The city developed very quickly thanks to the development of commerce, and thanks to the fact that the Teutonic Order belonged to Hansa. And around the 15th century, Königsberg had about 15,000 of inhabitants, so they were much more than, for example, in Elbląg. And in the 16th century, Königsberg became a capital city. And it was one of very important centers for the Teutonic Order and closely connected to Hansa. And in both Marburg and Königsberg, there were vessels located, and there was a treasury, and the order had 4 major vessels and 13 smaller ones. 2 of them were in Marburg and 2 of them were in Königsberg. So I'm saying this to emphasize the fact that this was a very developed port, and Königsberg was on the routes, on different commercial routes from west to east and to the southern coasts of Baltic. So this was one of the most important trade routes. Above all, Königsberg focused on trading amber, and this treasury chamber made decisions on amber trade, and the center was in Königsberg, not in Marburg. And then Königsberg exported copper, wood, wax. First, it was in control of the import of spices and textiles, and the imported textiles went through Königsberg. In the 17th century, it became one of the top centers of seeds export, and salt. Salt was sent from Königsberg to Gdańsk and to Riga. There is some data from 1717. 100,000 of buckets of seeds were transported through Königsberg. So this was a very well-developed city, and in 1562, a printing house was opened in the city, and then they established a university. Königsberg participated in all the Hansa cities meetings, and in 1555 the city supported the unification of the cities, and it is among the cities which have signed the Hansa Agreement. And when it was signed, they agreed to pay tax depending on the well-being of city. So, for example, Gdańsk paid 80, and Königsberg paid 60 of the tax. So the city was really developing very quickly. And then when the 30 Years' War started and the order was much weaker and Hansa lost its influences, the national states were being established and the commerce mechanisms have changed, and Hansa took its own route, and so did Königsberg. In 1669, only 9 cities participated in a reunion of Hansa cities, and unfortunately Königsberg didn't participate in it. So it was subject to the monarchy, and it was developing on its own. It was no longer a part of this group. And a lot could be said about it, but I would like to say that this Hansa League is a unique organization which combined many cities. It was non-political. It was an organization which stood up for their economic interest. But the organization proved that economic interest cannot be pursued without the political interests. And this is why it is called the first union of Europe.
Насколько возможно в современных условиях возрождение, реинкарнация?
Thank you very much. And a quick question. Would you say, will it be possible contemporarily to see another resurgence of such an economic union of towns and cities? Would you say it's possible? Yes, definitely, it is viable. Those should be towns and cities that will do it. So they must find this will and to provide joint security, to engage in policies, to develop friendships and cooperations between towns and cities. It's all possible. History is cyclical, so it could definitely happen again. Thank you very much. Now we should have Vadim Petrov, coordinator of the Baltic Republican Party. Has he connected? Have we got a connection with him? No. Then I'd like to give the floor to Aleftina Soldatova, who is the first chairman of a youth organization, Vepsan Vezad, a nation which, since the dawn of mankind, has been in the current territory of the Russian Federation, the Veps. And I believe your nation will be one of those that will pursue their own sovereignty. Thank you very much for expressing this hope. My name is Aleftina Soldatova, and I'm a VEPS. Since 2003 until 2005, I was the first chairman of a youth organization, Vepsat Vezat, or Vepskaya Wedding, and the organization ran beauty pageants amongst Veps girls. And Fina Yukrish, it was the Northern Star, that's the name of the pageant. And I've also made an ethnically Vep language film. It was at Karelia in Petrozavodsk. The population is just in excess of 6,000 persons, and those are indigenous northern people. We live between Lake Biala, or Lakes Biala, Onega, and Ladoga, and we have 3 administrative units there, which is Leningrad Oblast, Karelia, and Volgod Oblast. So we have been divided into amongst 3 different regions, and our places or towns have got status of VEPS places. That means that in preschools and schools, the VEPS language can be taught officially. And our settlements also see the publishing of Vedima, a magazine edited at Petrozavodsk, and it's edited in both English, Russian and VEPS languages. And I believe there are quite a few differences across the nations that are currently within the confines of the Russian Federation. And we do know that the Russian Federation or the Soviet Union did not pursue the development of local minorities. The VEPs are quite related to the Karelians, and the Estonians and the Finns are our closest relatives. We, the VEPs, settled and founded the state of Yarmia, which is a controversial issue, and I do like that version of our origin. Then we went south to Zakhat, also the areas of Volgodsk and Leningrad oblasts, and southern Karelia. Initially, mostly the areas of the current Russian Federation developed. The presentation seems to have frozen. So we haven't shown these slides, what we look like. It's the same map. We are a people who live between the 3 lakes I've already spoken about. We live traditionally, this is the contemporary map of the VEPS inhabited area. I'm going to go back to it later. As I've already said, we've made an alliance with the Slavic peoples, and we have invited the Prince Jurek to our areas. That was in the early 13th century. Until then, the VEPs had been a major tribe that was well famous in Western Europe, Russia, and as of the 11th to the 13th centuries, we were very active in the religious life of the region, but as of the 13th century, very little is said about us. We are considered to have joined Russia of our own free will, and Russia obviously engaged in Christianization policy, but there is no proof of a free will alliance, and I would be highly doubtful that might have been the case, that you can join Russia of your own accord. Before, it had been said that the VEPs had died out in Russia, and then Andrzej Szefrysz, a Swedish scholar, did studies of the VEPs tribe, and he had found them actually, in inverted commas obviously, because we had been there throughout all that time. How could a nation have possibly not been seen across centuries? Perhaps the local communities have fallen apart, not only the political and military alliances with Russia that collapsed at some point, so there might have been some contradictions with regard to our existence as a people. Sometimes we ask this question of ourselves, why such a nation had been forced undercover at very remote areas amongst bogs and woodlands. now we are a waning nation of the Russian Federation. In 1989, there were 12,000 of the VEPs, and as of the census in 2010, there was just in excess of 5,000 of the VEPs. Why this pace? Because for hundreds of years we had to follow their path, and we had to live their nations just like any other minorities. We were, of course, exiled within and without Russia. Our literature was being destroyed. Our intelligentsia had been killed off. We've been forced to learn English as our first language. And the existence of our nation wasn't actually taken into account. And then thousands of people were forced to abandon their family lands. And until 1959, from the Vologotsk Oblast, 6 VEPS communities were resettled, and that's how we'd lost all the dialects of our language. And I cannot not bring up a detail of our history during World War II, from 1941 to 1944. The Finnish military secured significant parts of Karelia, and the Karelian VEPS areas were taken by Finland, and learning was in Finnish, so our grandparents and grannies can speak both VEPS and Finnish. And they were also drafted into the Finnish military, and after World War II, the Soviet Union requested all the VEPs are handed over, and then the youth abandoned their villages, and they struggled to find employment because the migrants from other regions were provided with employment. What is the situation currently? According to the official census, there's not more than 6,000 of us. We have fallen apart as a community, and each and every of us claim to be the last of the VEPs. That's what the old or the elderly say. This is how I speak of myself and all my VEPs friends, and this is how our children speak who have VEPs parents. Each and every of those think they are unique and the last one of the VEPs. And truly, our nation has fallen apart into individuals. I don't know who holds those census and who then processes the data, but neither me nor any of our family members have ever been approached during harvesting census data. So this data has no information about my family, for instance. And what is our current standing? Allow me to just change the slide. So our people, what's been ongoing with us? A nation which resides at woodland areas. We have unique quarries. So this is quartz, which is a phenomenal mineral which accumulates heat, and it's also a fantastic jewelry stone. So such minerals are only found in Australia and the Crimea and in the VEPS areas, the so-called raspberry quartzite, which is a stone whereby the red square was paved with these minerals, built entirely, or paved entirely from our raw materials, and it has been taken away for 200 years from Shoksha. It's actually been applied all over Europe. It was famous for being the Tsarist or the royal stone used for paving underground stations, also the Winter Palace, the palaces of St. Petersburg and Moscow. It was used as a building material. This is Shoksha. This is actually quartzite mine. Those are northern VEPS villages, industrialized areas. And lately we've been troubled a lot by wood clearances. because such clearings take place in a barbaric way, and it's an ecological catastrophe. Here you have a map of such clearances. At VEPS communities, those are northern VEPSs, and you can see an entire area settled by the VEPs, and around our villages we could actually see an actual desert as all the woodlands have been cleared. Personally, I must say that I really struggle to follow any talks to such wood clearings, which are illegal because the outcome of such clearings is quite obvious. And I believe in an area which is settled by a small indigenous people, you should never engage in this type of economic activity. And there are some areas as well which could be the size of some of the European states, speaking of the areas. So we believe that the nation should go independent and keep developing. Hence, if we unite, we could create a modern welfare state, Vepsia. This is my belief. I haven't managed to share pictures from my slides. This is what's been ongoing currently on our lands. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. Aleftina Soldatova, we do believe in your cause. We do believe you can safeguard your fortunate future, and we'd like to just remind you that nearby at World War II Museum there's a rally in support of releasing prisoners of wars coming from Ukraine. If you would like to go and join the rally, please do. And now we're being joined remotely by Mr. Vadim Pietrov, who is the coordinator of the Baltic Republican country, and also an editor-in-chief of Free Königsberg, which is a website publication. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'd like to welcome all the participants of this forum, and we're going to talk about the Amber country. Me, as a resident of this place, I would like to share with you the directions in which we could go as Baltic Republican Party after the defeat, total defeat of Russia in Ukraine, and I believe the entire territory of Russia is going to undergo significant changes. And without support from our neighbors and partners from the European Union, the Amber country will struggle to become part of this new state, which we could term the Baltic Republic. First and foremost, our Amber country, our Amber state, now Oblast, is part of Europe. And we have the supporter of the Baltic Republic. We see a flourishing area which is part of the European Union, whereby the euro is the currency, and should Europe see it fit, the Amber Oblast could be part of it, and we could also be administratively divided into cantons inhabited by a number of different nations or minorities, just as it is in Switzerland. All the nations which have connection with our region, Königsberg, and the Amber Oblast, so the former Eastern Prussia. Personally, I would just like to understand what our neighbors think about that, especially our neighbors from Lithuania and from Poland, how they think we should shape our territory and what advice they could possibly divulge. And first and foremost, we would like to engage in extensive cooperation and would like to find out how our neighbors would like to see such cooperation. It's truly significant for us. We would just like to understand if at this very moment we could engage in dialogue about the possible future of this region.
Ну, на данный момент наша партия, я считаю, нуждается в спонсорах.
At this moment, our party needs a lot of support, also in the financial form, so that we could develop anything in our area. We must have some means at our disposal. Our partners could then enjoy access to the local markets, and we're going to create all the possible conditions to engage in fair market competition within the territory of the Baltic Republic. For now, I believe that without such constructive dialogue, it would be very difficult for us to arrive at the final shape of the activities we should engage in. Me, myself, and my colleagues, speaking of the policies in the region, of course, there's that dire need for change, especially speaking of the youth. The inhabitants of the region do actually reach out to me, and they are very often shocked or shell-shocked, wondering what's going to become of our region. But I do try to calm them down, and I keep saying there's just one path to pursue. We must join our fate with Europe. And if you have any questions, allow me to finish on this note. I'll be very happy to take it. Andrew Salmanis. Good afternoon, Vadim. Some questions have been well, you've asked what we think about the Kaliningrad Oblast. We hope to see this region self-determine itself as the Baltic Republic, or in any other way as the local residents see fit. I personally do definitely support the idea of the Baltic states emerging, but I have talked a lot with the social activists in Lithuania. They have a lot of fears about the region. They do think it could be a stronghold for imperialism, allow me to use this term, and if we could entirely eradicate militaristic leanings and demilitarize the region. And speaking of statehood, everyone is a little suspect of the idea. There are a variety of ideas to partition it between Poland and Lithuania, to give it back to Germany, leave it as a neutral place mandated, with a mandate to administer it by the European Union. Some consultations are underway, but the most important demands seem to be demilitarization, but the future will be the way it is. But for now, this is how I see it with regard to Europe. There isn't one particular vision. Obviously, this is one of the tasks for this forum, to suggest a clear vision of sorts of how this matter could be approached. Perhaps someone representing in Poland would like to take the floor, because I believe Mr. Vadim would like to find out of our opinions. Is there a moderator or participant representing Poland who could possibly reply to Vadim's question? I believe we find ourselves at very early stages of such dialogue. The most important thing is that dialogue got underway, and we have this constructive understanding of the European democratic choice as a matter, and that's the fundamental issue. Are there any questions that you would like to ask of Mr. Vadim? Thank you very much, Vadim. Thank you very much for your contribution to this forum. And I believe that our debate is going to be something more than a debate and will eventually move on to action stage. Thank you very much. And now we are being joined remotely by Denis Kovaliev, who is a PhD in economy and director of the Center for Finno-Ugric Studies, named after Anatoly Rybayov, who represents the Moksha people. He has joined us. Can you hear us?
Попробую быть краток. Мой доклад тема о финно-угорское дело, московская агрессия.
I will try to keep brief. My speech will concern the war between Russia and Ukraine, as well as the Finnish issues. And quite a lot was said here about the history. The Königsberg Republic was also mentioned. The WEB's representative was also speaking. I would like to combine it and connect it with the issues that, with what is happening in Ukraine, the Russian aggression, and the situation of the so-called Finnish nations who are dependent kind of colonial mode, they are dependent from Moscow. Many of the nations live in the areas, well, VEBs were already mentioned, and me as a Mokshan person, well, I live in Ukraine, and our nation is decreasing. We are under a lot of Russian influence and colonial relation. Many of us were in the Tambov regime, and we always performed according to the regime's will. And what happened in February this year shows that we are being utilized. We can see some battalions that are organized by the pseudo authorities, local authorities, without proper uniforms. And this is a kind of utilization of the elements which could allow a mutiny against this colonial regime and against particular local authorities. The problem is that well, our issue is it is very much connected to Ugro-Finnish nations which live along the Volga River, and they live on the areas which connect the Baltic Sea with the White Sea. These are some places near the Silk Route. I'm talking about Mokshans here, about my own nation. And before we were attacked by Tatarian army, we were involved in trade with Webs and with other nations. So this is the key to the liberation of our nations, in collaboration with other nations, of course, and the other countries of the so-called intermarium. And now the League was created, the League of Free Nations. Our neighbors are members of this. All of them can act together with us for this very important platform, not only to get rid of the empire which is existing now, but also to create some sort of unions, as Moscow is proposing. But a union, an international union, which would represent all the rights and all the nations. And I believe that right now, apart from discussing the fact that we would like to survive until our independence, but we should also make some plans for the future. And our nations which live in the Volga River and the Intermaria region, well, there are many resources which are now exploited by Moscow, and I believe that apart from Ukraine, this process should be joined by Finland, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, Poland, and Belarus representatives, of course, after changing the regime there. This is the only way to allow the small nations to keep existing. Dennis, thank you very much. We know that you are currently in Ukraine and that you are fighting a Russian Federation right now. Praise Ukraine. Please stay strong. And now I would like to give the floor to Dmitry Kuznetsov, who's the head of Stop the Occupation of Karelia. Dmitry, what is your idea of the future of Karelia? Good afternoon. I would like to welcome all the participants of the forum and thank for the opportunity to speak on such an important event. I represent the group which would like to free Karelia from occupation. I represent the organization Stop the Occupation of Karelia. We also have movements like Great Karelia and the Star of Karelia. I would like to talk about the perspective and our opportunities to make Karelia independent. So some history first. We know that in 1917 there was a coup in Russia and Bolsheviks gained power. They were led by Lenin and they announced the declaration of the Russian nation's rights, and Finland made use of it and became an independent country. Then Bolsheviks tried to return Finland to Russia many times, but fortunately this never happened, in spite of the fact that Finland lost a lot of its territories and Karelia as well, and Karelian, about 45,000 of Karelians were evacuated to Finland. But few know that the inhabitants of Eastern Karelia also expressed their will and wanted to be separated from Russia. And as a result, in 1920, the troops, Russian army troops, supervised gathering during which 14 communities were represented, and they wanted to take the decision to leave Russia, for Eastern Karelia to leave Russia. And later there was also an attempt to make the decision. The entire Pietrasavodsk area was occupied by Soviet army, so it was impossible to send representatives to the convention, and this is why the White Sea Karelia was established, and a temporary government was established as well. Some principles were established. The national symbols were also developed. The flag and the coat of arms, well, they still represent the inhabitants of Karelia, and this was supervised by the Red Army battalion. So the commanding officer emphasized the fact that it was an independent decision and there was no pressure whatsoever. And then an independent state of Karelia appears there with its own parliament, and the White Sea Karelia was considered a Finnish country later on. It was said that Sweden and Great Britain would recognize this country, and Finland provided 8 million of Finnish marks to Karelia to support its independence. After 2 months, the Red Army, which were part of the Russian army, reminded us that this country was not recognized by any other countries. So the hordes entered our area, they killed off our people, and they took over our territory. I will not speak of what happened later and of the struggle that we later on conducted for our country to be reborn. The last issue concerning the independence of the White Karelia, well, the last time it was discussed, it was 1923. And after the war that lasted until 1923, no borders were regulated, no peace treaties were signed, nothing was regulated. So now we actually, well, the independent White Sea Karelia doesn't exist. Nobody, well, we understand this situation, nobody changed it. And now the 13 communities are occupied by Russia. There is a homicide. The homicide begins. Russia destroys our nation according to plan. Russians are very repressive to get rid of our nations. Some of them were shot, some of them escaped through the Finnish border, and now they are scattered around the entire world. And after the civil war, Russians began to actively bring other nations' citizens here. And after the Second World War, there have been only a few indigenous people there, and in 1956 the occupied country was transformed into we lost the status of the independent republic, and we could not leave the Soviet Union. And independent of that, we accepted the Declaration of Freedom, and we confirmed our will to leave the Soviet Union. But unfortunately, most of our inhabitants were Russians, and this didn't allow us to become independent. And we thought that after a perestroika we would become a free nation, but this didn't happen. The Karelian nation was being more and more repressed, and now we cannot govern the Republic of Karelia. We have been deprived of all resources. We are not allowed to use our language. And this republic is the only Russian republic where the language is not the second official language. And in today's fictional Karelian Republic, Russians do not observe their own constitutions, the courts do not work as they should, police doesn't take care of the safety, and the rights of the citizens are constantly violated. The resources are stolen by oligarchs, and this is all supervised by modern Russia. And what is more, the monuments of culture are taken down. Homicide is conducted through creating unbearable conditions there. Health facilities are closed, factories are closed. Also, so during the last century, Karelians talked many times about separating from the Russian state, and it is very interesting that today the people who discuss the possible decomposition of Russia are gathered here. But so some of the regional representatives don't believe that Karelians have the right to self-governance. Those who live in Karelia now and want for the nation to survive, for this ethnic group to survive, who don't want the children of the occupiers to rule us, they believe that we are nationalists and that we are a minority. So now all the occupants who believe themselves to be liberals, communists or whoever, they don't believe that the indigenous people can rule Karelia. There are more and more youth organizations, and occupants are invited to these organizations. Anyone can join them, anyone can say that they are Karelian. And so 10 years ago, the so-called regionalists from the Free Karelia organization have been here, and the imperialist activists who were able to make use of the literature of the national songs. Well, they say that they are Karelians, and they not only conduct the homicide, the so-called homicide of these citizens, but they want to get rid of the indigenous Karelians, because according to them we do not exist. And if anyone says that they are ethnical Karelians and they can speak their language and own their land, is considered a Nazi. So currently the situation is that any Karelian organizations created by the ethnic Karelians are believed to be nationalist organizations or marginal organizations. And it seems that we disturb the Russian occupiers from gaining a full right to manage our resources and our land. And the so-called Karelians believe that we should wear our folk clothes to their celebrations, that we should take part in the Russian celebrations. So what would I like to say at the end? No authority during the last 100 years, well, the Russian occupiers did not allow us to manage our Karelia. They wouldn't blend in with the inhabitants. They always bring in their own Russian world where there is no place for indigenous inhabitants. And I would like to debunk all the myths on Russians being able to change. The Russian nation was artificially created to allow homicides of different indigenous peoples. They will keep doing it. It doesn't only happen in our country, it happens in other republics which are part of Russian Federation. And I would like to let all the participants of the forum know that those who want to maintain their nations in the Russian Federation, that they should be deprived of the possibility to rule our indigenous indigenous nations. We must maintain these nations and get rid of the imperialist government. Currently in Karelia, all the organizations which included the indigenous Karelians were liquidated. And after the liberation of Karelia, we all hope that we will get support from consultants or experts from Scandinavians or from Estonians. I believe that these are the basic things that I wanted to say here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this exhaustive contribution. I believe we are going to hold a Q&A session. Now I'd like to thank to all the participants of this panel. And I invite the participants of the next panel to join us on stage. Mr. Andrei Karachkin, the director of the State Information Resource of the Chechen Republic of Ichkeria, a journalist and a documentary filmmaker. Mr. Pavlo Zhovnirenko, the chairman of the board at Center for Strategic Research, an NGO who has worked in the UN Secretariat and the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, and the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, which is the Supreme Council of Ukraine. You're going to take the floor first. My name is Vasily Kirillkov, and actually my talk has been drafted quite spontaneously. Perhaps I shouldn't have taken the floor here, because the next forum is going to be dedicated to my region, i.e. the Transvolzhnya, i.e. in the Urals, and I represent Izhevsk, which is currently Russian city. But I used to serve in the council of the city, and I used to run the regional policies. Now I reside in Germany, whereby I'm a political refugee. I'm persecuted in Russia under the criminal code. I represent the Finno-Ugrish region, and the Finno-Ugrish nations have been brought up on this forum. And despite the fact that I'm a Russian nationalist, but I was the only person in Udmurtia who spoke of genocide of the Udmurtia people. I'd like to speak on another matter, since I've spontaneously joined this panel. And concluding from the previous panel, I'd like to support the talk by Alexander Sotnik. It's truly important that in the face of the transformation of the future Russia, it's a matter of trust, an opportunity to engage by this formal opposition which had existed in the Russian Federation. Alexander Sotnik has posed many hard-hitting questions, and it's also the matter of Bakalia. It's always been a Kremlin project, and also a nod to Marek Vagin's activism. I believe everything said by Mr. Sotnik is true, i.e. the Moscow propagandists and the Gazprom radio. It seems to be a political platform for the anti-Gazprom regime. I believe it's for those who are hard of hearing. But I would like to say more. I have also a question to Mr. Sotnikov, because if we consider the content who appeared on the channel, those would be persons who've actually participated in a number of provocations. including patent Nazist, Colonel Karachkin, that's the way we term him, and he's an individual who was part of a number of provocations, including the Malta provocation, and also in Beletsky and Pierre Hafner, a French national. And they are all characters from the same story. And speaking of participants to this forum, Ilya Ponomarov is going to take the floor later on, and I'm personally familiar with him, and I've scheduled an interview with him after the panel where he sits, but there are some questions I would like to ask of him. A person who was twice elected into the Duma across two different pro-Putin parties, from the electoral rolls actually stamped in approval by the presidential administration. So this gives reasonable grounds to consider his background. And also a question has been asked here about creating lots of little bear cubs instead of a single major bear, i.e. a number of sovereign states which could rise within the current existing regional borders within the Russian Federation. But before the previous forum, I had approached the participants to possibly reflect on what we believe. I believe we're all anti-communists here. My generation, 3 generations back, and I'm the 4th generation who've suffered a lot at the hands of the communist regime. And I'd just like to reflect on the communist practice with regard to developing regional bodies. Formerly, it hasn't been flagged up, but currently, we could say the composition of Russia is heralded or advocated, but along the existing regional boundaries. Allow me to tell you who drawn those borders and boundaries and who created the communist regime. The Russian nation, I believe, had hated the regime ever more. The most extremist or extravagant Russophobes or anti-Russian leaning persons. We've spoken about regions, for instance, Mr. Kuzachmetov, who'd commented on how this international administration could possibly be organized. But we have talked about 2 areas where he advocated self-determination. One could be self-determination, the other one could be Stalinist self-determination. So the self-determination in East Prussia and Upper Silesia, which was in 1921, actual plebiscites were held, as resolved in the Versailles Conference, to determine the national actual allegiance of those areas. And 95% of the population inhabiting those areas had voted in favor of remaining German citizens. And they did, which was accepted by the entire international community. There is another case in point, a Stalinist one, in the same areas in 1945. Comrade Stalin decided not to hold plebiscites, and he just handed over those areas to another state. I'm not going to speak about political, legal, or historical assessments of such a phenomenon, but we are dealing here with a matter where a local population were asked about their allegiance or not, and the latter is a Stalinist practice, and I believe we should not become new era Bolshevists and to pursue the same rerun of history. And the 3rd thesis I would like to share with you, I wouldn't like to take up too much of your time. Russia is undoubtedly, well, the Russian Federation, we need to draw a distinction, the historical stages of the existence of the state And the pre-revolutionary and Russian post-revolutionary USSR and the Russian Federation have no ideological affinity. What's the Russian colonialism all about? I believe it's all about practice, a practice of developing regional and local policy, Soviet in name. It's still continued. We are not going to feed the Caucasus anymore. This motto has been brought up here, and it's related to a single phenomenon, i.e. that the Kremlin does attempt to make sure its stooges are pushed into power locally, and that gives us a more global picture of this secondary Russian colonialism, whereby the resources of the Russian nation and central Russia are very often rerouted somewhere to support nationalist regional entities. And this is all I've got to say. And allow me to give up the floor to the ensuing speakers. Thank you very much for this contribution. Thank you for drawing the distinctions in terms of terminologies and bringing a number of matters into focus. Now we are going to join remotely the next speaker. It's going to be Mr. Linus Linson. Have we got a connection yet? We don't think so. Hello? Right, you have joined us. Hello and good afternoon, Mr. Linus.
Tervehdys kaikille. Good afternoon to good people of Forum of Free Nations of Post-Russia. First of all, can you hear me just fine? Do you see my picture here? Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello. We listen you.
Okay. Yeah, so excellent. So now that the technical issue has been resolved. So, tervehdys vaan kaikille. My name is Linus Lindsén. I'm the current chairman of Varsinais-Suomen Akseli, and I will be representing Finland in this conference. Varsinais-Suomen Akseli is a nationalist youth organization based in Finland, in the coastal city of Turku, and I will be giving my speech on 3 subjects today. First, I will talk about the relationship between Finland and the Balto-Finnic peoples inhabiting Russia. Second of all, I will be talking about historical injustices that our Balto-Finnic brethren have faced under Russian imperialism and chauvinism. And third, I will be talking about what Finland, both as a nation and a sovereign state, could do to alleviate the suffering of our brethren kindred and help advance their interests. So, to begin with some historical background, Finland has had a strong relationship with the Karelian and Ingram geographic regions and the people inhabiting them. Not only do we share our national epic with them and most similar languages, but we have also fought side by side against the Eastern Menace and its imperialist ambitions. When Finland gained our independence shortly after that, there were several thousands Finnish volunteers that rushed over the border to fight against the Bolshevik invaders in Karelia and Estonia and Ingram. And although there were several thousand fighters over the border, they unfortunately failed in their ultimate goal of an independent Karelia due to having to face a superior enemy both in their numbers and equipment while fighting grueling guerrilla warfare in the dense forests of Karelia without any or much logistical support after the Treaty of Tartu. But although the goal of an Karelia independent of Russian influence wasn't achieved then, it was not all in vain, as there were several other expeditions that had far more success, most notably the Finnish expeditions during the Estonian War of Independence, in which Finnish forces saw major and internationally noteworthy success in fighting the invading Bolshevik hordes of the newly established Red Army forces in the Estonian and Ingram soil during the years 1918 and 1919. Despite the lack of training, equipment, and numerosity of the Finnish volunteer forces, we saw great success in aiding our Estonian brothers in arms, both in their southern and eastern advance, with relatively minor casualties. The reason why I emphasize these two expeditions back to back is to make an upcoming point in my speech, namely that Finland has what it takes to make a difference in advancing the interests and freedom of our kindred folk suffering under Russian imperialism even today. It just takes the combination of opportunity, the will of the people of Finnic nations to work together, and the political will of our government to commit to advancing interests of our kindred nations. Estonian and Karelian expeditions are perfectly analogous of what happens when the stars align in this regard and an independence of a nation is achieved with actions of solidarity versus what happens when one of those crucial components is lacking. The Estonian people, with some Finnish help, were able to expel the Russian invaders out of their lands, while the Karelian people faced the unfortunate fate of Russian subjugation due to adverse circumstances, burdened by the ongoing famine going at the time. Finland, on the other hand, due to lack of resources and political will of the centrist government, fell victim to the Muscovite vices, as we trusted them keeping in their word in ensuring the autonomy of the Karelian and Ingram peoples inhabiting Russia, in exchange of Finland agreeing not to pursue the territorial expansion into these regions and promoting a pan-nationalist ideal of then achieving independence from the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic. Since Finland had faced the same Russian terror before in the form of the Great Wrath, Russification efforts, and Ostrobothnian genocide, Finland, as a Balto-Finnic nation that had just recently gained its independence and freedom, sought after to spare our kindred nations from such fates ever again. Sadly, the state of our kinfolk proves our fear was justified, as the Muscovite government continued its cruel experiments with peoples it still has access to. So, now that we have established that there is both historical and current presidents in Finland correcting her prior mistakes in protecting the freedom of especially the Karelian and Ingram peoples, as well as the interest of other ethnic minorities under Russian imperialism, the question remains, how? Personally, I think there is so much more that the Republic of Finland should do right now, but only lacks the political will to do so. Finland should dispute the Russian claims to areas that we lost to the Soviet Union during the winter and continuation wars, calling them out for what they are, illegitimate, illegal, and imperialist. Finland should use her diplomatic leverages that come with the membership of several international organizations and our relatively good reputation that we have accrued during our time as an independent nation to help our kindred nations in fighting the Russian suppression of the opposition of these ethnic groups, and to bring attention to the plight of our people there. We should also call out the silent soft genocide and Russification of these non-Russian ethnicities and the political imprisonment of them. Most importantly, Finland should take an actively harder line against the rogue state based in Kremlin and its current crimes against the Ukrainian people and world order, peace and stability by closing the border, sanctioning those who are most responsible for these crimes even harsher, and making it as difficult as possible for agents of the Putin regime to operate within our borders, while simultaneously and actively providing refuge for those anti-Kremlin Finno-Ugric activists to continue their operations on our soil despite the persecution they face in their currently occupied homelands. All of these are measures that our government most certainly has the capacity to do right now, yet refuses to do so due to decades of Soviet influence and its disastrous effects that we have the misfortune of having to live with. Since the collapse of Russian Federation under its own weight is inevitable due to its demographic trends, etc., Finland must be prepared to restore that order in areas where our brethren nations reside as the sequential chaos and disorder ensues. In that case, Finland should commit military and economic aid to the Karelian, Mari, Mokshan, Ersion, etc. nations for them to establish stable rule and proper self-defense against Russian irredentism. Furthermore, Finland, equipped with a highly educated population of around 5.5 million people, should have the capacity to provide valuable institutional expertise to these nations that may, due to both the lack of population and conscious effort of the Russian Federation to hinder the education and development of these peoples, be unable to fulfill all the institutional requirements to run a stable country at first. Educating the local populations in statesmanship, military proficiency, and international diplomacy would be first and foremost priority for Finland to aid these newly independent nations institutionally. Finland would also be morally and strategically well advised to provide enough military assistance, either in direct or indirect form, for these regions to secure their sovereignty until they are able to hold their own against the Russian threat independently. Failure to do so during the moment of truth would lead to the repetition of the same fate for the very same nations that had their ambitions of independence crushed by the same Muscovite forces during the Russian Civil War. It is important to discuss these issues today, as it's most timely as it has been since the collapse of the Soviet Union. Back then, many nations had seized the day and declared and achieved their independence successfully, while others were not as lucky despite their brave efforts. Back then, the Finnish government could have brought up the Karelian question and spearheaded the negotiations and efforts to free our kindred nations in Russia, yet decided to sit on its hands, impotently witnessing the re-establishment of the Russian order. Now, as a result of this passivity, several of these nations are facing eventual threat of extinction if their current demographic trends are not to be reversed. Yet, while the situation may seem dire, hope still remains, as with chaos emerges new order of things. The failed Russian special military operation has exposed the weakness of this has-been superpower to the whole world, and thus Kremlin's hand has been forced to take more drastic measures to save face than they initially intended. Partial mobilization has been announced by Putin this week, and with it, a whole new can of worms has been opened as a result. Sure, the Ukrainian situation could possibly be resolved with additional 300,000 even conscriptoviches. But then again, this may as well be just the needed kick in the door that results in the eventual crashing down of this whole rotten structure. Only time will tell what opportunities raise their heads with this current development, and until then, we need to remain vigilant and prepared for it, lest we want to repeat the same mistakes over and over again. With this in mind, we can only as individual peoples mostly remain patient, while hoping for the best and preparing for the worst. I end my speech in these words: long live the free nations of post-Russia, glory to the brave soldiers fighting the Muscovite hordes on the rightfully Ukrainian soil right now, and death to the criminal regime of Kremlin. Thank you very much for inviting me here. I hope for a good rest of the conference for you all participating today.
Thank you. Небольшой вывод, что
Linus's words have told us that what started our forum, the fact that the free republics will be, well, it will be very difficult for them to exist independently. So, for example, the proposal of Finland that they would take care of the future Karelia or the Moksha Republic. This is fantastic. It's wonderful, and I would like to pass the floor to Andrei Karachkin, who is a representative of Ichkeria. It is a huge experience for me to speak in this room where the truth was spoken by the Solidarity members. I would like to thank Anna Fotyga for helping organize this forum. As a representative of Ichkeria, I would like to say that our country, well, we've never been a part of Russian Federation. We have left Soviet Union before the country called Russian Federation appeared. So our presence here, or my presence here, is caused by the fact that we want to support our friends, the nations which inhabit Russia, to provide them security or to enable them to provide their own security, since we have this Moscow neighbor, and this monster will always be a threat to us. So our the Ichkerian nations of Caucasus will always help you. Our soldiers are in Ukraine on the first line. They are fighting for Ukraine, and these are our citizens of Ichkeria. Our Prime Minister and the head of the Defense Committee has just returned from Kiev, where he personally met our soldiers, and we keep doing everything for Ukraine to win. This is our main job, main task. I would like to move on to the issue which pertains to me personally. I am in charge of information in our government, and I think that there are a few issues which we should consider at this forum and to see who our enemy is. For Chechens, the question doesn't exist. Moscow is our enemy, and we've been fighting with them for as long as we remember, and we'll keep fighting for our freedom until the very end. And I do support all initiatives that are presented here at the forum to create the national governments abroad, but each government has a very important component, the information support. Without information services, well, we shouldn't be scared of the word propaganda. Without the propaganda, there will be no government. So who do we meet? When we meet this Russian propaganda, Moscow propaganda, which keeps being active and keeps fighting for the existence of the empire. So how was the system developed? After the Soviet Union collapsed, there was a period of chaos and chaotic establishment of various journalists' organizations. It lasted for a very short time, and Yeltsin's group monitored it very closely. So before 1992, before the turnover and before creating the democratic parliament, the first president of Russia or his group organized this event, and it was an information platform. If you investigate it kind of physically, you will see how the editorial offices were established. For example, the new newspaper, Nova Gazeta, was established in 1993. The previous NTV, also in 1993, Niezawistna Gazeta was also re-registered in 1993. It all happened in April in Moscow. This happened in January 1993. It all happened to ensure the success of the turnover in the country, and since then nothing has changed. People who used to work for these units, well, they keep forming this journalism. They are part of the journalism. They've divided to two camps, two sectors. There's the national sector and the liberal sector. The national ones work in the first channel. They are the most known ones. And most of them at some point were liberal journalists when they were working for Yeltsin's regime. And the smaller group, well, this is one of the same imperial system, another element, the liberal journalism, which moved to the West. Well, Venediktov is a symbol here of this kind of journalist. You know that he is a propaganda machine from Gazprom, a journalist for the Echo of Moscow. He walks around Riga now with Mansky, a famous director, and he keeps speaking about Ukraine. And in Ukraine, there are cases against collaborators, teachers who were sent to Ukraine to introduce this Russian myth. And we know that they are endangered with sentences, with penal sentences. And what did he say to Mansky? What does he think about the teachers? And he says very simple words. Well, it's as if we helped the dogs. So, for example, some pain medication. The teachers who came to the occupied territories are like a painkiller for those who have already been killed, the hundreds of Ukrainians who have already been killed. And this is all you need to know about this person. This is a collective portrait of these people. In 1993, when all the media were being created, after the turnover was organized, and Yeltsin met, well, I use Yeltsin as a kind of sign. It's also obviously about the whole group of people who were at power then in Kremlin, and they met with certain difficulties, certain problems. This happened during the first Russian and Chechenian war in 1995. These people who were already creating a group which supported the government felt uncomfortable, and they started expressing their dissatisfaction with the structures of the government. And in December 1994, just before Grozny was bombed, Yeltsin announced that, well, without Chechenian money, there are some media in Russia. And in 1995, when Russian soldiers appeared, well, and there were their bodies in Grozny and eaten by dogs because the Russian army cannot do anything else. They just leave their dead behind. The same happens in Ukraine now. But this was a closed session of the parliament where a famous Russian director announced that in Grozny a document was found in Glishano's office. It was bombarded by Russians, so he wrote to Dudayev, our first president, that the payment, the fee, well, the Russian journalist would get $1 million, and he would like to get another $1 million to pay the journalists. So this was the signal to to punish the journalists who did not agree with this situation. We all know that Anna Politkowska, who was murdered, writes in her diary that almost 200 Russian journalists were named, the ones who wrote about Chechnya war, and only 20 of them supported Russian government. So it turns out that all of us are traitors to Russian government. This is how they were presented. And then this whole phenomena was named the First Information War. And during this First Information War, the authorities performed the first clearing. For example, it happens in Ukrainian or Chechenian villages now, and this was what happened to the journalists. So the Russian media, from that time, they've been filtrated or penetrated a few times until 2000. There were two, and in 1996, when Yeltsin wanted to be elected again, vote with your heart or you will lose. This was their motto. And then again, this happened. And Berezovsky participated in it, and he bought the assets of all free media. 19 journalists were killed, and a part of the journalists were bought off, and many of them just decided to subordinate themselves to the authorities. So now, if there is even one journalist who, well, there is not even one journalist who is able to speak the truth, because after this very, very long penetration, there isn't even one person like this left. So I would like to address European institutions to make them understand this. I'm not saying that any European commissions will be able to change that they will be able to change their views and they would stop the so-called good Russians. This is a dream, but this is impossible. I would like to propose for the European structures to take a broader look at it and to support the other part of the journalists as well. They are present in the regions of Russian Federation. For example, in Karelia, there are young people who can work, who have never been a part of the Kremlin journalists group. And if you support them, at least morally, but it would also be good to support them financially. They get some grants, they get many funds. So this is how they function. So by helping them, we could see who would effectively pursue and support this pro-Kremlin journalism in the West. Young people are able to create a new sense, to work in a different way. Well, they will soon die out. They will not leave anything after them. They've never raised the young generation. They don't have any successors. Nobody will replace them. They are not this dangerous. Yes, I agree with those who spoke before me that this is a system which attempts to take roots here in Europe, but they are not that dangerous. We need to help fresh, new people. And I would like to propose for us to try to create a section or open a discussion on how to help, how to support this information war, so that it's not just speaking for the sake of speaking. We should conduct some particular action, help particular people, help them develop, help their creative potential develop, because only creative people can do something the way it should be done now, and not the way it is done with the experience of the 30-year-old lie. This will help find the proper attitude, and the new governments which will be formed in the regions do need media. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andrei Karachkin, for your contribution, and thank you for stressing yet again not abstract things about those electable Russians who, well, unfortunately, the Russians seem to believe that towards the end of this forum we can support those voices from within Russia which are capable of possibly tearing this regime apart from within. And now we're being joined by Mr. Bukreyev, a Russian citizen, a soldier of the Azov battalion. Unfortunately, Yaromir Bukreyev cannot connect. I hope we could possibly give him the floor later. Why don't we move on to the next speaker, Mr. Artur Anklainen, a representative of Suomen Sotilatat. Good afternoon. He's a popularizer of Finno-Ugric cultures. He represents a Finno-Ugric movement, a representative of Finno-Ugric nations, and I'm very grateful to the nation of the Polish allowing us and giving us a platform to hold this forum. What's been said by the four speakers, it's a nation which is well aware of what Bolshevism is and really appreciates the fact that the Polish tried to support independence pursuit so that the Russian dragon doesn't bite anyone else again. Can we have the presentation running, please? Please launch the presentation. Everyone has spoken on this matter. What to do and what to do next. We wouldn't say how to do it. There are some facts which could be used so that we see this tragedy come to a successful end. The tragedy of us Finno-Ugric nations, it's been ongoing for thousands of years, since the extension of the Russian Empire, the so-called Ruski Mir, the Russian order. So majority of people, those who claim to be Russians, they say it's not a concept of blood, but of territory. And that's why they send people to war to kill children and die God knows for what. What are they fighting for? This is just incomprehensible. And the matter I would like to dwell on, it's a matter of blood in this matter. There is nothing more prominent and more important than our next of kin. What's been said by the four speakers from Finland and from the Ural, it's a matter of identity. We must understand what identity truly means, how ethnicity is different from nationality. It's a truly important question, as many a person don't really recognize or appreciate this law and right, what could stop the current situation in Ukraine and previously in Poland and the nations I represent. What ethnos is and how it's different from nationality. Ethnos and nationality are divided into two distinct terms: territory, the language, the culture, religion. and, most importantly, blood, i.e. the ethnic origin. Unfortunately, the people of Russia seem to have forgotten what blood and kinship means and who my forefathers are, forebears, and that's the key matter. And the Kremlin has been exploiting this, and the key factor, i.e. determination of the ethnos. So we seek out so that they know who they are when another commissar comes and holds them at the gunpoint and says, here, have your payroll, and go and kill another. And if you don't understand that you are not a representative of this nation, then you can say, "Niet, leave me alone." So what is ethnos? How is ethnos different from nationality? It all boils down to the blood, i.e. also self-determination. My message is we focus on the blood. The Finno-Ugric nations are bound together by kinship. A majority of speakers of Finno-Ugric nations. It's 25 million people globally. First and foremost, let's focus who the Russians are. Who can say that they are truly Russians? What are the Russian nations? When those appeared on the international stage, it was as late as the 1920s, but the very notion of nationality hadn't been used before. It was just a general adjective. It wasn't based on the ethnic factor. It was a major project launched by the Kremlin. It was a legacy of the Russian Empire. There was this Russian idea of the great Russia, and the Finno-Ugric nations were pulled to Russia by its sheer gravity. The Finno-Ugric groups had been there much sooner before the European nations, those northern peoples that had arrived from Eurasia. This matter has never been particularly studied by Russian scholars. It was of no interest to them to delve into the details. They didn't really worry much about this skeleton of this Russian ideal. And what does it mean, the Russian nation? Russia as a notion was born, and any Slavic experts can consider this matter and notice that the Slavs, or the Slavic group and cultural group, they're not bound by blood, they fled from a territory and they settled as a union of tribes, and Russian nations were included in that. It's a matter which isn't very often researched. It is said that 80% of persons, and it has been stressed that the ethnic majority is the Russian person. But who is this Russian person, and why 80% across 1,000 years is 80% or yields 80% of Russians? Were there fewer births amongst the Finno-Ugric peoples? Or perhaps the dominating nations had much higher birth rate. I have no idea what the source of this phenomenon could possibly be. Now, if we consider demographic data, we see dwindling actually birth rate amongst Finno-Ugric peoples, and currently The overall number of the representatives of the Finno-Ugric nations is quite insignificant, and there is an organization, CAFOME, who claim that no one is engaging in genocidal practices of us, and that people in the West would like us to feel under threat. There are statistics, and all could be verified, and the sources could just clearly show the dynamics of nations naturally dying out, and the actual death rate amongst such nations is that how does it happen? Do they go to war? They are killed off? How does it work? It means during censuses there is this cultural environment where we have specific culture and the language, which is Russian, which was cultivated under Russian culture, and the indigenous peoples spoke with a single language, which had become an international language, and now it is said that the language is the factor which determines ethnicity. We do not agree, because the language is just a tool of communication. Like English speakers, all the nations of Western Europe can communicate in English, but then retain their own national languages and their own identity. And after the first census, all those persons were listed as the so-called Great Russians. So they were earmarked as Russian nationals, following the religious criterion, not even the linguistic one. And then in the 1920s, they were not Great Russian citizens, but just Russians. And currently, if we consider the situation, more than 2/3 of any ethnic disputes and conflicts arise from this question of identity and how important the matter of identity is. A vast majority of ethnic conflicts all over the world take ethnicity as its fundamental source. And there are also some premises for such conflicts to occur. I wouldn't say that there is any sanction in place for such situations. We could slap sanctions on the economy, because people who have no idea about the economy, they don't know how not very dependent Russia is on foreign trade. We have those social, psychological factors. We have the matter of identity, and that people stop actually believing the administration in power. There's no reason to go shopping. There's very little support, and people could actually die of hunger. And the question then appears, why should I possibly support the Russian idea? What benefit does it carry, except for the fact that from Vladivostok to Finland we hold such vast territories? But what is it? What is there from me? Why should I pay my taxes for all those peoples? And my chief message is, that there aren't such people. Those who live abroad, they have this specific representation of who lives in Russia. In Russia now, local minorities are truly marginalized. All the nationalities which were the latest to leave this slave mentality, because enslaved people cannot think in other categories than imperialist ones. And 700 respondents have been surveyed, and those were the representatives of an opposition group, and even those persons support the ethnic conflict, as they say in Ukraine. Yesterday they would speak of Ukrainians as brothers and sisters, but now they wholeheartedly support Putin's policies. And if we speak of such factors and invoke such factors, currently we've been in touch with representatives of a variety of groups, and my key message is that people should start considering their roots and try to rediscover their origin. And this could be the question, why and what for all this is happening? Because when you remember that there was a moksh, an erza in the family, a Karelian, and it's true information. Those are the kith and kin. Why should they name themselves Russian? Why should they go and engage in actual criminal atrocities against another nation? And I think this is my main message. Thank you. Thank you very much, Artur Anklainen, for stressing that the national values will never be equal to such imperialist leanings. Mr. Jaromir, can you hear us now?
We cannot hear you. There's no sound. Can you hear me? Praise to the heroes. Can you hear me? Please speak. Perfect. You have the connection. And I would like to introduce a small correction. I think that everything is very important here, yes. I am Azov, but well, I'm not part of the Azov now, but I would like to speak about the fact that on the 24th of February, I received the information about the war in Belgium. We all gathered there and went to Ukraine immediately. On the 27th, we crossed the border. We reached Kiev, and there, well, it happened this way via various routes. We went through Obukov. And once we reached Kiev, we understood that we could not get through to Mariupol, and it was impossible, and it was not necessary. So we had to work in Kiev. For 4 months, I worked in the special forces in the Kiev Oblast. And currently, I'm in a different country, so I'm receiving treatment. I understand that I have 10 minutes. What would you like to find out about me? What else? Because I don't know. I don't know to whom I'm talking. I only understand that we must find a common cause and to collaborate as far as we can to to achieve our common goal. I hope we have a common goal. So we are talking about dismantling the Russian Empire in the right way, so that the imperial and Nazi stories could not happen again. This, well, my opinion is very clear. We have to liquidate the Russian Federation in such a way that threats don't come from this area to kill off other nations and other countries. How to do it? Well, there are many paths. We need to discuss, we need to reach some conclusions, because there is an opinion. According to my documents, I'm a Russian Federation citizen, but I consider myself a Ukrainian. I have a full right to do it. The country that I fought for is Ukraine and the Ukrainian nation. So, well, it's because I am Ukrainian ethnically. The previous generations of my ancestors have passed on information on our heritage, and it reached me. But I wasn't wondering whether we were Russians or Ukrainians or some other nations. Nobody in my surroundings even considered it, and we thought that we had a single nation. And the events from the last 10 or 8.5 years, well, I realized that well, you can see what's happening. The nation which, or the people which call themselves and name themselves as Russians, they have no attitude towards Ukrainians, and you understand it very well. We will not waste time on this. Well, what else would I like to say? There's been an opinion, and it's still maintained, that Russia should liberate itself. So, for the price of the Ukrainian lives, and I don't believe we even have such a possibility that Ukraine keeps liberating Russians. Right now, I'm being treated in Lithuania, and I can see what's going on every day, and the numbers of Russian Federation citizens come here to European Union, and they cry, they tell stories, they are happy to be free. But why would I talk to them? Some guy who could take a machine gun, and why doesn't he liberate himself? Why doesn't he go out into the street? Why doesn't he and his neighbors and his family go into the streets and stop this? The people, the individuals, for example, those who go to some protests and who hold some transparents. Well, these are just individuals. It shouldn't be this way. And now we can hear them saying, "Okay, join us. Let's do some work among Russians." Yes, we will. We know what to do, but there will be very little response because they keep escaping from there. Maybe some will consider this offensive. They are running away as if they were rats on a sinking ship. They go to Georgia, to Indonesia, to India, to Lithuania. But who are they running from? Who needs you here? Well, those who believe they are Russians, well, they cannot do anything. Those who are on that side. Complete dehumanization of the name of Russians has happened, and the Yakuza people, and they chase our people. The women are crying out, and they go in a very humble way. I don't want to waste time. Many Russians are scared about certain things. For example, the collapse of the Russian Empire. Is it realistic? But what are they scared of? Nothing scary will happen. They've never had their own national state. So, well, why should we think about it? Why should we care? I think that this should happen objectively, and this is fair and just. It should be done painlessly, maybe even very small states, republics, for example, like Chechnya or Dagestan or Bashkiria, maybe such republics or republics of Caucasia should be established. They should painlessly painlessly leave Russia, and they should become independent the same way as Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, or the Baltic republics were created. For example, like in the Far East. Well, and well, when there is a separate republic or a place where Russians live, well, I think that they will recall where their roots are, where they come from. Most of them have come from Ukraine, from um, from the Dnipro River areas. And Siberia, well, this empty area with very few inhabitants and the huge natural resources, it could become something similar to the American Wild West. What do I think? I think that the that people from all over the world could settle here. These are infinite areas. They are huge. And the vampire who is there drinking the blood and holding the power of the Russian Federation, they are selling it to China. What else could we call it? Please draw your conclusions. You know very well that the main exporter of wood is China. Where do they get so much of it? It's just sold by these criminals. What else? If we talk about Ural, why we couldn't allow or support a republic being formed? I don't know what it would be called, the Ural Republic or something similar. And the natural resources there are just unlimited, and they will the people, the inhabitants will provide the new settlers with some resources. The same could happen in Altai. It could divide itself, or it could exist thanks to tourism. This is a beautiful place, beautiful tourist area. What else have we got? Novosibirsk. It could remain the administrative center of Siberia. This area could be managed directly by the UN. It would be protected by the UN forces. All these issues of Ural or Siberia, we will discuss that on the 30th of October. One more question for you as a Kuban-born person. Well, my opinion is that until now, Kuban, well, ethnically, it has 80% of people who ethnically come from Ukraine. So the roots go back to Ukraine. And I think that in these centers so far the people speak Ukrainian there, and I would like this land to be given to Ukraine. There are some opinions today, like we don't want anything foreign here. We will chase the Russians out and we will have a good life here. But Kuban is Ukraine, and the Stavropol country as well. Another issue is, well, people say that there are some weird, spoiled people, spoiled by communism and Putin's propaganda, and this whole group or special forces. I think that if these people return to their own information space, to their own media, the young people there are pretty thoughtless. They have been thoughtless for quite a long time, and they also despise the villains who hold the power in Russia. Yes, and as a representative of Ichkeria, I would like to say that as Chechens, we've never been a part of the Russian Federation, and our 4 battalions are together with you in Ukraine. We've never been a part of the Russian Federation. We are an independent country with its own government. And all of this is Ichkeria, and praise to the heroes and Ukraine. Thank you very much. Yes, I agree. We will stay in touch. Death to the enemies. Do you know what they say here? They say glory to the nation, death to the Russian Federation. The first and the second multinational panel will be finished by I would like to say, well, I've written down some 3 blocks of what I would like to say, and these are quotes of today's speeches. And the quotes, what was said are, for 100 years, the Russian nation has been killed because they go to war to kill. The second thing, a peaceful collapse of Russia is impossible because Russians hate one another. And the international government, well, who would rule it? Well, why 100 years? The nation goes to war to be killed. Haven't there been the genocides of Novgorod or Kazan? We are in Poland. Wasn't there the slaughter of Warsaw which was organized by, well, the whole Russian Federation history is a history of permanent genocides. Bucha or Irpin or other stories that we hear now, well, this was not born during the Soviet times. Decommunization or removing or the Sovietization, well, the hordes, when the hordes are liquidated, then we will be able to speak of the new Russia. Kremlin's goal is to consider everyone Russians. Yes, whenever the hordes approached new countries or cities, you could either give up, surrender, and there would be no slaughter, and they could go on further. And if you refuse, as my colleague said previously, you crossed the very thin borderline, and you could, even if no matter what your ethnicity, you could be Georgian, Ukrainian, or Jewish, you became a member of the horde. you've denied everything that was previously your heritage, and you are with them, and this is still the goal of Russia. A peaceful collapse of Russia is impossible because Russians hate one another. Yes, Russians, Russians themselves, Ivan, who doesn't know his own origins, yes, they hate one another, but there are other ethnicities, regional communities, who know their origins and who understand the differences and what distinguishes them from the crowd that surrounds them. And this might be a factor, a stabilizing factor. And from what I can see, what was created here, for example, this Free Nations Forum, the effectiveness of the work in regions and mutual coordination, well, this um, um, uh, whether there will be a very bloody end to Russia depends on this, and it is done, it is already done, and we should discuss borders, for example, borders between neighbors. It's very important. Will the borders be like today, or will they be different? My colleague talked about Kuban. Said that they are Ukrainians by origin, and in his view, it should go to Ukraine. I'm Ukrainian, but I don't think so, because the Turkeys used to live there and they still live there, but they have been slaughtered. 40,000 were left of 2 million. So Kuban and the Turkish people should discuss it all and should find a solution. And the earlier we start solving the problems, the fewer problems we will have in the future. The West has a different attitude now. At our previous forum, I said that American Congress, well, in June, last week, General Ruben Hodges, the previous commanding officer of the NATO forces in Europe, said that the West shouldn't allow the collapse to look as the Soviet Union's collapse, because it was, well, so practically there already are some preliminary plans, and when it comes to Russian collapse being impossible, where there's always a war involved, but there already is a war going on. War doesn't need to be in Russia. There's a war between Russia and Ukraine. And if you look at it, and if you make it our war, then we have shared goals. And taking into account the risks that I have mentioned before, well, all of this might not involve bloody fights in Russia, only between Russia and Ukraine. And in my opinion, this keeps going on because the World War II, in my opinion, hasn't been ended. Hitler's second ally, well, there was one there was the denazification and some punishments, but the system remained untouched, and the system kept working, kept well, the West wasn't attacked thanks to the existence of NATO, and the Soviet Union also attacked its allies like Hungary or Czechoslovakia. And it didn't, but it wouldn't attack NATO members, because so that's why it should turn out the same for Russia as it did for Germany. We must destroy this ally. It should be de-Russified. Maybe 1 year ago I wouldn't say it, but Putin's Russia hasn't left any choice for Ukrainians. They are our neighbors, and our neighbors want our death. That's why there is no room for compromise. We have only one option. We can either die or win. And our victory is your victory. So the perspective of what we are talking about at the forum, this is, well, this must happen. And all of this, the catastrophe is coming. And the last block, international government, this is quite general. That would help the plans be efficient. Russia should be governed externally, but who would govern it? As an option, I would say, please don't laugh. Please don't laugh. I will name the organization the United Nations. Maybe the organization is dead, but it could be reincarnated. The Secretariat, the Economic Council, the Council for Care, the Security Council. They prepared the previous ex-colonies to become independent countries, so to prepare the administrative structure. And I will not talk about the details, but this council is no longer working, but the countries, all the countries, the lands which have left previous empires and now they are independent, well, they've become independent, and that's why the council no longer exists. It was also impossible to reform it. But this could be the path. And the last one, how to speed up the victory. Well, Ukraine, I will not speak about it. Ukraine is already doing this, and the West is helping. All of this is normal, but what else could we do? The US Congress addressed 2 months ago, it addressed put forward a proposal to fight terrorism. It happened, the department secretary spoke about this procedure, and the US would be forced to introduce sanctions for its allies. But now in Congress there is a bill to consider Russia a sponsor of terrorism. So if this happens, well, the Congress will meet after the vacation now, and I think that they will accept it. So if Russia is defined as a terrorism sponsor, then all the sanctions will have to be put into force. But I think that Russia keeps doing all of this. Well, this is not, it doesn't sponsor terrorists. This is just terrorism. The arguments in the bill, in this American bill, well, it has to be accepted because the arguments favor are in favor of the fact that Russia is a terrorist country which engages in terrorism. So we must define it as a terrorist country. Well, what will the benefits of this be? There's never been such a status before, but there wasn't a status of terrorism sponsor either. If Russia is a terrorist country, then the algorithm of the actions taken towards such a country is completely different. So, for example, as to Al Qaeda, so the bosses should either be liquidated or arrested. So the three elements, international governance, collapse, or considering Russia a terrorist country, this would solve the problems which will be considered at the second panel. Thank you very much, sir. Yes, we will reflect on at the fourth or fifth forum or in October and in December. In November, we will consider the proper dismantlement of Siberia, and in December, how we should work towards the smallest losses and as little blood as possible. If somebody wants to comment or ask a question, please do.
Thank you very much for all the panels that have taken place to date. And despite the fact that I have missed some of the contributions, I kept having the feed as I was working on other of my engagements. I have also listened in on your contributions. As an MEP representing this land of Pomerania, I have to respond to one matter, and I apologize for doing that. But I would just like to explain some matters. It has been heralded that in the occupied territories, within the territory of Ukraine, the Russian Federation was going to hold sham referendums. You are well aware under what conditions this has been ongoing and what had happened in those territories before, what deportations of Ukrainian people have taken place, and what number of children have been carried out into the Russian Federation, children deemed to be orphans and illegally handed over for adoption. In this matter, at the European Parliament, over any partisan divisions and approved by the 5 key political groups, we have adopted a very strong-worded resolution which describes this practice. And I would like to comment on one of the contributions by Mr. Vasily Kurkov, who described the historical state on the land where we are. Tomorrow I will be participating in Spengavsk in official ceremonies were a few days after the outbreak of World War II by Germany. There was an entire act of complete cleansing of Polish nationals. Those were children, doctors, mentally ill, the clergy, everyone. The entire Pomeranian crime over just a few, up to a dozen days. The number of its victims is estimated at 60,000 persons. So this is the first matter. In this area, a plebiscite has never been held, a referendum, because the ethnic peoples of this voivodeship are Kashubians and Kochevians. Pomerania, under the Treaty of Versailles, was awarded to Poland because Kashubians, simple Kashubians, went to Paris, the ethnic minorities, and they transmitted it successfully to the diplomacy of the world, what the situation is like and what the will of the ethnic peoples of this territory. And as a Polish MEP to the European Parliament representing this land, please demonstrate sensitivity. I understand that being a political refugee in Germany, you must be bombarded with a certain narrative, but this land has actually seen a lot of bloodshed, and I, as an MEP, must respond to such comments. Please introduce yourself. And my question is to all the guests of this forum, and it's fantastic that we have interpreters here. Of course, there is a little bit of criticism, especially with the lack of proposals with regard to action points. What to do? And what to do, because at the end of the first half of the day it was said again who was going to rule. If it's the correct course of action or not, but I'd just like to state that if you would like to do anything, we do, because I am part of this group. We need to do something. For instance, in the matter of international administration, I have heard that there is this uniformity or unanimosity, so let's write the first letter to Brussels whereby we sign such a letter. And also a small item of homework or takeaway for me: we must approach somebody. Don't just say do it, we need to get active ourselves. We need to address specific people. Are you going to sign a letter that I will draft to support us in creating bodies of international administration with the contribution of other persons? And why don't you draft such a letter and I'll do it? Convening a body is not particularly representative, because many persons represent themselves here. I'm not adverse to the very idea to engage in communication, because you represent your own peoples. Yeah, great. Would you sign such a letter to create a body of international administration in the current Russian Federation? Please don't hold me at gunpoint, first and foremost. First and foremost, I cannot sign it because I'm a representative of Ukraine and I have nothing against Russian. If such international administration is there, only if Russia falls apart, but in matters of international administration, this matter seems insoluble for now. Speaking also of the wording of such a letter to Brussels, it's a European Union body, or would you like to send it to NATO, and what are they supposed to do with it? Always, if there's an initiative, if you brainstorm for solutions, you need some time to consider the outcome. I'm not really discounting this idea wholesale, but you must specify the target, the objective. If we all sit down, have a think together, and it's not about killing time, but we would just like to minimize any risks that are inherent to such ideas. Thank you very much. I could reply to your question. This idea is not entirely reasonable. Similar to the four speakers. Specifically, I don't understand what we would possibly write. Like, why don't we take a small step first? We know who we are supposed to implore for help in terms of the information and support of our colleagues. Me, as an Inshkiria representative, we have different history. We are not part of Russia, but we are ready to support you with our experience and know-how and skills. But we do need such support, be it with information war. This is one of the toughest fronts of what's going on. We cannot be holding people at gunpoint in this room. Please excuse the mode of this question. I'm just talking about marketing and marketing of a project. And we also need to sit down and think where to start. I've never drafted letters to organizations. We seem to be engaging in a lengthy discussion, but we've said already that it is a personal responsibility of all the representatives and all those who would like, of the nations that would like to be freed and that have been enslaved, and we have many such representatives, and we cannot focus on some minor matters. What to write about and to whom, and exactly requesting for what. And now please excuse us, but lunch awaits. Good afternoon. I've come from Serbia. My name is Stanislav, and I've lived in Serbia for 10 years. Before, I'd lived in Novosibirsk for 45 years. It's a question from a friend of mine, and it was a very interesting question because I believe it's specific radical mode of action that we must, perhaps may have to engage in. Our group, Ukrainians, Belarusians, Serbs, we've all spoke out against the war, and we created a group and we held anti-war rallies. And initially, we did that on the internet and via Facebook. We encountered a lot of criticism, and pro-Russian groups in Serbia started pressurizing us into subservience and said that if any Russian migrants at Serbia, if they don't support Russian mass media, if they speak out against the Russian media in Serbia, they'll be deported to Russia. And the Minister of Internal Affairs made that statement, and then we convened as a group, and we decided to sign an open letter to the Minister of Internal Affairs of Serbia to explain if he has made such a statement or not. We have drafted this letter, signed it, and disseminated it with all the media in Serbia, and we received an answer from Mr. Minister on the following day that that was a non-est, and that everyone who has come can enjoy the freedom of speech on any matter as long as it's not illegal. Because we've been granted a specific refugee status, and that allowed us to take a small, but perhaps not such a small step. And that's why I've decided to support my colleague that by convening our forum, we must also take decisions that we must actually declare internationally. Yes, I do agree with you, and I'm in solidarity with you, but moving on, at the end of this forum, we are going to sign a resolution first and foremost. The group is interesting, and initially I was part of the group, and initially I was quite apprehensive because they said Serbia is a pro-Putin country, but that's enough about the group. Speaking of the proposal that's been floated, perhaps Madam Fotyga is going to correct me, but I'm 96% convinced that such a letter would yield no results. Well, you reside in Serbia, and you wrote to the Minister of Internal Affairs in Serbia. No, perhaps you hold citizenship, and this is his duty and his function, and he must respond. And what are international organizations? They are just international in name. Those are intergovernment organizations, just simply. So they only accept decisions based on initiatives which come from governments, be it the United Nations or the European Commission. Those are intergovernment organizations. If we sign such a letter, who will read it? We can actually draft such a letter, and we can keep sending them to the Cosmodrome at Baikonur, and we could say then, okay, we've done it. But it will have no effect whatsoever, as it was said in the Bible. You will recognize them by the fruit. I'm afraid it will not bear any fruit whatsoever, such activity. Ina Karachkin. What's just been said, these are offshoots from offshoots from offshoots from offshoots. Why don't we focus on general matters so that we don't get lost in the details? Because we have some common denominators, and some people keep pulling this small actual duvet in their own direction, but we need to focus on the actual hotbed of evil. Ladies and gentlemen, this is how we conclude the first panel. We have 20 minutes to have lunch, and we should reconvene at 3:15 with the second panel of the day, where we're going to talk about general algorithms. Thank you very much, and enjoy your recess.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три. Uno, due, quattro. Раз. Раз. Да, можно начинать. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Dzień dobry Państwo.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Вітаю, шановні друзі. Вибачте, але будемо розмовляти російською.
Is everyone in their seats? Please do join us. Can we start? Good afternoon. Welcome back. My name is Ina Karachkina, and I am the producer of the Ishkere News channel. I represent the Prime Minister of the Chechnyan Republic in exile. I am a Ukrainian who was born in Georgia in the third generation. I am a citizen of Ichkeria. It's not simple. I would like to emphasize some common points which seem to be key in the understanding between all of us. I would like to discuss the principles, the necessities, but we all agree that we must fight Putin's regime, Putin's violent regime. Is it enough? I don't believe so. This is insufficient because we need to see the entire picture and discuss the key elements. And in my opinion, what has happened to us, well, we failed to understand that democratic Russia, which occurred after the collapse of the Soviet Union, did not stop being an aggressor from the very first day of its existence. And it started its colonial wars again. On the 31st of December of 1991, Boris Yeltsin, the president, he was already the president of the independent democratic country. He threatened my first president that if he didn't sign a new agreement with Kremlin, Russian troops would enter Tbilisi, and the president declined, and the troops entered Tbilisi. Tbilisi had experience from 1989 when troops were brought from Afghanistan, and they killed with pleasure, as Zelensky said. They stopped cars, they kept women and children. They would beat people and yelled at them. You wanted freedom. So with Gorbachev it was better, but with Yeltsin it changed, and the praised Democrat of Yeltsin in 1992 spoke in the American Congress and promised that the war was ended. And in the meantime, our president, whom we liked a lot, they abandoned him and started the civil war. So instead of him, we got a new president, Edward Shevardnadze, who was a member of the communist mafia. And for decades, Georgia was immersed in war, darkness, murders. We lived in ruins. Our cities were deprived of life. And now everybody is outraged at what Kremlin propaganda is doing, but it was the same with us when the favorite of all audiences, Parfyonov, came to Tbilisi, and he spoke to Georgians and the international community that the Georgians didn't want the previous president, but they wanted a different one, and this was the worst propaganda. And at that time, the Georgian television was closed down, and it spoke the truth. So since the occupation began, they stopped telling the truth. And the previous president was a big problem for them. Do you know that in February of 1992, during a press conference, two presidents had this conference? Okay, there are two people who know about this conference. So at this conference, Zviazgansa and Kurdia, Ichkeria accepted him, and they addressed the entire world and the United Nations to stop Russia, because Russia had already started a new imperialist war. And if Georgians were not prepared for that, in Ichkeria, there were people who were prepared for that. In 1994, again, this great Democrat Yeltsin signed an order to introduce the constitutional order in Chechnya and brought the troops. Ichkeria, well, since 1991, it was an independent country. It adopted the constitution, and nobody had any doubts as to the fact that it was independent. But in 1993, all the delegations came there and said and were happy to see the independent Ichkeria. And then a representative of Ukraine addressed the Americans. Please note that you are feeding a monster which will eat you as well. And then Boris Yeltsin brought his troops and his constitutional order. And in December 1994, at night, Grozny was bombed, and it was no different than the bombing of Mariupol. So in the first war, a lot of people were killed, but the Chechenian people won in 1996. Peace treaty was signed. Then in Kremlin, there was a parliamentary election, and we were named as an independent country. And now at the United Nations site, there is this agreement in England, in English. It was published. And in 1999, they breached this agreement. So this is also addressed to the Ukrainians. Look what the peace with Russia means. They agree to all the conditions, but they always come back. And in 1999, when the successor of Yeltsin, Putin, addressed Chechnya and the catastrophe began. Ichkeria is occupied. Now it is an occupied territory. And on the 24th of February, a Russian liberal educated class, which escaped into the West, well, I think that this class should understand that this is still the same element of the same chain. They say that they are the victims of a violent regime. They were hiding all of this. And there was another point in 2008. No, in the early 2006, Saakashvili was the president of Georgia, and he started his term of office in a country which was full of crime, very poor, and he developed it greatly between 2006 and 2008. And in 2008, the attack or the psychological and economic pressure began, and they attacked Georgia again. So everybody kept saying that this was the attack of the crazy Saakashvili who attacked Russia, and everybody would agree with that. Russians, liberals, Democrats, don't they understand this? Don't they understand what happened? Maybe they are childish or underdeveloped. They look the other way. They don't see their own guilt. This is the main question. So now the people who, since the 26th of February, moved to the West and who were accepted by Western institutions and organizations, well, there was no consensus and no discussion. So these people, as the representatives of liberal thought. Does anybody need them or not? And if you ask me, I would answer the question. These people are to blame, they have the same blame as Putin and the Russian nation. They are to blame for Ukrainians dying in Ukraine, and the Russian Democrats or liberals allow themselves to put themselves to make themselves victims, just as Ukrainians who have to bury their children in their own gardens. They want to propose. I want to propose that Europeans and Americans change their attitude towards the Russians. I would like them to take a more rational approach. They should take a look at the commanding officers or the governments of the new countries. It will start again. There will be another deception. The West will be deceived again. So what are the different perspectives on the problem? I would like to announce the general subject, the peace scenario of a controlled secession of the new country in the Baltic area and the post-Russian area. The first thing is building a new collective security architecture in the Baltic and Scandinavian region as a component of the global Euro-Atlantic system. I would like to introduce the Minister of the Foreign Affairs and the head of the President's office and an MP of the Polish Parliament and the European Parliament. Welcome, Madam Minister. I would also like to ask on stage the president of the Lithuanian Military Institute, Andrus Armanis. And then representative of Ukrainian, Oleg Dudov. Oleg Duda. And an opposition member, Russian opposition member. The only one who voted against Crimea being incorporated to Russia. So I would like to give the floor to the Minister Anna Fotyga.
Now, during this panel, I'll rather speak English eventually. Many of you may grasp directly my words because unfortunately Polish is not so well understood in our group. Inna, thank you for presentation of history of Ichkeria and fight in 90s, and also the history of cruelty and genocide that happened during that time to people of Ichkeria. Also, thank you for reminding us about recent decades of history of Georgia that is so close to me. Actually, both countries are very close to me. I was privileged to host Prime Minister Ahmed Zakayev in the European Parliament. It was quite an event. I would say, although some of the MPs were afraid of this, but I think it was very important to remind members of the European Parliament and representatives of institutions of history. We should learn lessons of history, yet it looks quite difficult and painful. And after the Cold War time and in particular after collapse of the Soviet Union, physical collapse, because in my opinion, ideologically, meaning really meaningful educational work among society and deeply rooted necessity to get rid of the Stalin's legacy is still not there, and to the contrary, there is certain glorification of Stalin methods and Stalin era. Sometimes, from time to time, I even see similarities in approach, even certain, how to say, psychology of this, the ways of imposing threat on international community and to push a certain way. Topic of our panelist poignant, but I would like to stress it very clearly, that lessons from both Ichkeria and contemporary or recent decades of Georgian history show that we should get rid of naivety in the collective West, in perception of Russian Federation. I think that the imperial attitude and ways to some extent resembling colonial policies, but much more cruel. Even in those attitudes are still there, and we cannot accept deliberations how to end the war in Ukraine, how to achieve quick peace, even eventually with certain concessions from the side of Ukraine, of course, because no Russian concessions are feasible and discussed. In my opinion, and surely it is the perception of closest neighbors of Ukraine, and remember also countries that were subjects or territories, areas of free world that were also subject of Russian blackmail in December 2021. Because it was not only threatening the war on Ukraine with massive armaments on borders of Ukraine, and troops stationed there long months, but also there were certain provisions concerning countries that not so long ago joined the EU and NATO, in particular Baltic states and countries like Poland, others in the region. Actually, the pressure was on the collective in particular, I would say, Old West, so the old NATO membership and EU membership, to return to the time before 1997. So actually abandoning any notion of strengthening our whole region in resilience, in defensive efforts facing Russian challenges. Of course, there were, I would say, in effect of this, there are other threats, because then there is Georgia as important partners, both within the EU and NATO format. There is Moldova, naturally. There is Ukraine with whole range of requirements, pressure on the status of Ukraine. And actually, everything was dependent on Ukraine's will to fight. It is unbelievable, the motivation, morale and will of Ukrainian people to defend their country, to push aggressor out of Ukraine's territory, despite not only threats, but real atrocities happening there. Remember that during first days of invasion, full-scale invasion, there were experts' presumptions of eventual 3 days, if 10 days, it may be might change the overall balance. It is much over 200 days, with atrocities, with genocide, war crimes, mass deportations, millions of people forcefully deported to territory of Russian Federation, including kids, as I told. There are experts and institutions counting number of kids forcefully deported to 500,000 or even over this, and then illegally considered orphans and adopted. You know, we know this since time of Second World War, also Russian aggression, but much more from German occupation of Poland and kids of Zamojszczyzna, kids that were stolen from Poland and their parents, and we've never received them back. So our preoccupation is now as well how to help Ukraine regain control over those kids. There are not only appeals, we think it's pressure is needed, not only to push Russia out, and not only pressure, arms, and real support. Here in Poland, we are, despite threats and dangers, we are most probably the hub for international support. And all of our countries, all neighbors of Ukraine are now advocates speaking about necessity to keep tough and real support in terms of arms, finances, in kind, but also political support. That is why I'm really happy to help organize this conference here on Polish territory in my beloved Gdańsk. I used to live here my whole life, childhood and adult life, long adult life. Already generations of my family are here. I would like to see Poland being really closely connected to whole region and bringing, like in the spirit of first Solidarność Congress, bringing those who want their independent and free statehood, being it already independent, but not fully sovereign under huge Russian pressure and Russian influence, all still living as, spiritually speaking, colonies within the Russian Federation, to bring them to free world. And free world not counting on keeping business with Russian Federation as usual after, let's say, dirty peace overheads of Ukrainians. Nothing is possible like this because of Ukrainians' resilience. And actually, thanks to Ukrainians, whole our region is elevated and raising in power and in meaning within international community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would like to remind one thing, that Lech Kaczynski was the person who was on the meeting in Tbilisi in August 2008, and his words were today Georgia, tomorrow Ukraine, then Baltic countries, and then my country, Poland, maybe. And in 2009, here in Westerplatte, he was a conflict with Putin. It was, now in internet you cannot find, in Russian internet, you cannot find these words, how Putin pretended to teach all the world that Poland was guilty in the Second World War, and how Lech Kaczynski answered to him. And then we know what happened in 2008 and 10, and so we know the story, and rest in peace, and memory to great men.
Maybe allow me just one sentence only because I listened to words about Antoni Macierewicz, who is so deeply involved in trying to expose the truth about Smolensk catastrophe. Yesterday, Antoni Macierewicz was awarded the highest Polish distinction, the White Eagle. So it's a very important day for many of us. And here in Westerplatte, Ina, thank you for reminding us about this. Poland was given an offer by Russia to be a special partner, forgetting our closest strategic allies, countries of our region, Baltic states, Ukraine, because Yulia Tymoshenko, Prime Minister of Ukraine, was also here. And all of them actually heard they are just tiny entities. Now they are there, and they may disappear. And Poland was received special offer of being special partner by Putin during this occasion, and standing in front of Putin, President Kaczynski, late President of Poland, Lech Kaczynski, rejected this offer, staying loyal to our regional partners. And with his famous speech here in Westerplatte, facing face to face, eye to eye with Putin, he rejected this offer. Many of us think it was decisive in Putin's attitude to President Kaczynski. Thank you.
Спасибо. Добрый день тем, кем еще не...
Good afternoon. I'd like to welcome all those I haven't met yet today and whom I have welcomed. Hello again. First and foremost, I'd like to give you the regards from a meeting that's just taken place not far from here. It was a rally in support of Ukraine, the military of Ukraine, and in support of the Ukrainian prisoners of wars currently held by the Russian military forces, and they all hope that in the future positive change will be seen in the territory of the current Russian Federation, and of course I also wish everyone a truly productive day. Speaking of this forum as such, it has been said a few times, and wishes have been expressed, that a forum doesn't turn itself into yet another just stream of words and just to yield some productive results. We do realize what our actual capacity is, but on the other hand, it all starts with words. And the Bible also notices the predominance of the word, and we are not the only such body or event, because such ideas do surface, they are in the air and they keep soaring, but at some point they should also be implemented into life. And we are going to advocate not only that such ideas are mottos or chants, we would like to then translate it into actual works. And speaking of this forum, I actually suggest that we have a constant hotline between all the partners to this event. If we would like an idea being implemented into life, it needs to be stated time and time again, and the global community must be reminded of it. We could say symbolically this is the Marshall's Plan for Russian regions, and we should actually support those future emergent states. And of course they might have to pay reparations, that's clear, but at the same time such new Marshall Plans should be developed for such states. And it's no contradiction, because it was the same with Germany. And practically, the ideas of such support, it's not just about financial support. Support is not just financial support, it could be general support in exchange for genuine democratization. If a state does not accept democracy, we're not going to support it in the country. Such a state could be sanctioned. So in the morning, democratization, in the afternoon, money. In the evening, you democratize yourself and you see some money arrive in the morning on the following day. It's one of the methods, but a fundamental one, isn't it? Because the Poles do say, because if you don't know what it's all about money. That's always the way. Oh, mostly that's the way. Speaking of democratically contested elections, in the brave new Russia, first and foremost, independent states must emerge, and then those states will make decisions if they were to be function as confederations in this currently uniform space. And this forum or other fora are not going to decide that, but this is just one of the many proposals. As early as last night, I did speak about it. Allow me to reiterate, and Andrei has also actually made such a proposal to develop interim government. Interim might not be the best of terms, but it could be some sort of interim administration. And what legitimization those could enjoy? What legitimization could there be if there's no freely contested elections? So first there should be an interim body in charge, and there must be some sort of a beginning. Then there will be a freely contested elections and a different form of government, but that will be a natural follow-up. But why not have such interim administration so that we don't wait for a month as for who could possibly announce that? I believe the persons, well, I'm familiar with two such regions. Those are Ingram and Karelia, and the representatives of Ingram I've spoken to, but I hope to still talk to the representatives of Karelia. Speaking of the popularization of the idea of regionalisms, like in any region, that our forum should also busy itself with, and what it means, our forum, the way I imagine it, our forum is not a specific structure, is it? With membership fees and membership cards. Fortunately, it's just a free, positively anarchy movement. It's a structure which supports ideas of independence across the regions of the current Russian federations, and there are symbols and there are mottos and particular topics and historical and cultural heritage, but there should be a vision for the future, the way they imagine their future and how they see the future of their region and their state. We cannot make such decisions for everyone. They know what the intricacies of each and every region are, and I think the inhabitants should propose something. Speaking of the Russian nation, much has been said about it. Whether we like it or not, such a nation does exist. Obviously, it inhabits its not his historical area, and ladies and gentlemen, this is an issue. In other languages, there is no difference between a Russian and a Russian citizen. So we have ethnic Russians, and we have Russian, and that gives rise to an awful lot of issues in other languages. So the Russians are the nation within the current territory of Russia, but we do hope that in the future it will become a European Democratic Republic. Of course, people will decide themselves that the future state could be called Rus. It's just an idea, not about the Kiev Rus, obviously, so that we don't have any possible conflicts arising from it, but symbolically. The West, as a metaphor, someone has said that the West should ready itself for the collapse of Russia. I don't like the word disintegration or collapse. Myself and colleagues of mine would say they would like to be ready for the emergence of new sovereign states. It's not about readying itself, the West, to the fall of Russia. It should develop a plan for the reconstruction of post-Russia. But for now, many a politician speaks that in this post-Putin Russia it all will be different. How? Well, it will be different. It will be bad. There'll be a lot of civil war, localized conflict, bloodshed. But a politician cannot speak like that. They cannot wait for something that terrible. They should actually shape up the future. This is what politics is all about. So I am truly astounded, and one of the ideas of this forum is to come up with a suggestion of drafting an actual plan, and then people will decide for themselves. In majority cases, whenever you have a draft of a proposal, then it's typically received quite positively. And about the future of the European Union, well, in my vision, well, perhaps not my vision, but I just resonate with some opinions I've come across. The European Union is going to stretch as far as the Pacific Ocean. Some say as far as the Ural. I don't really believe that this transformation of the Russian Federation or the United Nations into an organization of democratic states, just like the League of Nations is long defunct, replaced by the United Nations, and I believe the United Nations will also carry on in the current shape. Speaking of China, or the People's Republic of China, as soon as we've handled the Russian Empire, the People's Republic of China will come next. And again, I'm astounded by some politicians who already seem to be dividing up the territories beyond the Ural, and that some parts should be claimed by China. Why should you hand over someone's territory to another superpower? I'm not convinced of that, and I believe that politicians should be truly active here, that if China claimed some territories, no one would say anything. They would just say, yeah, I mean, something must be done about it. It could be the thing, but what the outcome could possibly be of such inaction, I have no idea. I've also heard of a very interesting matter. I know that a Chinese politician is under house arrest. I would have to double check the sources and what it actually means, and what consequences would be yielded by this affair, and the future of the states in the territory of the current Russian Federation. They could only flourish and be truly democratic when democracy has prevailed, and after moral purification of each and every individual. It's a long process, but it must actually take place, and for our and your freedom. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you very much, Andrews. And I give up the floor to Oleg Dunda.
И обсуждали, наверное, скорее всего, мы будем отталкиваться от... Нет у нас?
When we met in Prague, is the presentation here? No. I think we will start with Prague. What were we talking about in Prague? Well, we talked about the ways of characterizing societies, the existent society of Russia, the imperial society, and so on. We talked about problems that need to be solved by the international community, so that the collapse of Russia happens painlessly, similarly to what happened when the Soviet Union was collapsing. For example, there was Yugoslavia and the nuclear arms and the target weapons which are used for influencing countries which are located around Russia. So here in Gdańsk, I would like to focus on how we should work with the future republics, how to work with the empire, and this is very important for Ukraine and for the entire world, which is being blackmailed. So how should we live with this? We use as the basis this map with the future national republics. Let's use this as some kind of a base image. So what is an empire? Empire is a monopoly, and we take all the resources from the peripheries and from the colonies to complete our imperial tasks. In our history, this was done to impact the whole world and to attack Ukraine. So where are the resources from? Here is oil and gas. If you look at the map and the future republics, we will see a very interesting phenomenon here, because most of the republics which have such resources, well, maybe not all of these natural resources are exploited or found or have been discovered, but these are republics or caliphates or poor republics, like, for instance, Yakutia, from where people are taken and sent to the war in Ukraine. They are quite poor, but it turns out they have plenty of oil or gas. And the Moscow area doesn't have it. So gas and oil is acquired to fight Ukraine. And how about Altai? Or Sohab. These are very poor regions, and the basic coal supplies are there. There are ores of iron, of other metals, Socha again, Kuban, Tivan, Karelia. All of the resources, or mineral resources, well, we do not acquire them, or we do not take into account anything like agriculture or the resources of wood. But we can see that all the other resources and supplies are in these national republics, and in the future, once they gain their state status, their futures could be very happy, because, for example, the resources of Tatarstan will stay there, and they will not be used for completing imperial goals. So here are again the goals for the world and for the national republics. And I believe that this is the question of the coming future, the foreseeable future. We've already talked about it during this forum. We will be talking about specifying the borders and the local elites and what their jobs would be. And we know that some of them may want to change the borders. There will be plenty of money, and we would like to make use of it, well, maybe for the war toys. And we don't want conflicts like in Yugoslavia. The world should solve two problems to prevent this. The first one would be conducting new so-called Potsdam conferences, because we should define the ultimate goal. The world should answer this question of all the processes of the Russian Empire. I will give you an example here. Near the end of last year, when the threat was already there, Biden said that if there was, if even one shoe of a Russian soldier stands in Ukraine, we will respond. So, but what would the reply be? They said that there would be some tanks, some artillery. So Russia doesn't understand symbolic utterances. Right now, everyone talks about nuclear war, and again, in Washington, we hear some words. But what would be the response if Moscow is brave enough to send nuclear weapons to Ukraine? Well, then we will hit Moscow and St. Petersburg, So we would do it to prevent it. So we must give them a particular answer on what the Western world would say to such threats. And this is very important because the millions of citizens are behind that. People from the indigenous republics or maybe the Baltic states as well. We don't know it. Another thing that this conference should inform us about would be the world after this current situation. In order to for today's allies should try to impact these republics. Everything should be done in peace. Who is whose ally? What diplomatic resources have we got? And apart from that, giving these republics some guarantees, guarantees of independence and support for them. So there should be new Yalta or Potsdam conferences. Paradoxically, Putin keeps talking about these conferences. But now I understand that yes, we should organize such a conference for them, but then they will be playing the part of Germany. I think that would be more right. And another part would be, well, this results from what I've also said, that the new lords who get the power, who gain power in their countries, well, for example, Tatarstan, Dagestan, for them not to use the wealth that has come to them for a new military campaign against their neighbors. The world should develop a program for them. We should exchange it for food, control their export potential, so that they use the money to develop the country and not to add to the wealth of particular individuals, because then we will really build actual cooperation in the future. And at the end, I would like to say, well, thanks to the fact that we are here in Poland and we are being listened to by MPs, Polish MPs and the European MPs, when separate republics manage their own resources, natural resources, well, there's no person who should be able of blackmailing all of European Union. There are many countries which could be commercial partners for EU to provide natural resources based on regular commercial conditions, and the process should start right now. Huda Twim and Ichki or Yakhmatsev, the republics can already start preparing memorandums saying that if we gain independence, we could be commercial partners for Poland, for Germany. We could sign a memorandum on cooperation concerning delivering these natural resources or raw materials, but when we have defined the independence of our countries. Churchill started it before the end of the World War II, and we should start doing it right now too, so that we don't have to stop this force. Okay, and now my hero, a very brave person who has challenged all the liberals, all the Democrats, who said that we have to oppose them by force. They said that we should create anti-war committees. Well, being a hero for a beautiful woman is a fantastic task, and you have to complete it. Thank you for inviting me to Gdańsk, to this birthplace of the Polish Revolution, the Museum of Solidarity, This is interesting for two reasons, and it's an honor because our revolution still needs to be done. We look at this beautiful map, but for now, we are just planning. So before we discuss all of this, first we have to win. This is our most important task is to talk about how we win. Because the victory cannot suddenly surprise us and say, okay, so now go and hold power in the fantastic republics. You can only win with a weapon in your hand, only by paying for it with blood. So the power that is the Kremlin power, well, otherwise we will not win with it. So I am sure that this could not be a sum of such small victories. It must be one huge victory. We cannot separately liberate Kalmykia or Soha or Kuban. We can only liberate the country as a whole, and only then change what will change the entities that would be on this location. Probably this will be the end of the Russian Federation, and I hope that the empire will be shattered. But what happens later, well, this is the business of the nations who live there, and they will decide on the map, on the principles of their state character, how they will move forward. We cannot think about it for them, because then we are imperialists. I am against such attitude, and I think that the key thing that we should think about is the victory itself. And I think that the crucial thing is that the representatives of various nations which are part of Russia, well, we should speak about the fact that we cannot be neutral. During the war, you are either on one side or the other. You're either against the authority, the system, you believe that it should be taken down and you support Ukraine in this struggle, or if you're not ready to support Ukraine, then you are a supporter of Kremlin. And there cannot be any middle here. But unfortunately, many of my colleagues from Russian opposition haven't understood it yet. So we must keep talking about it very openly, and we must try to express this position very clearly. You're either on one side or on the other. You cannot be between the sides. And this refers to both Russian language media who have evacuated from Russia and then said, well, we will be objective. Well, there is no objective position. There is a war. You're either on one side or on the other. And there is nothing in between. And we must keep talking about it all the time. And now, the thing that pertains to the post-war system. Well, Oleg talked about the conference of Yalta, but before there should be Tehran, because in order to carry out Yalta concerning the post-war reconstruction, we must first make agreements on whether we are able to cooperate until the end. Then the empires made an agreement, and they said that they wouldn't stop on the borders of Germany, and only later it was possible to carry out the Yalta conference. I cannot see such readiness for now, either in Ukraine or in the Western countries. your noble servant tries to create a circle of Russia's representatives who are ready to go to Moscow. But this is not enough. I would like to call everyone in this room to join, because we must go together until the very end, because otherwise our talks about the post-war shape of Russia is futile, and it's not even intellectual exercise. So this should be stated very clear, and only then we can talk about the post-war landscape. And our allies should also be of this opinion. When I talk about allies, I mean Ukraine, first the Ukraine, but also the Western countries which participate in the anti-Putin coalition. Just as in the past, the anti-Hitler coalition. But right now, I cannot hear a single and uniform view on the tasks. Any attempts to ask such a question to the representatives of Western countries on how they imagine the post-war world, well, it's not that we as a Russian opposition agree with it, but what's your vision? How do you see this? And nobody answers the question. Nobody has any answer. The best option is that we hear some answers on tactics, but nobody has answered the question, strategic question. So this is very sad, and we should all collectively put pressure on the discussion on this issue, because lack of knowledge and ignorance is what people are most afraid of, and the Russian Putin's propaganda uses it for its interest, because when the position is not specified, we can assign any position to such a person. We can see it every day. Some want Russia to fall apart, others don't. Others don't want nuclear weapons in Russia. Some speak about China. Some speak about the great Ukraine. Some don't mention it at all. But I cannot see a uniform stance. I haven't heard anything like that. And it is necessary. This is beyond any doubt. And the last thing, well, I'm just a person. And I know that one of the worst problems is the period of the transformation. We may know where we're going, but we must also know how to get there. So again, tomorrow, yes, well, the Russian army has entered Moscow to liberate it. They are against Putin. And then what? Will the political system change? Will the map change? Will there be new political parties? There will be a free election? This will never happen. We need time to create new law, new constitution, new principles. Each area should have its representatives. All of it is a process. And we need some principles to be formulated. And we must create them now. Of course, it could be the Yaltan process. But somebody needs to prepare it. And then we will say, here are our principles. You will live according to them. And the inhabitants of Russia either agree to this or not. They either agree to be occupied or not. I think that the more flexible path is for all of us here to formulate the principles of the Russian representatives, but they should be formed in some way, and they should be announced to the society. The society has to either agree or disagree to the principles. And the principles for each country, based on which a country is organized. Well, they should be subject to the military powers. Thank you very much.
No question. Briefly.
У меня вопрос к народному депутату господину Дунде. Скажите, пожалуйста,
You've spoken about the rules of governance for such republics, whereby there are some mineral resources, natural resources, the republics which could quickly, pain-free or painlessly rebuild, having a good starting capital, seeding capital, and they could reorganize themselves into a state which could be well developed. But the question is, there is such a notion as resources, or the curse of resources. And starting from the mid-20th century, that the countries rich in natural resources typically develop more slowly than the countries bereft of such natural resources. And those that do have such natural resources, they develop unlike they should. For instance, compare Japan and Germany to resource-rich countries. So in my question, I would like to ask you if you would oppose that. Would you say that the states or regions of the future emergent sovereign states without such natural resources, they would have little reason to despair? They could just consider their starting point, speaking of natural resources, I could say that but they could develop themselves just like South Korea or Japan. Thank you very much for this question. It never happens that there isn't a single resource. A state hasn't got a natural resource, but they have another. They have access to markets, for instance, and also a country has, for example, a large consumer market to offer, and what we've offered is just a small extract from natural resources. So it could be agriculture or access to the sea. Each and every state has got a resource, and they must pursue a path which is optimal for them based on the resources they have. Not everything is based on resources, but we must not rule out such negative scenarios. Have I answered your question? Thank you very much. I'd like to add that there isn't a curse of resources. In the countries which abound in natural resources, they develop fantastically, like Norway or North America. There are also countries which, without such natural resources, which don't really develop well. So I think this curse of natural resources, this is just a catch-all phrase to excuse some countries' inaptitude at utilizing the natural resources. Speaking of Russia, however, the situation is truly diverse across the variety of regions. But as it's been said, you know what the regions are. They are quite different. We've had Chukotka, where they have huge deposits of crude oil and natural gas. Theoretically, yes. But practically, actual production is next to zero, because the production cost is actually prohibitive at this very moment. On the other hand, there's Dagestan, which has net production of 0, but they manufacturing natural gas and crude oil is not so important. The important thing is that we understand that there are different regions with their own intricacies, and the situation differs depending on the situation as it was in the former Soviet Union. There are some territories which would not really be particularly resource rich, but there are also some regions which really live off the social transfers from the rest of Russia. Dagestan, for instance, is a loss-making region, and we could just say that in some regions, for instance, it's just a republic where there are 3 million Russians and 15,000 of Tatars, Bashkirs, and Russians. So it's all a matter of optics. How to develop, how to self-determine. It's a matter of self-determination, be it territorial, national, and sufficient resources. It's not about persons, it's how those nations like to determine themselves, how they'd like to determine their own identity, Ingram and other peoples, and if they claim to be Siberians in terms of identity, not Novosiberians. So it could be a Siberian catch-all identity. That's why this interim period will be key to the process, depending on how the situation unravels. A possible falling apart of the empire, there will be decolonization that ensues if it happens. Speaking of identity, it doesn't have to be determined based on resources. And Madam Minister, if you could take this question.
Yeah, because I share a lot of his view on this. I would like to give just a few examples. Actually, the reason Ukraine is able to maintain so successfully defense of the country is one very important revenue. It's human capital and talents, ability to quickly innovate. And most probably, also one of the reasons Russian Federation hopefully has to face the defeat in this war, I wish it really very much indeed, is too much relying on raw materials and revenues of the country like this, including maintaining imperial attitudes to gain more and more territory and being able simply to blackmail the rest of the world with a supply of raw materials, in particular hydrocarbons. Quite recent, the example of Belarus is very good, because nowadays almost whole EU and free world acknowledges innovative skills of young Belarusian people. And when Belarus announces, Belarusian opposition announces the establishment of government in exile or temporary government opposing the regime of Lukashenko, it is the advocacy of this is talents, skills and ability of with the use of innovative techniques to communicate it all over the world. So it is very important to put a lot of pressure on really innovating ways. Same applies to Georgians. I had many interns in the European Parliament, Georgians, by the way, Crimean Tatars as well. And all of them are extremely talented.
Thank you very much. Our panel is over. Спасибо огромное. Я приглашаю на сцену участников следующей панели. Thank you. Итак, наша следующая панель называется «Интермариум. Перспективы расширения Балтии».
And the next panel is Intermarium, i.e. the prospects for expanding the Baltic, Black Sea and the Adriatic Sea cooperation. I would like to invite Mr. Kasper Błażeński to join us on stage, and also Mr. Alexander Rakicki and Mr. Viktor Schlinchak, who heads the board of the Institute of World Policy in Kiev. We are also going to be joined remotely by two further speakers.
Up to you, up to you.
Szanowni Państwo, bardzo dziękuję za zaproszenie.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the invitation to sit on this panel, and I would like to thank Madam Minister Anna Fotyga, who is one of the spiritus movements of this event. It's great to have such politicians at Pomerania who engage with international partners, including all the parties to this conference, in making sure that Europe changes for the better and so that the continent is secure. That's why we're meeting here. Ladies and gentlemen, Intermarium, or the three C's. Why should we cooperate with the states that are part of this region now, and also the so-called eastern states? It's because Europe is not uniform, it's diverse. And the Intermarium states are the ones which have experienced the Soviet mark, and they know what Russia is all about, they know what mechanisms rule the Kremlin, they understand what threats are then incumbent on Russia, and Poland and the Baltic states and our southern neighbors. It was us very often, and if anyone, then always us. We were the ones who spoke that you cannot do strategic business with Russia. Russia must be talked hard to because the Kremlin only understands force. We said that Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2 are very dangerous projects. We also spoke in plain language that those are very dangerous to our friends in Ukraine. That those are the projects which expose the interest of the entire European Union and its security, but they could also lead to a war in Ukraine. And that has actually happened because I believe had it not been for the reliance of Germany on Russian hydrocarbons, had it not been for those joint projects, there wouldn't have been the Russian onslaught on Ukraine, because Russia lives off natural resources. Russia was a very tough gambler. Now they have a little bit actually overbid with their offer, and also owing it to the Central European states. And there was a rude awakening in Europe, and I'm happy to represent Law and Justice, a party and the option in Poland, which, unlike in 2014, played actually the hardball, because after this onslaught on Ukraine, which commenced in February this year, but we also remember that back in 2014 the Russian aggression was a regular war, no different from how the second phase of the conflict unraveled. Russian troops arrived. Everyone knew those were Russian troops. They didn't have the insignia of the Russian forces, but we were all aware that it was a regular attack of Russia on Crimea and eastern Ukraine. And then, instead of slapping sanctions on Russia and introduce policies that would curb this heinous conduct by Russia and the pro-Russian this politics by Russia to actually seize new territories, which has enjoyed this sentiment, a lot of support amongst Russian society, and it hasn't changed since the 15th century Principality of Moscow. Now the response has come hard and fast, despite the opposition from some European Union states, and at the early stage of this conflict they didn't actually scramble to help Ukraine. You will remember there was this broad debate engaged in by NATO states if there should be a route for your NATO members to supply arms to Ukraine. That was debated a few months ago very seriously, if heavy weapons should be sent and to what extent to engage in this conflict, because a number of governments and high-profile politicians would say that supplying arms would be a matter of escalating this conflict. So actually they just resonated with the Kremlin narrative. Unfortunately, as I've been observing how, or that the Russian tanks in Ukraine very often use weaponry bought post-2014, modern weaponry bought from France, or that Euromaidan Press, I believe, you familiarize yourself that a week ago it was made public that some arms manufacturers in Germany still do business with the Kremlin weapons industry or defense industry. Well, I say yes, well, Intermarium, and this is the eastern flank of NATO, and we understand those threats here. We here at Intermarium, we support the presence of NATO in Europe. We advocate that the US actively engages in developing security policies in Europe. We are not advocates of building a new entity which is advocated by France, like the European Army, because that's just a name. I believe it will be just a competition to NATO, and thus eroding the uniformity of the treaty. And we see now Ukraine that without the contribution from the United States, Poland, the Baltic states, and Slovakia or the Czech Republic, the situation would be much less favorable. So when we speak of intermarium, we talk about being neighbors to Ukraine and Belarus, but the economic cooperation is quite natural and it should take place because we are neighbors. It should also happen because to date, within the European Union, also for reasons attributable to the actual outcome of World Wars I and II, whereby the concert of superpowers meant that Europe would just develop in terms of trading routes from east to the west. So it's much easier to get to Paris or Berlin from Warsaw than to Athens or Prague or to Bratislava. This economic cooperation has the dimension of developing those new trading routes between the north and the south, not just between the east and the west, within the European Union, but also realizing that we in Central Europe, we are an asset speaking to security policies and also our dynamic development, because we understand the eastern or the threat from the east, but also Poland, and I can boast here, and it's always a pleasure that I can do it. After China, across the latest 3 decades, we come second on the list of the strongest economic development. The same with the Baltic state and our neighbors from the east. Central Europe has been developing the most rapidly of all the European Union. So we have something to truly be proud of. Also, as I've said, those pro-Russian forces are still very active in the European Union. The eastern flank of NATO states are also quite active here because of the remnants of security forces from Russia. But the civil societies of Intermarium do control politicians and keep them in check. There is no social consent to pro-Russian policies. And it's unlike that in Italy or France or Germany. Their understanding of the threat from the east is at a much lower awareness level. Hence, ladies and gentlemen, it's down to us, politicians of Intermarium or the eastern border of NATO. We are particularly responsible for making sure the Russian lobby, which the longer the war in Ukraine goes on for, the longer this invasion goes on, and until Russia is pushed away, the policy of appeasement will become ever more vocal, and the money which is still transferred, they will just do anything that the West and the societies of the Western states lose interest in continued support of Ukraine. And today, we also see that response to support of Ukraine, the states which were the first to support, those were us, or the countries of Central and Eastern Europe. So when the question is why to cooperate with Central Europe, with the Intermarium states, it's because we understand you, we speak similar language, we come from similar cultural backgrounds, we have a deep understanding of the threats, we want to develop economically because it yields effects and successes when we stick together, and also we understand what sovereignty means. We know what Russian disinformation means. What does it mean, the Russian zone of influence? And we do what we can not to be part of it. But the old European Union countries, they haven't experienced Russian occupation or presence, and they don't seem to be resistant enough to Russian subversion. And now, if I could just bring up this case study, you know that the Russian lobby and corrupt European politicians from a number of states, representing the left or the right, there are such politicians. We speak of prime ministers, chancellors, and ministers, so senior ranking officials across a host of European Union states. There is a special case in point that shows that we must control and demand and neutralize, and it's the case of Mr. Schroeder. Gerhard Schroeder, who is so intertwined with the Russian business, who turned Germany to phase out nuclear energy, which unfortunately is being continued, and who engaged in full-scale dependence on Russian fossil fuels, and the party represented by Gerhard Schroeder, i.e. SPD, so the socialists, they have actually reassessed if he should still be a member of the party because of his connections and links to Russian business and Vladimir Putin himself. And after a few months of investigation, the party SPD, which is currently in power in Germany, resolved that Mr. Schroeder was fair, because they resolved that he should retain his membership of the party. For me, a politician, honestly speaking, who knows how politics is governed, whenever we see such a delinquent, actually, politician, who is a true liability in terms of the credibility of the party, he poses a deadly threat to winning the next round of elections. This is how I would assess the effect of Mr. Schroeder's. If after such events, the war in Ukraine and his personal relationships to strengthen independence of Germany on Russia's fuels, if such a person is spurred in Germany, so this is not just actually jousting at windmills, it's definitely a helpless fight against Russian agents, and I believe this is a task for politicians and the authorities of Intermarium and Central and Eastern Europe states, which are much more resistant to such influence. Thank you very much. Now we're going to hear from Mr. Vadim Sidorov. We got connection established. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Dear colleagues, I'm delighted to be able to welcome you. It's a fantastic forum and truly interesting event. I'd like to stress this is our third edition of this forum, the first such forum with a specific regional theme to it. But speaking of this regional theme and the organization of new political structures in the area of the current Russian Federation, speaking of the Baltic region, I could only name just a few such contributions, and this topic is mostly left out, and this is what I'd like to revert to. I would like to first and foremost support all those actual messages, those who represented the Baltic Republican Party and Interlandia movements, and also this message to the leaders of the states that have emerged in the region, because we need to understand that all those truly interesting maps which have been shown up, and also the Gdańsk Manifesto, which is going to be adopted tomorrow, those could become reality, of course, next year, or not overnight, as it said. So it's not going to be a miraculous diet, so to speak, but they could become reality only in one case. If it's a project, if it's a strategy which is actually spearheaded by the states from the region. I'm not speaking of this collective West, which I believe is the basis that could provide support to such initiatives. And also we've noticed that in the West there are some centers which are bodies and authorities which wouldn't be particularly interested in this course of affairs. I think the initiative should be taken over by the Intermarium states, that this session of the forum is dedicated, and in particular of the Baltic region. I would like to actually share with you an evident case, and it has been said very many times that we need to remember that the main opponent is the one that we're familiar with, but we also need to keep responding to the opponent, and we mustn't underestimate the opponent. You know, considering what's going on, it's an attempt to annex a few oblasts of Ukraine and to forcibly actually join them with the Russian Federation. This is such a point whereby the opponent has arrived at such a point And this march in this direction had been initiated before 2022 or 2014. The targets had been actually drafted before. Initially, that was at the Yalta Club and other so-called think tanks that had been developing the strategy itself. And the Annexation Act, which is now underway, wasn't the only form of delivering on the strategy which had been drafted before. Obviously, I'm well aware that Putin could possibly be satiated with Ukraine internationally recognized if Ukraine in 2013 had engaged the actual customs union in Eurasia, as that was pleasing in terms of Belarus, because they did accede to this Eurasian Union, but nominally they retained sovereignty. And if Lukashenko tomorrow is ousted by the radical Belarusian opposition, that would be just impossible to stomach for Mr. Putin, and definitely there would be an attempt at annexing some transport areas to actually whittle down Belarus to smaller territory. So a number of formulae are possible. Now we're speaking of annexations of specific areas. This could be more flexible, but the basis is the so-called concept of historic Russia, which combines the territory of Ukraine and Belarus, and also in many versions, in quite plain text, it also covers the territory of the Baltic states. Some would be Hungary also to see parts of Poland or Finland to be joined, perhaps not directly as within the territory of Russia, but what Putin saw as historic Russia or Russia-Eurasia. Hence, I would like to go back to the theme of building this post-Russian space of the Baltic region in the context of serious considerations will only be possible when the regional states have symmetrical strategies in place. Because for now, it's abundantly obvious that actions and attempts at legitimization by international bodies of recognized borders of Ukraine, that Putin will not stop at that. We understand he will fail at that, but we understand this is not the end. Putin is also going to delegitimize internationally recognized borders of Russia. And the question is if this challenge will be met with firm and pre-developed response by the states of the region, because this Baltic space, which is on the coast of the Baltic Sea, bordering with the current Russian Federation, in the past being the Grand Principality of Lithuania, and also the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and also not long ago, the Day of Unity of the Baltic was celebrated in Lithuania and Latvia. And those are very serious festivities, but there are a number of persons who do study historical processes, and they are right to say that the region of the Baltic Sea is not confined spatially to the areas where the Balts, like Lithuanians or Latvians, live, but also parts of Belarus, and also all the space until the river Volga. So the Volga is the historical natural border of the Grand Baltic region, which, as we see from the processes underway, it will somehow be united. By whom? Under what concept? Sorry, but you've only got 2 minutes left. 2 minutes, that's quite complex to express myself within this time limit, but all the persons who've spoken about the issues which don't refer to shaping up of the said area, they didn't have a time limit imposed on them, unlike myself, but I'd like to just say that all the participants of this forum, if they are serious about the objectives which are spelled out in the Gdańsk Manifesto, or by the organizers of this forum, we urge them to seriously comment on engaging in dialogue with the national movements in the regions, i.e. Lithuania, Latvia, Poland. They should first and foremost begin a permanent body and develop platforms whereby the representatives of Smolensk Oblast, Germanlandia, Karelia, and so on could speak out, and they receive ample support. If we can't do it, then we just have to say it in plain text. It's not our plan to develop such sham illusions, and we wouldn't like to raise expectations too high that we make agreements after Putin with less disgusting dictator to isolate Russia, that's going to remain beyond the Baltic region with all its territory. And then it'll be fair at least, so I would just like to urge you to honestly and openly present this issue and to formulate tasks. If we are posed with the tasks, we must have this practical roadmap. Thank you very much. If you are the leader of this forum, then we'll be very happy to award you with such a role to ask such questions. And now Ilya Lazarenko. Have we got connection?
Okay, we already have the connection. Hello. In a sense, I would like to continue the subject started by Vadim. We are talking about the lot of the historic Russia. If we are talking about the Intermaria or the Baltic region, we could talk about it in only two cases. Either Russian Federation will remain as a uniform entity, and this will be a fight against the crocodile, or it will be dismantled, and then we can talk about the impact of the entire Intermaria on the lot of the future countries in the European part of Russia. And this is a very important moment. This is a project for Central Russia, and I would like to talk about it from this perspective. And the Great Russia is definitely a part of Eastern Europe and Northern Europe. The state character came here from the north, from the region, from the Baltic region, both when it comes to climate, when it comes to culture. We are very close to Northern Europe and the Baltic region, and the colonization of these areas happened from the Central Europe. The Slavics were moving to the east, and they met the Finnish people. So this is the beginning of today's Great Russia. So if Great Russia is founded in the central part of Russia, it will try to move towards the Baltic area, and it is understandable from the historic, from the cultural point of view. The so-called historic Russia, which actually has no borders, as Putin thinks, it should cease to exist in a foreseeable future, because otherwise we cannot talk about any shared activity as a part of the Eastern Bloc or anything. And I also believe that the discussions and perspectives on it from the perspective of the ultimate dismantling of the empire may be a precedent. So whether this great central Russia does it continue the history of Russia? No, it cannot continue it. Russia is an empire which reaches out to the Pacific Ocean, and from the political point of view, the Great Russia will exist in completely different political and economic conditions, and it won't allow for the imperial ambitions to develop, but we need a cultural revolution for this. And this will require creating new vectors, new directions for the cultural development of these areas. For example, even to the introduction of the Latin alphabet. This could be a symbolic step towards the change of the political orientation of a certain region. Especially for the Eastern Europe, it would be a mistake if they tried to push out this great Russia as a regular European country to the outside of some European alliance. We're not talking about the European Union here, but a coalition that we would call intermarium. The great historic Russia cannot participate in these processes, and any ideas about changing the Russian Federation into a trustworthy partner, well, no, this is impossible. Russian Federation cannot take the course leading to European integration. This is about the location and the cultural, political, or historic distinctive features. So we definitely shouldn't think that even in the case of a military failure, the core of the Russian Federation, well, they will regroup, they will gather again, and a new series of this fantastic history will begin. New episode. So to rescue Eastern Europe and this great Russian nation, we should solve the problem in a very radical way, in such a way that we never have to face this phenomenon again. And obviously, Eastern Europe or intermarium cannot force out the great Russia. It should be integrated, but on the condition that a cultural and political revolution takes place there, and a modern democratic country is created there. Maybe someone has some questions for me. Thank you very much. And now Alexander Rokicki. Good afternoon. I would like to welcome all the participants of the forum and all those who follow its work. I am a representative of the Free Belarus Foundation, which is registered in Ukraine, and our basic goal and task for our foundation is to bring our contribution into creating conditions for freeing Belarus from Russian occupation. We all know that Belarus was a Russian colony for over 200 years, and it so happened that with this state independence, Belarus is occupied by Russia in a non-military way. This was possible because the criminal regime changed the possibility to hold power into devoting the independence of the country. So this connects Belarus and the other nations which want to be independent. We can be allies. We can define the conditions based on which we can count on freedom and the conditions on which this could take place. I would like to remind you of the way in which we think these goals could be reached. The first and key condition is to educate the people. There are many ethnic groups in Russia which want to regain independence. Belarus is also on this path. There are two theories on this. The first one says that at first the national consciousness has to be formed, and then the structures of the country will be developed later. And the other theory says that the culture creates the nationality, and then a state is created. We believe that the second path is more likely in these conditions, and the effort of the educated classes should be directed into national remembrance, into the birth of the national language and the Russification. This is how the ethnical difference between a nation who wants to be independent and a nation who is dependent. This is where the difference is born. Another condition is the destruction of the empire. The war in Ukraine is a horrible thing, and the Ukrainian nation is fighting for its freedom because the empire has said, and is still saying, that they have many claims for other countries like Poland, Estonia, Moldova, Lithuania, Latvia. We can hear more and more of such claims. Russia is aggressive, and Putin, as well as other people who take part in this war, his colleagues and partners who commit these crimes should go to trial in an international court, and they should be held responsible for the crimes. And the nations of Russia should support Ukraine in this fight, help them organize some volunteers, and help the Ukrainian military provide humanitarian support. The third condition is the struggle to create a state which would be formed after the collapse of the empire. And democracy is the best form of a state. So each citizen should know that he or she has a choice to develop. So modeling the social processes should be very important, and having various platforms would enable us to show various ways of life for societies. It could be a presidential republic or a mixed system, the systems of judicial power or local authorities, as well as social and economic relations. This would show, we could show the core elements of different ways of organizing social life. It is important for the people to know that they can pick the way they organize their lives and take responsibility for their choices. 2 more minutes. And definitely, it is also extremely important to put economic pressure on the empire, maximum pressure. Sanctions should be introduced. The sanctions introduced by the EU, Canada, and Japan are already working quite well. Our participation is important as well, so that the sanctions, well, we must make sure that the sanctions are in force. We should inform the entire societies about the ways to avoid the sanctions. We should show people the economic differences between the metropolis and the other parts. And all the economic processes should be accompanied by full information as to the contradictions and the key elements for nations which are striving for sovereignty. And there is a very important organizational condition. In Belarus in 2022, there were some spontaneous speeches, but it showed that they didn't help. So there should be an organized struggle, constant struggle, and there may be various forms of organization, starting with different citizen activists movements and liberation movements. This requires a lot of effort from different people. The Foundation of Free Belarus continues this work, and we will be very happy if we get any kind of help, if we conduct any kind of cooperation with the free nations. And to finish my speech, I would like to mention special wisdom, because every day you have to fight for your freedom, for your independence. We need this fight. Thank you very much. And now, Victor from Kiev. Good evening, my dear colleagues. I'm very happy that there is a representative of Ukraine in each panel, because we do understand that Ukraine is in the center of all the world novelties, and we understand that Ukraine, as my colleague has said, there is a war in Ukraine, and this is definitely the payment for the independence that we got in 1991. Unfortunately, we misjudged what happened then, and we understand that a lot of countries had independence after some bloody wars. But I would like to look into the future with some optimism and tell the representatives of the small nations that if you think that it all went smoothly through the 30 years in Ukraine, well, then you're mistaken, because in reality, if we look at the last century in Ukrainian history, there were many attempts to pronounce the sovereignty, but this was not that simple. In 1917, in December, there was the Crimea Republic was pronounced. Then in 2018, the Ukrainian People's Republic was announced as independent. Then it was occupied by the Bolsheviks. Then the Cuban People's Republic was pronounced, and then it was also liquidated. Then again, some independent Ukrainian republics in 1939. Then the independent Carpathian Republic, and Hungarians took it over. And then there was the pronouncement of Ukraine's independence, but it was liquidated by Germans. So when we look at Ukrainians' history, even in the last century, Ukraine kept demonstrating what we are talking about today. This is a struggle for a kind of self-governance and our own identity. There should be an independent country here, and it should definitely be democratic because we believe that Ukraine is Europe. According to data from the Russian census, which took place recently, 84% of Russian citizens identify themselves as Russians. Okay, so who are the 16%? This is the question that needs to be asked. Before I came to the forum, I talked to an ex-MP and ex-deputy prime minister Roman Wysmiertny. Right now, he's under occupation. Russians took over his village. And these were they were from Goryachia, and they call themselves Russians. So this is some artificial democratic policy and artificial assimilation. So now even young people who are 20 or 25 do not feel that they are attached to their historic nation. So it is, well, so Russia kept maintaining its very central policies, and we reached this conclusion that if there is no unity, it will be very difficult for us to reach common decisions because, frankly, from the safety point of view, Ukraine's safety point of view, the things that we have today, well, we are discussing things. This is a huge advantage because we believe that if this evil empire prevails, it will have some rest and it will return to Ukraine again. So we want to pass this message on to all our Western partners because they haven't spoken yet. They don't speak about their views of a future post-Russian country. What should we do now? Well, of course, primarily we should work on on the self-identification of the nations which are deprived of freedom. We should start by promoting information, by distributing it. As a person who deals with information, some of the speeches today were new discoveries for me. I didn't know that there were nations in Russia who had 5,000 or 6,000 people. Maybe even Russia doesn't know it. If these people are ready for self-governance, this is a huge step forward in the practical sense. When we were talking about letters, documents, it was said that we should address someone. I think that the Safety Council for the UN is the addressee whom we should approach, because when we talk about the Holocaust or about genocide. So we have places which we could address, institutions which we could address. We should support the initiatives which have the models, which are ready, which are known. So what we saw in Ichkeria or what we see in Belarus today. Today, we are looking at Belarus as a part of Russia, and for Ukraine, it is a part of the enslaved Russia. And we know that there is an army which fights in Ukraine, so we can see that this is a model of the future development of such situations. And I have mentioned the history of Ukraine, but I would like to say that in 1943, the anti-Bolshevik bloc was created in Ukraine, and in this anti-Bolshevik bloc, in 1954, there were 12 nationalities, among others, Lithuanians, Latvians, Hungarians, Ukrainians, or Czechs. And in reality, the entire model, which could serve as an image, an image of the small nations coming together. The last thing that I would like to mention, well, one of the people fighting in this anti-Bolshevik bloc in Ukraine said that only open fight could save us from being subordinate. So we have to show that we can fight, and Ukraine is showing it right now like nobody else. For 3 days, the West was counting that the Ukrainian war would finish, so they didn't give Ukraine any arms. And now each country that has been here must understand that unless there is this internal power or strength, nobody else will come and do the work for you. And before we move on to the next panel, I would like to say that the next person who's going to speak is Ahmed Zakayev. We have a number of people who will be speaking to us online. If you have any questions, but brief ones, then do ask them. Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce the next panel. It will be connected to yet another panel. I would like to ask Paweł Karachkin on stage, as well as Mariusz Pilis.
Панель называется «Денуклеаризация и демилитаризация. Как обеспечить
The aim of this panel is denuclearization and demilitarization, how to ensure peace and nuclear security for the European community and the process of reconstruction of the post-Russian areas. And also I'll share with you the next topic, which is the prospects for economic, political, cultural, commercial and military cooperation between the European Union and NATO with the newly independent states of the Baltic region of the post-Russian space. Good afternoon. And I'd like to introduce Nina Nakashita, who is the Deputy Director General of Tavary Channel, which is a progressive channel, and she represents the ones who fairly and openly fight with the occupier from the Kremlin.
Thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this conference. I really would like to greet all the participants and to express my sincere gratitude to Madam Anna Fotiga. I'm sure she has left, but in any case, please convey our gratitude for her unconditional support to the people of Georgia in their quest for democracy and freedom. And of course, I would like to thank you for being such a active patriot and a person that has a very strong civil position. I don't think I fit very well in the panel. I'm not going to talk about nuclear demilitarization or whatever, but I want to talk about, to continue the topics that were discussed before and talk about how Bacilla Sovieticus is surviving, how resilient, and how we cannot overcome the legacy of the Soviet Union. When, after the collapse of the USSR in 1991, we perceived it all as a triumph of democracy, and all the republics started their way to the democratization of political life and institutions, but not all the states managed to achieve some results. Some of the republics of the post-Soviet area are still living in the conditions of Soviet legacy. Some, like Baltics, and they were the only ones who managed to escape and consolidate their democracy, now are more resilient than some of the West republics of Europe. And some, like Georgia, made a huge leap towards democracy, made many reforms, but failed to maintain the achieved results. And what we are facing today in Georgia, it's just the backsliding and state capture. It's a huge pity. But what I want to talk about that, though the path of different republics to democracy was different, the model which Russia used to hinder that way, to create obstacles, is the same everywhere. This is Putin's model of gangster type kleptocracy and oligarchy that he is trying to instill all over the world. And in many cases, he managed and succeeded thanks to our indifferent attitude, thanks to the attitude, let's not irritate Russia because they are unpredictable, we never know what they will do, and let's be very cautious in our relations with Russia, which was a huge mistake. So today, on the example of an independent critical television, I would like to tell you how the Russian model of killing freedom of speech was applied in Georgia. So right after, you know that after Rose Revolution, Georgia conducted a number of reforms which were very successful. And actually, the peaceful transition of power in 2012 was also considered to be a step forward. I remember now the phrase by Kacha Ben-Dokidze, a reformist who unfortunately passed away. He said that, yes, we made a step forward, but unfortunately we stepped into something not very nice. I will not specify what. But in any case, instead of using this peaceful transfer of power as a stepping stone for further consolidation of democracy in Georgia, this newly voted in Georgian Dream started to consolidate its power at the expense of media freedom, political pluralism, and independence of judiciary. So as soon as they came to power, they started a targeted attack against independent media outlets. And at that time, it was a broadcasting company, Rustavi 2, where I also worked as a deputy director. And what they started with was just trying to develop self-censorship among journalists, and it was insulting journalists, blaming them in treasury, in different things, and what they received in response was different. The journalists became the fighters in this fight and became the parties to this terrible fight for democracy and Western values in Georgia. So they used all types of leverages to intimidate journalists and those who worked at media outlets. For example, Nika Gvaramia, who was general director of Rustavi 2 at the time, was arrested on absurd charges and kept in detention for several days. Fortunately, at the time, the court was still independent and he was acquitted and let out. Many journalists were threatened with showing private videos of their private life. Some were insulted verbally, some were insulted physically. And and the Georgian Dream managed to get away with. Later on, they also applied financial leverages against the television because they realized that they cannot stop this television from expressing their critical views. Actually, Bidzina Ivanishvili, at that time, the Prime Minister of Georgia, said that switch off Rustavi 2 and life will be beautiful. So that's the problem. The problem was that they didn't want to listen to critical criticism, and they preferred to follow the Russian way, the way Russia killed NTV and apply this scenario. Actually, when they didn't manage to stop and hush down Rustavi 2, they actually applied the most radical measure, and this is politically controlled court case. The court case was about ownership rights, and Georgian Dream used former owner of Rustavi 2 to start this legal dispute. And after many years, around 4 years of the huge fight and putting pressure on everybody, starting from court and owners of television, despite the fact that the Court of Human Rights in Strasbourg, gave us some time to overcome these problems, despite the fact they managed to take away the television from us, actually, and to appoint a new owner. And though he promised that editorial policy won't be changed, the first thing they did, of course, they banned all the programs that were against Georgian Dream and were for Western and democratic values. So in protest to this interference, the whole staff of Rustavi 2 left the TV station and joined Nika Gvaramia, who former director of Rustavi 2, who announced that he was going to launch and open a new TV station. And it was a big stimulus for those who were in the independent media because of ideas, because of their beliefs. But as soon as Gvaramia made this statement, a new legal case was launched against him. So Tavari channel has been under pressure for very long time, but we managed to do something unprecedented. We managed to open a new TV on the basis of abandoned closed TV in 19 days. And in 19 days after leaving Rustavi 2, we went on air. And today, Tavari channel, which means the main channel, is #1 among independent channels and #2 after the pro-governmental channel, which is on the government's payroll and has huge money. So despite the fact that we are now experiencing very big financial problems, we are still on air. And as you understand, this wasn't the last blow that the independent media received from the government. The process of intimidation, blackmail, and bugging of our offices, spreading the videos of private life continued, and it grew increasingly dangerous and culminated in Media Violence Day, when on July 5, aggressive radical groups that were instigated by the government, and today we have materials that leaked from the State Security Service that confirm that the attack was organized by the government. So the journalists were attacked and brutally assaulted. Those journalists that were covering the Pride March on Rustaveli Avenue, and as a result of this raid, the journalists were pursued and during the whole day. As a result, 50 members of media representatives were seriously injured. A cameraman, Lexo Lashkarova, who was brutally beaten, needed operation, was found dead in his bed a few days later. And nobody was held responsible for organizing this terrible raid. So I tell you that Tavari channel became a symbol of fight for freedom, but finally the next step of the government was to sentence Nika Gvaramia, who was, I told you, accused of money laundering, embezzlement, and so on and so forth, by the new owner of Rustavi 2. He was finally sentenced to 3.5 years in prison. And guess what was the sentence? Guess what was the accusation? No money laundering, no embezzlement. He was imprisoned for using corporate car for his own purposes, taking kids to school. That was the reason for putting a person in prison. So there is no doubt that it is a politically motivated case. Now, what I want once again to underline that Russian scenario doesn't change. It is spreading, mixed disinformation, a little bit of truth and a lot of lies, and trying to prove that not Russia is not good, but West is no better. And this is working, generating fears among population. Now the fear that is generated among population is that Russia will, if we don't keep quiet, Russia will launch war in Georgia, and we have very bad experience in this regard. So the government now has moved to the next stage. And what is the next stage? Now, besides media, non-governmental organizations and civil society are being targeted and accused of being international agents. Now we hear very open anti-Western propaganda, criticism of Europe and the US, refusal to support Ukraine, and which is terrible. This, I once again repeat that the role model of informal ruler, Russian oligarch Bidzina Ivanishvili, is Vladimir Putin. And for that reason, everything is happening in Georgia like it was happening in Russia, and everything will end up here just like it was in Russia, and you will get, and we will get, new Russia's satellite out of this country. We do understand that now all the attention is focused on Ukraine and possible escalation by Russia, but we believe that the West should not lose sight of developments in the country like Georgia, a country that once used to be a flagmanship in pro-European and pro-American direction, and the most successful country in the Eastern neighborhood. And today we see every day Russian-style creeping authoritarianism that takes root in Georgia on a daily basis. So Georgia is in deep crisis. It is caught in a vicious circle of polarization and state capture. The third president, Mikhail Saakashvili, is slowly dying in prison. The civil society has been declared foreign agents. The media is persecuted and oppressed. The founder of independent media, Nika Gvaramia, is in prison. And our Western partners, including the diplomatic corps in Georgia, in the best traditions of Brezhnev-era rhetoric, are being accused of trying to drag Georgia into war. So I believe that The attention should be taken now. The action should be taken now. Since, in order to avoid, as we have often done, repeating the same mistakes, and then, saying that we are concerned about what has happened. Yes, we were concerned about war in Georgia in 2008, but paid no attention. And for that very reason, we had Crimea and we had Donetsk and Luhansk. So the more we close eyes to violations, the more daring the perpetrators become. That's why we should speak out, and I believe that Europe should help us, and Europe should take our side in our fight against Soviet legacy and help us to reach our dream and become member of European and Euro-Atlantic space. Thank you very much for attention, and if you have any questions, I'm eager to answer.
Thank you, Nino. And we pray for Mikhail Saakashvili and Nika Gvarami, Didi Madlova. И у нас уже следующий спикер на связи. Это премьер-министр Чеченской Республики Ичкерия Ахмед Закаев. Добрый день, приветствуем, Ахмед. Есть связь?
Mr. Ahmed Zahaev is the next speaker.
Добрый день, добрый день.
Good afternoon. Yes, we can see you, we can hear you very well. Welcome everyone. I would like to welcome all the participants of the forum, and I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers of the forum and the Polish government, as well as the Polish politicians and activists who give us the possibility to speak about the problems which occur not only in Russia but also in various places around the world. They pertain to Russia and the Russian stance, and these are very important issues when it comes to geopolitics and other issues. And I would like to start with emphasizing several issues like this. This is an open demonstration where everyone, all the participants of the forum who are speaking and who are here should be a single organism, because these issues connect us and they pertain to all of us. But I cannot see this unity. Each one talks for him or herself, but will we be able to fight our common enemy? Russian murders people openly in Ukraine, and we do not remember the way it started. Nina Nakashica noticed that if Putin was stopped in 2008 in Georgia, the Crimea or the events of today wouldn't have happened. Nina and other participants, I would like to go back to the Chechnya tragedy, which started back in 1994. Today's war in Ukraine and all the other problems that have arose from there come from this place. And today it is not correct to say that all the things that are happening in Ukraine, they should not be put. It's not that one person is responsible. When we were working on our strategy on international affairs, Putin was still a taxi driver and carried the documents for the mayor of St. Petersburg. He did not develop the strategy that we have today. The historic context and situation was that the people who today want or do not want, well, who are called who are called as society, but if this was a civil society, then we wouldn't have these problems today. Please try to recall the Jahar Dudai speech in 1995 when he openly said that Ukraine and Crimea will still be well, he spoke about these issues 20 or 30 years ago. Why? Because they knew that they knew what the system was and who we were dealing with, but the world looked the other way at that time, and nobody could hear it. When they were talking about stopping Russia, they talked about some people who were very radical, and that it was just they were on the margin, they were a minority, and this allowed to happen the things that are happening today. So we made these mistakes 30 years ago, and now we understand these people. I've just heard today Mikhail Khodorkovsky's comment on his attitude to what should happen after Ukraine wins the war. So the leader, the host asked him the question, what if the Ukrainian army comes to your border? Well, then we will sign a peace treaty. On what conditions? Putin will be conducting talks to maintain it. Well, the regime that will survive in Russia, this is our business. It's not Ukrainian business. But this is not true. This is not the internal affair of Russia. It stopped being Russia's internal affair at the time when such criminal regimes appear, like the ones which kill women or children in neighboring countries. This is not an internal affair of Russia. So with all due respect to the speaker, well, he said that the world should develop a common shared strategy and Europe should take part in it. Everybody should, who's not indifferent to the future of human beings. Well, as long as the governance systems are there, the world cannot just sit and watch what is going to happen. Today's Putin and his proponents and Russia and the Russian state represent a threat to all humanity today. And this should be expressed very clearly. Neither Khodorkovsky nor anybody else could talk about the political system in Russia and call it an internal affair. No, this is the affair of all civilized people, because the nuclear weapons or biological weapons, any weapons, are a danger to the entire humanity. They have it, and we should all remember about it. And we should oppose it. Today we have the problem of the West, the issues that we speak about, and what we can see, that the post-Putin Russia could, in this territory, there could be tens or hundreds of states. This could be very stressful to some people. It's a very important issue. But the nations themselves, are they ready for such a solution? But if we start talking about the collapse of Russia, which could, well, if we talk about transformation of today's Russia into a different state, then it would be more acceptable for the entire, for all the people who are under Russian regime. because they keep reinforcing it and supporting it, supporting the criminal. Mm, but they have the people's support. We say that it's impossible, that the protests are impossible. I don't believe in that. Thousands of people, if thousands of people go out into the street, then maybe. But if a million people says no, that's it. This situation with Putin and his regime could come to an end. But this is not happening. And when it comes to fear of Russia having nuclear weapons and using it, well, of course, we can be scared of it here in our panel, but it seems to me that during the protests, since the very first day when the US and the Soviet Union signed a deal on reducing the nuclear weapons arsenal, then we knew that it wouldn't happen. They know that they know where every piece of nuclear weapon is. So taking it under control is not that difficult. But if we approach this issue today, not from the perspective of Russia falling apart into tens of various states, but if we say that this territory creates a new state, this is a completely different attitude. We shouldn't be inventing things that are already made. We have experience of the West, of Russia, of people who live in the post-Soviet areas. 1992. The Soviet Union hasn't fallen apart. A transformation came, and the independent countries were created. So this was less painful in 1992. And today's war in Ukraine is very bad. It has a lot of victims. And this will be the end of the ex-Soviet Union's existence if we don't let to further develop the empire, which was the core of the empire. Then we can solve all the problems. And today, what we need is what Putin has prepared. He has divided Russia into 9 regions, and the 9th region is Crimea, Sevastopol, and well, the remaining remaining territories of the so-called Russian Federation are divided into 8 regions, 8 federal oblasts. And the last 10 or 15 years in these federal oblasts, well, there are some governance centers, some governors. There's the main center of the authority. This is what was happening also during the Soviet Union times. Those who work on these projects should consider my proposal. In the first stage, Russia should transform into a different country by using the 8 federal oblasts as a starting point, and then each of the oblasts could solve the problems, the nationality problems in each of the region could solve them separately, but they've been solved in 1992. The regions which signed the federal agreement in 1992 have shared status of international entities and sovereign entities. So the oblasts signed the federal agreement in 1992, but Putin and his regime, well, they terminated the agreement. It should have been prolonged because first it was signed for 10 years, but Putin didn't prolong it. And that's why these problems occur today. And the so-called Russian Federation is not official, it's illegal. And the regime which rules it is illegal as well. And now the world is warring. The world is warring. What will happen to this great territory, and who will lead the country? The criminals leading the country, and the criminal regime which rules there, and who has toxic weapons or nuclear weapons. Well, the world should be worried. They should be anxious, and the project should be transformed. Um, so on 1/6 of land, this is what's on 1/6 of land. So that's why we should find a strategy. The world should propose a strategy and think what would happen later if Putin loses in Ukraine. And the whole world should and even the citizens of Russia, they should hear it. But this is not a civil society, because if it was, then we wouldn't observe these processes that are taking place. So the people who live there should also be shown what to do. Do you remember when the work on your lord's farm was liquidated? But nothing changed for tens of years after it was liquidated. So they should get particular offers on what they could do, of things that are not dangerous and do not threaten their neighbors. So the forum which discusses such themes today should become a platform which develops such a strategy. Thank you for your attention. I hope that I have observed the time limit. Thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister. Thank you very much. And now another speaker. Vitaly Ginsburg. Can you hear me? Okay, we're listening to you. We can hear you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, my dear colleagues. I would like to focus on the following problem. I've already spoken about it many times, that if we start analyzing Russia or its problems, we should do it in a rational way, because the entire system, the economic and political system, which pertains to all spheres of life, even in the very even in just a very brief analysis, it seems, well, all the analysis of Russia should answer this very question, how the system could be rationalized, and if it's possible at all. Without answering this question, no other methods or attempts will be successful. So that's why I'm mentioning this. It is necessary to make the system more rational, not just talk about collapse or disintegration, but to first rationalize it and define the way such a rationalization could be conducted, how we could turn it into a safe, rational system. How it could operate some rational categories. When it comes to the lives of the citizens of this country. And if we start with this point of view, I personally can see that the best way of such rationalization is to make such a territory collapse and to divide it into independent countries. But if we enter this path, we must do a lot. Nobody expects that tomorrow some democratic countries will be formed in the former Russia. Democracy is not the power of the people, it's the power. Well, there must be some political personalities. If there are no political personalities, then there will be no democracy. So this is a huge risk, and the first problem, the risk which comes from the fact that the risks have existed for a really long time, and the conversation on possible collapse of the Soviet Union. Well, it was already said during the Soviet Union times. In Ukraine, it was said that it shouldn't separate itself from the Soviet Union because today's world is not a world of values. It's a balance between valuables, between cynicism and pragmatism. We should find such a balance. And well, why in the early 90s or 1994 the world did not support the Chechenian nation? Why in other questions it not seemed to follow the values it declared? There was a risk, and their assessment of the risk was different. The disintegration of Russia was more risky than its survival. So for Putin's government, it seems that the risks connected with Russia's collapse are much smaller than the risks connected with the behavior of this system. But our forum and the representatives of Russia's free nations say that we have to reduce these risks, and that all the entities of the Russian Federation see themselves as entities which give up the nuclear weapons, which is very important because, for example, in Ural we have 4 big facilities, the nuclear weapon facilities, some rocket divisions, 5 in Siberia and 1 in the European part, and one of them is stationed in an autonomous republic. There should be some declaration on providing stability within the administrative borders that exists right now between the entities belonging to the Russian Federation. I spoke about it in Prague already. Maybe some council of the leaders should be created. Some parallel structures of the power. And another really important thing, which is key to the understanding, even for some identification or identity of the citizens, Russia will have to pay huge reparations for Putin's regime activity in Ukraine. Who has enough resources? They do have huge resources, but they should be devoted to this goal. So everybody understands that Putin's regime doesn't have any other resources than the ones that is located in the entities of the Russian Federation, and the citizens of these entities should understand that the risk connected with such payments will be connected with the resources of these entities. So should their citizens accept the risk? And the third thing, well, today a lot was said about Putin's regime. Well, it actually made the whole system of international relations illegal, and sorry, some problems with the connection. Zakharov and many other previous speakers said that the authorities of the regime are completely illegal, and I made some proposals. I can present them to the organizers of the forum to promote them. The regime of Putin should be delegalized, and this assumes 4 kinds of activity. Putin's propaganda should be delegalized, and the properties of the oligarchs should be confiscated. And if we do it all in the right order, then we should draw the attention of the international community to some facts which could impact impact the regime, weaken it, and to increase the activity of the free nations. First of all, it would be defining Putin's regime as a fascist regime. This is a very serious step, which obviously makes the regime very anxious, and such attempts to do that, well, this causes hysterical reactions. But naming it a fascist regime is not just a declaration, but it also assumes that the that the rights of the international community will be exercised, the ones that were introduced in 1946. So, for example, the series of Nuremberg trials and other trials which would have a particular legal base in order to make responsible all the people who
У нас 1 минута остается, а у тебя такой сложный труд. Я думаю, может быть, ты в письменном виде пришлешь и нам
Vitaly, we just have 1 minute left. Maybe you could send it to us and we can publish it on our website. Yes, I'm ready to present it and to send it. Yes, I can do it. Of course, I can send it to you, and this will help delegitimize the properties which are in the area of the federation's entities, and then it will be a serious economic base for these countries' development. Thank you very much, Vitaly Ginsburg. And now we are asking Murat Demirov to connect us.
Mr. Murat, have we got a connection? Murat Demirov is a representative of Czechoslovakia and currently works with social and media consulting Somicon in Prague. We don't seem to have the sound feed. Can you hear me now? Yes. We've learned your arrears. Good afternoon, or good evening actually, thank you very much. I'm Murat Demirov. Maxim Kuzaklegov has spoken about 1917 and how Poland and Finland were the engine of the collapse of the historical Russian Empire. Historians are aware that the first phase was an uprising against military mobilization in Tajikistan, and that means that we must say that the Caucasus nations have been questioning Putin's rule throughout his time in office, and the current regime seized power on pretext of an anti-terrorist operation against the Caucasus, and Caucasian activists were exterminated on pretense of combating Islamist terrorism. And it was a picture that the West did lap up, and actually the Caucasian nations fell victim of the political relationships with Russia, and Russia actually trial run all the methods of executions and information wars, and also of graft and terrorizing civilians and mass bombardment and entire obliteration of civil structures. Czechoslovakia, as a sovereign state, was an entity of international law in the last 30 years of 19th century. Czechoslovakians speak of that as genocide because Czechoslovakia never actually capitulated. We had a national assembly as well, and we never capitulated, which means we can draw conclusion that Czechoslovakia actually still exists as a sovereign state, and there is a continuation of the state, and the Czechoslovakian national movement has got an agenda and program for the Czechoslovakian Republic of Western Caucasus, and I could talk you through the details of intermarrying, which has been brought up today. It is necessary to put in practice, but based on the indigenous nations of the region, and we've spoken about Stavropol and Krasnodarsk countries, and the project of intermarrying will have little points if there's no project for independent Czechoslovakia and independent Caucasus. Just imagine intermarrying between the Black Sea and the Baltic Sea. If Russia keeps its outlet to the Black Sea via the Caucasus, it'll still bully Europe and the world. The Caucasus must be severed from Russia, and between the Sea of Azov and the Caspian Sea, there should be a sanitary corridor. Those are also three seas, but from a different sub-region, and then Moscow will not be able to rebirth. Unfortunately, for now, it can get reborn and could still bully its neighbors near and far. And as an afterward, I'm just trying to cut my presentation and talk as short as possible, and I just try to abide by the time limits. As it has been said, we can't be thinking that we are actually splitting the spoils of war, which hasn't been won yet. And we must see that the rights of our independent sovereign nations are respected, and all the enslaved nations of Russia, we don't believe there's going to be another Yalta conference held without our participation. We would like all such talks of reparation and the free nations of Russia. I do agree with Mr. Ginsburg. I don't think that the reparations shouldn't be payable by the currently enslaved nations of Russia, because under the existing constitution, there is a nation which creates a state. It's a nation in whose name a state was established, and anything done in the name of the state is done in the name of nations. Other nations are enslaved nations in Russia, enslaved by the same state, which rose in the interest of this state-creating nation. So no liability could be attributed, or legal or moral liability or financial liability, because the enslaved nations of Russia should be pardoned or acquitted of such liability. I'd like to see this as a separate point if we need to hold a vote about it. Thank you very much. Glory to the free nations of Russia and death to the empire. Thank you very much for this truly hard-hitting contribution. And the next person is Mr. Henry Travis, representing Gideon A. Gottlieb Institute.
So I'm going to show mostly a slideshow. This is about the separation of nation and state and the possibility of transforming the Russian Federation into a threefold commonwealth, a tripartite commonwealth. I'm going to switch to the slideshow view here. Oh. All right. It's 12:23. I'm going to try to wrap up by 12:33. This is about a post-nation state Russia, cultural independence for the free nations, political independence through a municipal scale velvet plebiscite, and a new start for Russian humanity through what's called a threefold commonwealth. This idea was first voiced around World War I, and it has been in the background, and our institute is bringing this to the fore again. The threefold commonwealth is a separation of national culture, political statehood, and economic power into three sovereign administrations. So part one is the separation of nation and state. The world doesn't need another Wilsonian nation state. Woodrow Wilson, our US president, divvied up the Austro-Hungarian Empire into cultural states based on language, based on culture. We don't need further fusions of culture, state, and economy. What we need is a never before seen systematic untangling of cultural power, political power, and economic power. So here's part one. The idea of separation of nation state is largely based on Guidon Gottlieb, a French political scientist who wrote about it in Foreign Affairs in 1994, the Foreign Affairs Journal. He says, all of this is within reach of contemporary statecraft. That was over 20 years ago. We can do this. I and we, our institute, have written a book about what this would look like in Ukraine. It's called the Gottlieb Initiative, available as a free PDF at our website. But Ukraine, the cultural homeland, is restored to its original conception as envisioned around World War I. You see that on the left. It includes the Kuban Peninsula. The political state, however, the political boundaries are stabilized. So the cultural space overlaps with the political. And I see that the Free Nations Forum has a problem. Even within the Free Nations publications, various maps will depict the aspirant national boundaries differently from map to map. And I realize this is sort of a conceptual phase right now, but any one of those discrepancies in boundary depictions could result in a Yugoslav-style war. Any little discrepancy in boundaries. And so what we offer, I just want to show, so here's one map from the Free Nations Forum, and I'm not trying to be critical, I'm just trying to bring this point out. This is from, I guess, a couple years ago, and now a newer map, the boundaries have changed, and new nations are shown. And this is another map from the Free Nations publications, and we see Vepsia appears. And this is another map most recently, and then Ingria is whittled down even smaller, and Scoth appears. So that's all fine in the cultural sector, but if it comes to the point, or when it comes to the point of political boundary changes, then there could be Yugoslav-style wars. Winston Churchill says that, speaks to this, and I'm going to post this slideshow on the website, our website at least. And so Austria-Hungary, same situation. We had these various cultural aspirations. Various people have called for this before, separation of nation and state. Here's some quotes. I'm going to move quickly though. Gottlieb Initiative offers the Free Nations Forum this framework. Nations are cultural entities. They're inherently non-governmental. Each of these cultural organizations should be free to delineate their entire, their historical homeland, however they conceive it, with their widest boundaries, even using archaeological maps, just look, how do they conceive of their cultural homeland? But then, if we'd agree that those should not be fused with the political governance, then there's a way forward. And the political rights governances should be national, with nationless, and so they must be the government must be omnilingual, which, in other words, it must be able to interface in all languages and not be tied to one language. That's actually been a factor in the Ukraine conflict. And so even all government-owned culture assets, such as the national school system, they must be divested to a non-governmental national cultural trust, which can then operate across state borders. And then finally, the fifth point we offer is what we call the municipal granular velvet plebiscite. It suggests to happen every 12 years. But the important point is that the municipality is the archetypal kernel of human polity. And so when it comes to plebiscites, as far as determining boundaries, as long as the municipality is recognized as indivisible, then the free nations would have a way forward. And as long as each of those municipalities can choose what they want to be associated with, or even to be a politically independent city-state or village-state. So I have about 3 minutes here. Gideon Gottlieb, he speaks about what historical homelands are. They're cultural entities. And these are the features, they overlap with each other. And they also overlap across political state borders. And I put together some maps of some of the free nations in the Northwest here. Here are some source maps for Ingria. If you combine them all, this is what results, this red line. It's very large. That is the widest conception of Ingria that I've seen. It's a composite of all of these different maps. Same, and so the free Ingrian nation is actually composed of many different cultures, as you know. Russian Ingrian, Azorian Ingrian, Finnish Ingrian, all these live within that homeland. Same with Karelia. These are some source maps. If you combine them all, this is what the resultant composite map looks like. And so also the Karelian, of course, it's composed of many different cultures: Russian Karelian, Finnish Karelian, ethnic Karelian. And it's okay for cultural homelands to overlap. You see Ingria on the left, Karelia on the right. It's okay, as long as that's a cultural conception, and then the political plebiscites are by municipality, then it's no trouble. Then it's no Yugoslav war. Same with Königsberg. Look at the wide boundaries of that Königsberg used to be the capital of. It's okay to have two different cultural flags. The same applies to all the Northwestern free nations and all the nations of the Free Nations Forum. Now, the same would apply to all the civic nations: the Polish homeland, Belarusian, Danish, Estonian, Finnish, Latvian, Lithuanian, Swedish. These all have historic homelands. Another problem, and I have like 1 minute, I think, is that the Free Nations Forum is inherently conflicted with the Free Russia Forum. Yet these concepts would enable the Free Nations Forum and the Free Russia Forum to cooperate and merge into, well, this is a picture of the Russian historical homeland as a cultural entity. The Free Nations are not subsumed into that. It's a distinct cultural entity. There's a lot to cover, and I'm going to wrap up pretty soon. But if through these concepts, these two resistance organizations would be able to merge, and that's what we wanted to cover. I wanted to cover the threefold Commonwealth as well, but I'm going to wrap up. We have just to say, a cultural, political, and economic sovereignty. I'll leave that there, Russian and English. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Travis. Thank you. And I'm honored and pleased to introduce the Polish journalist and documentary filmmaker, Mr. Mariusz Pilis. Prego.
Dziękuję bardzo. Będę mówił po polsku.
Thank you very much. I'm going to speak in Polish. Thank you very much indeed for having me at this forum. It was my honor and privilege to chair one of the panels at our first meeting in Warsaw, and now we're holding a third edition of this forum. Thank you very much, and I give my regards to Mr. Ahmed Zakayev, who is a friend I hold particularly dear to my heart. Denuclearization and demilitarization of the space where we live. I'll try to share some loose thoughts with you that I, a Polish journalist, actually have at this historical moment that we find ourselves in. And also based on everything I've heard at this forum. First and foremost, I would like to share a quote with you. It's a quote from a work of one of the most eminent, if not the most eminent, of Polish poets, Adam Mickiewicz, from the period of Romanticism when Poland was off the map. In one of his lyrics, in his epic poem, he used this expression: someone who once with the Moscow Tsar argues they will actually start fighting, and they must fight till the bitter end or they will end up in Siberia. And I believe Poland has had particular experience with regard to attempts at demilitarization of this region. The last of such designs was 1610. It didn't exactly work out, and since then Russia has been constantly playing Poland, trying to annihilate Poland as such. We had an example of that in the late 18th century until the end of World War I. Moving on to contemporary times, we find ourselves at a very specific situation. Russia has assaulted Ukraine, one of the largest European countries, one with truly vast area, and Russia is unable, over 213 days, and we can state today, is unable to take hold of this territory in a conventional, fast manner, which would guarantee Russia's domination in this territory. There's also a joke about it, 213th day of a 3-day war. So this is the situation as of today with the matter of conventional weapons. The nuclear button, we all realize, especially after the latest comments from Russia, we do realize that nothing is off the table, or that the nuclear button could actually be used. This has been verbalized time and time again. It is a very new situation and an astounding one. Our president commented on it in a highly precise manner, that if Russia engages its button, it will remove itself and citizens from a group of civilized states, and it will earn a retaliation which is commensurate with whatever it does. Actually, from the perspective of Poland, we are painfully aware that nuclear buttons, now after what Russia has done, crooks actually hold their fingers on such buttons. How to remove them from power? It seems that only this element could possibly cool down the issue of the nuclear button and the perspective of it actually being pushed. No long-term projects guarantee it at this very moment. We're speaking of something that should be done in a perspective of perhaps a year at most. And I agree with Mr. Czetkus in the morning, who brought up Valeria Nowotworska and her actual forecast that if there are any shocks in Russia, those will be quite permanent shocks. And I believe that reading of the situation is very valid. If we would like to remove crooks from nuclear buttons, we need to, or the Russian nation, bring about the situation where they understand their position and that such a threat will bring misery to themselves as well, and that they will attempt to build a new value. It could be transitory as well, to remove their current leaders from power. It is a process which will definitely not be a democratic one. It will not be bloodless. It could possibly be compared to the October Revolution, or maybe everything that took place in the early 1990s, whereby the Soviet Union was transforming its face towards the Russian Federation and presidential system, everything that meant that Russia was spiraling into chaos, which was a time which, from Polish perspective, we always call it this way, it was this open window. Windows sometimes do open in Russia, whereby all the nations get a bit more fresh air. Those are very rare moments, but they do occur. Such a window of opportunity was 1991 for Chechnya. Such a window where the color-coded revolutions and the Maidan and Euromaidans, and essentially the history of the collapse of the USSR and the liberation of our current neighbors, or the former Soviet republics from the USSR. Now we find ourselves at a spot when there isn't another choice than to engage in the conflict in Ukraine in a manner that we hadn't practiced yet, and this is our common denominator. We believe we should all consider possibly supporting Ukraine as we could only do, speaking of denuclearization and demilitarization of Russia. The last best idea I've heard how to successfully or efficaciously appease, well, not appease, how to stop Russia or the Soviet Union, whatever to call them, was Ronald Reagan's idea, which was the Cold War, which was the arms race to have the entire economic process subordinated to the arms race, which meant everyone in the world were painfully aware that there are some elements which we are not entitled to resort to. The arms race led to a moment whereby saber rattling became totally ineffective. It became something that actually means misery for the one who would like to engage in war, into limbo, and I believe there isn't another possibility other than doing this, so focusing all our efforts, starting with our region, and all the ideas that I have had an opportunity to hear around the leader. And the leader, naturally, now is the United States of America. This is a state that Russia trembles. They can say, don't do it, Russia, or you will face repercussions. Finally, it's a partner which could supply any conventional weaponry to Ukraine, which could actually drive Russians away from the territories it's holding now. And this is what we've seen. Yesterday, we heard that Russia evacuated all its submarines from Sebastopol, and that the Black Sea Fleet is actually, we could just await decision that it's going to be possibly evacuated to Novorossiysk, so towards the east. So those are tangible threats that Russia understands. Those are tangible actions which mean that Russia is dwindling in power, and if it loses militarily in Ukraine, that area will be demilitarized for at least a decade, perhaps for longer. If we speak of the internal situation in Russia, we all await anxiously and with keen interest how the mobilization that was declared recently will plays out. we make attempts at understanding why the processes and the protests, which theoretically could actually be part of this mobilization effort, those haven't actually came to be. But in the moment if those persons in a year or half a year are sent to the front, this social discontent in Russia will give rise to a wave which will result in a major shock, meaning that the people who are in power will be ousted from power and their fingers will get off the nuclear button. There is no other way than cleaning this area from this potential Russian potential. There isn't a better idea than coming victorious in the war in Ukraine. It seems that the next objective, what if, in the situation if Russia loses, and it will lose that war, then we need to consider Belarus, which is the second very serious state, which is a satellite state of Russia, where Russia has way too much say. Democratic Belarus must be stabilized and led to a situation whereby our region finally stops being pushed around by Russia and only responds to Russia's aggressive adventures. I believe that the response to Russia divided into regions and states is a very distant future. My impression is I did like the voice that we should actually today consider intellectually what was considered a Tehran by the international leaders when there were 2 more years until the end of World War II. But all the fun is about the thing that when Nazi Germany lost World War II, we could say it was entirely obliterated and demilitarized and deprived of any subject status. And the thing is, are we ready now to drive Russians away from the territory of Ukraine and to end this war? I believe this is the situation in which Germany found itself after World War I, i.e. when they were forced to sign the act of capitulation or surrender, and reparations, very stark reparations, were imposed. And so any possible rational elements which were to punish the Germany of the day, and that bore such fruit that the Nazi movement was given a good impulse to grow, because people got ever more determined to retaliate. And this could also be a phenomenon here, which means we cannot focus on solutions which more or less resemble the solutions applied to Germany post-World War I. To steward the situation where we have the post-war Russia, in the dimension I've heard about time and time again throughout this forum, I believe we should first and foremost defeat Russia militarily. Unfortunately, the situation is unlike during World War II, because now such military means as nuclear weapons must be factored in, because we need to take into consideration, but we must pursue the partnership from the United States of America that should yield us or provide us with an umbrella for the region. Thank you very much. This is I'm going to conclude. Thank you very much for this contribution.
And now, if Pavel Klinkins is not ready, we are going to speak to Pavel Karachkin, who is the founder of the Free Siberia organization. And I would like to thank you for the possibility of participating in this forum. I believe that not all of you have heard about our nation. We are close to the Finnish nation, to Karelians, but our nation lives in taiga, in far Siberia. We are hunters or fishermen, and we have a particular distinctive feature as a mountain nation. Well, it's our identity, our national identity. And as a member of this nation, I would like to say hello to my friends, to all the people who are participating in the forum. I would like to speak of how we can fight for our independence and how we found ourselves in this opposition movement. I'm speaking on behalf of our organization, Free Siberia. I'm its co-founder. There are about 10 people there. Well, these are the most active people from Altai, from Yanal, from the Omsk Oblast. And the most interesting fact is that they all are members of our movement. We promote our idea and we try to recreate the indigenous languages. These are people, Slavs, who lived in Siberia before Russians lived there. Siberia is an independent country. Siberians have so far felt that they lived in their tight world because this is taiga, these are our forests, these are our rivers, and they frequently are taken over by Moscow. So all the nations here work together. Our movement is not the only one. Apart from us, there are other movements, for example, Freedom for Siberia and similar movements. Siberian freedom, and all of us, we don't have much power for now, but to act openly, but we act as much as the circumstances let us. We contact our friends, Finns, Ukrainians. We share our experiences, and we do all in our power to promote our ideas, to look for other people, to open ourselves to what we cannot see, to our friends, to our next of kin. We try to show them where the other people live, what they do, what they could do, so that this secondary colonization, which is going on in our regions, isn't completed. Our basic problem, and for people who have never been involved in politics, well, they see the things that the central Russia's inhabitants don't see. The Moscow and maybe Novgorod people don't see it. Maybe even Karelians don't see it. They don't see that our lands are being occupied every day. I hunted very often, and I keep legally, and I keep seeing my fellow nationals. But the problem is that the land is not precious to them. Moscow doesn't believe that it's their land. Rubbish is thrown everywhere. Taiga is polluted. So this is not the problem of Moscow, but a problem of the inhabitants of Siberia. So, for example, this is one of the things that the inhabitants of Siberia want to fight for. They don't want Siberia to be robbed. They want to. So the Siberia that I'm talking about is between Ural and Yersin. Well, people are convinced that if a person or an influential group tells my neighbors, my fellow Siberians, that this is their land and that they can fight for this land, they will fight for it. Siberians are peaceful. We will not conduct any fights. We have meetings concerning the current situation, which proves that we still have such nations, but we need more power, more strength to start acting. I would like to share with the other participants of the forum, the citizens of Königsberg and other participants from independent regions like Ural or Basquilia or some more regions from the West. I would like to present our goals, our purposes. So now in Siberia we keep developing those ideas, and they are very close to all our people. It is that the idea that the land you live on is your land legally. So I try to promote this idea. We have some content, we have people who can take care of it and who have who are influential enough. So we must maybe act together with our colleagues. Thank you very much. Thank you for your speech. I would like to pass on the mic to Rafis Kashpov, who is the Deputy Prime Minister of the independent state of Tatarstan in exile. He is one of the co-founders of the Free Idel-Ural movement. Thank you very much for organizing this forum. It is good that at this time there is such a forum, and I would like to support my predecessors. Yesterday I listened to the speakers of meetings and protests in Russia, in large cities of Russia, those who were in favor of the Pole in Ukraine. And not just here, there are chauvinists, not only in our power structures, there are whole masses of Russian citizens who follow this influence of propaganda, the imperialist way of thinking. Many Russian citizens find this way of thinking close to their hearts. This reality, this chauvinist character of this empire has been with us for over 500 years, because then the Kazakh region was taken over, and Russian reached Africa and Cuba, and they actually took over almost half of Europe. It's good that this system has collapsed, and now we can see the mechanisms, the imperial mechanisms collapsing, and maybe you yourselves can see that Kazakhstan or Kyrgyzstan or Tajikistan have left this system. There's only Belarus left. So this means that the empire is falling apart. So we would like to thank Europeans, the English, for supporting Ukraine and us, the colonized nations. I will not speak for long. I will maybe take 3 more minutes. Dear participants of the forum, I would like to remind you about some not very pleasant moments. They were not pleasant for me or for you. In 2017, a woman, Daria Baludova, well, she was one of the organizers of the uh, Cuban federalization. She supported Hassan Mashat and Bashayev, and she was sentenced to 6 years of prison. And there are plenty of such people. In Russia, they had dreams, they were acting, they wanted their regions to be independent, to be free states, and now they are in prison, or in prisons, and they are our comrades, they are close to us, and we should support them, we should provide them with some help, at least some moral support. They are in these prisons, so they should know that somebody is thinking about them, that people are trying to help them some way. Together with my brother, we wrote letters and we carried out campaigns in which people from the nations of Ural do something for them. We obviously tried to protect her, tried to help her, but unfortunately, well, we have to protect such people during our forum as well. And this is all that I wanted to say.
Не слышно.
I would like to add that we had this collective letter. Could you speak a little bit later, because we will either give the floor to Pavel Klimkin uh, um, or the publisher of the book. Victor, are you with us?
Мы бы очень рады вас видеть.
Yes.
Еще раз хочу сказать, что это
I'm
великий
very
поэт,
happy that we can see you here. This is a legend of the National Liberation Movement, a man who has published a book
слово вам, дорогой Виктор.
About Russian disintegration. I'm very happy that you have invited me. Thank you for this honor to give my best regards from the national movement of Ukraine. The movement was established by Stefan Bandera, and I represent the current movement, today's movement. We are talking about Ukraine's struggle and other nations which are part of the Russian Empire now. So we understand that the power is today's government is the government of monsters, and I would like to give my regards to everyone who believes that we cannot avoid mobilization and that whole areas or whole territories could win. We cannot believe that you are one front and we are another front. If we use the analogies of the Second World War, there must be one front, our front, and it's very symbolic that years ago in Volyn, there was a conference of the enslaved nations of Europe and Asia, and today we can see that the emphasis hasn't changed. Only together we can win the freedom for particular individuals. And I would like this motto to be our shared motto for all the people of goodwill. And in the mid-90s, our group, and not just this one group, fought on the Chechnyan side and we fought the Russian aggression. There were journalists, there were people with arms, and during these trips, there was this phenomenon that we called Russism. It was a terrible phenomenon. This word was invented. Today we say racism, and we understand all the worst kinds of aggression and the worst things by this name. So I believe that in this shared front we will be able to fight the empire, because there is either freedom or death. And obviously we wish you every success in your work for your and our freedom.
У нас Павел Климкин на связи, вот с организаторами здесь. Включаем, пожалуйста.
Is Pavlo Klimkin with us? Have we connected yet?
2014 по август 2019 года.
The Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine since from 2014 to 2019. Have we got the sound?
Павло, надо включить звук.
Pavlo, you need to turn the sound on. Yes.
Very good, very good.
Давайте я перейду, чтобы всем было понятно на русский. Слава Украине, друзья.
Героям слава.
Да,
I will speak Russian so that everybody can understand me. It's very nice to see the whole team there, which starts serious work on the future. And unfortunately, I couldn't join you today, but that's why I'm here online. Maybe this is not the best thing best option of contact. It's not the best option of working together, but I would really like. I wouldn't like any geographic or other difficulties to prevent us from moving forward. Gdańsk is a fantastic place, a unique place where solidarity started. This is a place where hundreds of thousands and millions of people started fighting for their freedom. There are people for whom to whom freedom is not indifferent. You are in a place where you can see that for us, for millions of Ukrainians, freedom is not just important to us, it is everything to us. I would like to believe that this means the same to you, and you can spread it to many people, maybe not to everyone, but to many people, and they should understand that the future could be different. This is the unique moment when the previous order is breaking apart. Few believed that this would happen. The war, the mobilization, all the events that are happening around us, well, there is a unique chance. Finland and Sweden will soon join NATO officially, but we cannot strain. We must think about the entire Baltic region, so that the northwest of Russia is not a part of this nightmare regime. And look, before Ukrainians loved it, but then the emotion changed. They started believing us, and now after the success on the fields of glory, people understood that nothing is impossible when it comes to the Russian regime. And if people who can see the future come together and they want to do it, then again, for them, nothing is impossible. And the possibility to speak in the media and in social media, and who supports us, to say that we must work on the future, we must start preparing. We must start preparing governments so that the people in the future can create this core. We must gradually and persistently object to what is happening today and to prepare people to object so that they do not agree to this and that they do not perform the orders of the regime. They should understand everybody's path. So today there are some chances of this, so I would like to send my best regards to all of you. Unfortunately, I cannot spend much time with you, but I would like to thank Anna Fatiga once more. She made it possible for us to spend this fantastic day together. I would like to send my best regards to all our friends. My message is very clear. Believe in yourselves. The situation is changing rapidly, and the regime is on the verge of a collapse. This doesn't mean that we will be able to do everything today or tomorrow, but everyone needs a new acts, new laws. We must work on you signing the the words. We must not just speak, just use words. We must also act. This must be performed. So I would like to wish you every success. I shake the hands of everyone who wants to move forward, and unfortunately I have to join another session. But it's great that we can see our work gaining momentum, and this is the fall of the empire. Thank you very much. Glory to Ukraine. Um, Before we read the manifesto of the third forum of the Russian nations, I would like Pavel Korchagin to take the floor. He is the editor of the independent site Agonist Press. Speaking after so many speakers is difficult. I would like to say that Kremlin is conducting information fights against Ukraine and the Western states, and also against its own country by erasing the identity, by liquidating languages which are spoken by its inhabitants, by inhabitants of the occupied areas of Russia. And today we encounter a situation when Russia, well, in the recent materials you can see that they changed the languages. It's losing its identities, its indigenous languages. So the history is repeating itself. The history of the Baltic states, Latvia, Lithuania and Estonia, when it was forbidden to speak the national languages there. And now it is moving in the same direction. Now it is necessary to do what we are doing. We need resources, national resources, which will support regional projects directed at the internal citizens of these regions, so that Russians who live in certain towns, but well, it also should be connected to people who live abroad. And they should connect to many people who are on social media. This is a part of propaganda. So I would like to briefly say that because of this, they try to block our resources. And to the West, for example, to the US, it is necessary to counteract the Russian propaganda. There is this structure called Rosjatovich. It is the main center of Russian impact in the West, and they try to speak and present what they want, and we have to fight it. The indigenous nations of post-Russia are our allies, but they are under occupation. They are under the influence of Russian propaganda, and we must explain it to the Western establishment that they must support such nations in their independence, that they need help. We should do everything in our power to turn it into just remains of the Russian regime, because Russia will fall apart, and issues of decolonization, demilitarization, of removing Russian troops from regions like Kaliningrad Oblast, if we talk about the Baltic Sea region, then this is the responsibility of these regions' representatives to, for example, get rid of the troops and the arms. So only the victory of Ukraine and the freedom, well, it must impact the idiotic decisions by the Russian government. We must give these regions a chance. Thank you very much for this fantastic summary. And now, please allow me to read the message for the forum, to the participants of the third forum. We would like to give the best regards to all the participants. The liberation of the Baltic region from the Russian dominance by announcing partial mobilization. The information that we get from various cities of Russia, or we hear that there is a mobilization led by force. There have been incidents when young people or older people were apprehended in parks, in cafes, in public places. So they catch men and bring them to the military headquarters. So this made many citizens of Russia flee to the countries that don't demand visas. So because of this, Russia has been limiting the trip outside of Russia for men of up to 60 years old. For Putin, it is key to maintain the power, and he doesn't care how many people he will have to kill. But in this war, people from Siberia, from the Baltic region die. So we are addressing all the people in Russia with common sense who have any kind of influence to become part of the anti-war movement, to create military units. I would like to remind you that the nuclear weapons of Russia will not protect you because all the empires are against Russia. So Russia's failure will be the end of Russia as a nuclear empire. So Putin defined the framework of the collapse of his nation in Ukraine. Nobody asked him for that, but for fascists, it always ended badly to try to enslave other nations. One of the co-founders of the Free Tatarstan movement in exile acts in Germany. There also are some liberal activists. There also are some activists in Turkey. Various movements are being represented. For example, the Tatar movement of Free Ural. So I would like to present the manifesto of the third forum of the Free Nations of Russia.
I'll begin with the preamble, which is brief, and then I'll give up the floor to the participants of the forum. Is everyone ready? I think we should be upstanding while declaring the manifesto. If there are any volunteers who will join us on stage, you're welcome to. The third forum of the Free Nations of Post-Russia, the Gdańsk Manifesto, draft for post-Russia reconstruction. In autumn 1989, the Berlin Wall collapsed. As soon as 2023, possibly the Kremlin Wall will collapse. Just like 30 years ago, the history today has sped up extremely, and that's why we should accelerate our efforts too. In the years 1989, 1991, the context was very much different and was a peaceful transition as opposed to a major war in Europe. The rhetoric of glasnost and perestroika, and not a rhetoric of nuclear threats and national enemies. The pursuit of Russia to become part of the West and to join it civilizationally and in terms of values, but without any regard to all those differences. 30 years on, the challenges are the same, and the challenge is to modernize the states of the East. This is the new Eastern Europe, which requires a new grand Eastern policy and direct involvement of the European Union, its institutions, and the reconstruction of the free, independent, sovereign states in post-Russian area. With this manifesto, we, the participants of the third Forum of the Free Nations of Post-Russia, and the representatives of Ingram, Karelia, and other states of Europe, we call upon the inhabitants of Karelia and Ingram and Königsberg, Novgorod, Pskov, Transvolga, Kona, and any other neighboring regions that they engage in a new systemic struggle for their own freedom and liberty, and to abolish with the occupation by the Russian Federation the European states and NATO, based on declaration on decolonization of the Russian Federation, should support with any means the process of the regaining of independence, including the activity of governments of those states in exile, and also to prepare self-defense forces and subjectivity of Ingram, Karelia, Königsberg, the Baltic republics and states, and any other states in the post-Russian and Soviet area in the region of European and Scandinavian states. We cannot give up on the support or aid to Russian opposition, because even if with Putin's collapse they do not want to apply real decommunization and denuclearization of Russia, which they do not hide in their public addresses. They would just like to change the name of the Tsar to their own imperial, pseudo-oppositional and pseudo-liberal Moscow-centric forces, which are just one of the many factions of the Kremlin regime. And the only and indivisible post-Putin Russia is supposed to be such a good Tsar, temporarily ascending to the throne in Russia. If such a person accedes to the throne in Moscow, that could only lead to further militarism and imperial practices coupled with authoritarianism. Unlike a string of free independent post-Russian states, the indigenous nations, and we urge the states of the European Union and NATO to cooperate and support the European and Euro-Atlantic matters from the perspective of independent states, Ingria, Laplandia, Smolandia, Biarmia and Pskov. The states of the European Union, jointly with Ukraine and the United Kingdom, should formulate a clear strategy and a roadmap for the reconstruction of states in the area of post-Soviet Russia, which will allow to quickly and without military force to construct a new space and decolonization of the Russian Federation, and will ensure the also constant development and social progress for your and our freedom, the 24th of September 2022. Thank you very much. We are going to conclude this third forum of the Free Nations of Post-Russia. Thank you very much for your attention.